Class A1 is known as Hell itself, a place where homeroom teachers are systematically broken. One of its students, a popular high school model, coolly threatens a new teacher, suggesting she could ruin his life with a false accusation of assault, confident that society would believe her over him. Unimpressed, the teacher simply finds her threat boring. At the prestigious Shirin Girls High School, students whisper warnings among themselves. They compare the school to a garden, beautiful but filled with thorns for any male teacher, cautioning that high expectations will only lead to ruin. As the new teacher approaches the building, he is asked if he is truly prepared for what awaits him. And he affirms his readiness without hesitation, stating that he is, after all, a teacher. His arrival at the faculty room is met with surprise by another staff member who notes the arrival of yet another new teacher. Inside, the other teachers are already gossiping about the notorious Class 1A, remarking on how quickly their homeroom teachers quit. They wonder aloud what kind of person would willingly take on the class of monsters and immediately begin placing bets on how long the newcomer will last, with most predicting less than a week. Unaware that the subject of their wagers has been standing right behind them. He introduces himself plainly as Jimmy Taro, his unassuming name and appearance causing the other teachers to pause in surprise. In the staff room, other teachers offer Jimmy Taro their condolences, remarking that a recent graduate like him has a tough road ahead. As he quietly leaves for his classroom, a female colleague watches with pity, noting that the frequent teacher turnovers are all because of that one class. She internally reflects that despite the school's graceful appearance, it is a bed of thorns. Meanwhile, Jimmy walks toward his assignment, fully aware he is up against 1A, the class of hell, and hopes he won't fall victim to them on his first day. He pauses before the classroom door, mentally preparing to enter what he thinks of as a garden of maidens before sliding the door open. Inside, the students are already chattering about the news of yet another homeroom teacher. Their conversation is laced with apathy, one girl questioning how many they've gone through while another dismissively asks if anyone really cares. A student confidently predicts the new teacher will quit soon anyway. At that moment, Jimmy Taro enters, his presence so unremarkable that he goes completely unnoticed as he walks to the front of the class and introduces himself. The students finally take notice, immediately mocking his name, Jimmy, for sounding plain. They dismiss him as the most boring teacher yet and completely ignore his attempts to start the class. Frustrated by the noise, he raises his voice, demanding they settle down and raise a hand if they have something to say to him. A blonde student with pigtails mockingly addresses Jimmy Taro as Mr. Boring before correcting herself, noting his name is Jimmy. With a condescending smile, she announces that she has a question for him. Leaning forward with a malicious grin, the student poses a deeply personal and inappropriate question to undermine him in front of the class. "Sensei, are you a virgin?" The question immediately incites a wave of whispers and mockery throughout the classroom. The other students concur that he looks like he has zero experience and that his entire aura confirms their suspicions. Completely unfazed, Jimmy adjusts his glasses and calmly confirms their assumptions. He then makes a resolute declaration to the stunned class: "I'm a virgin for life. And a teacher for life." The class is momentarily silenced by his direct and unexpected answer. Seizing the moment, Jimmy addresses the instigator by her full name and attendance number, Hanamika Momo-san, causing her to react with surprise. Momo quickly recovers, feigning admiration for his preparedness. She then reveals her own status as a famous high school model for the magazine Heaventeen and, with a look of utter contempt, declares, "I can't stomach a creepy teacher like you." After class, Hanamika Momo continues her harassment, having written burnable trash on Jimmy Taro's nameplate. She taunts him, asking why he doesn't just quit, and dismissively calls him Mr. Boring. In the hallway, another teacher, Tenjika-sensei, notices Jimmy's disheveled state and expresses concern. Seeing the lingering animosity around him, she immediately suspects Hanamika was the cause. Tenjika-sensei pulls Jimmy aside to explain the truth about Hanamika. She reveals that Hanamika, a child actress accustomed to getting her way, has a history of tormenting teachers, causing many to burn out. She recounts a specific incident where a teacher was fired after Hanamika falsely accused him of corporal punishment. She continues, explaining that Hanamika leverages her celebrity status, threatening legal action and reputational ruin to force any teacher she dislikes to resign. Trying to lighten the mood, Tenjika-sensei invites Jimmy out for drinks, but he flatly refuses. Jimmy defines a teacher's responsibility as educating students at school, implying that after-hours socializing is irrelevant to his duties. He thanks Tenjika-sensei for a handkerchief and walks away to prepare for his next class, leaving her taken aback by his unwavering focus. Later, as the physics class begins, Hanamika is shocked to see Jimmy enter the room. She angrily confronts him, demanding to know why the math teacher is there, only for him to calmly state that he has a license to teach multiple subjects, leaving her utterly bewildered. Jimmy Taro addresses the class, announcing that he will be teaching multiple subjects. He states that their evaluations will be based solely on their grades, and failure will result in repeating the year. The students, including Hanamika Momo, react with shock and displeasure at this strict new policy. As Jimmy Taro begins the lesson, Momo approaches him with a carton of apple juice. With a sweet smile, she apologizes as her hand slips, intentionally spilling the entire contents of the carton onto his suit. Momo challenges him, asking if he's angry and daring him to hit her, confident he'd be fired instantly. Unfazed, Jimmy calmly acknowledges her slipped hand as unfortunate but points out that eating and drinking in class are against school rules. He then instructs her to meet him in the counseling room after school. Momo is left speechless as whispers erupt throughout the classroom. The other students are shocked that she received detention, and the public humiliation visibly affects her. Alone after class, Momo fumes over Jimmy's lack of an emotional response to her provocation, wondering what his deal is. Her thoughts are interrupted by a call from her manager. She learns that a variety show appearance she was scheduled for has been cancelled. Though she feigns nonchalance on the phone, she is privately seething. After hanging up, she crushes her phone screen in frustration, declaring that if her work life is frustrating, she will at least make sure she has a good time at school. Jimmy Taro arrives at the counseling room for Hanamika Momo's detention, only to find her waiting for him, seated on a desk in her lingerie. She greets him with a smirk, chiding him for being late and calling his actions those of a virgin. He calmly states that he arrived on time. Momo laughs and reveals her plan. She intends to scream for help, confident that society would believe the word of a popular school model over an unremarkable teacher, thereby framing him for assault. Jimmy Taro correctly deduces her goal is to force his resignation, internally noting that only a third-rate character would fall for such a simple provocation. Deciding he can no longer overlook her behavior, he begins to unbutton his own shirt, announcing that it's time to educate her. Momo is stunned into a state of panic and disbelief by his unexpected actions, covering her eyes and accusing him of being a creep. As she questions if he's actually going to assault her, he simply turns away, continuing to dishevel his own clothing. In a shocking reversal, Jimmy Taro runs to the open doorway and frantically shouts for help, crying out, "It's a rapist!" Momo is left completely bewildered as he steals her plan. Other students, drawn by the commotion, arrive to a bizarre scene, Jimmy Taro looking disheveled and victimized, and Momo still in her underwear. As they question what's happening and tell Momo to cover herself, Jimmy Taro calmly wonders aloud who would want to assault him, leaving Momo in a state of utter public humiliation. Hanamika Momo desperately tries to salvage her plan, pleading with the other students not to listen to Jimmy Taro and claiming he assaulted her. The students are confused, with some questioning why a high school girl would attack a teacher. Jimmy, however, remains composed, recognizing that the situation has escalated into a major problem that words alone cannot solve. Jimmy calmly addresses the situation with cold logic, stating that if he had truly assaulted her, it would be a criminal case. He denies everything and proposes they wait for the results of a fingerprint analysis, pointing out that while they won't find any of his prints or fibers on her, her fingerprints should be on his zippers. And he confidently adds that he believes they will find her fingerprints on his collar. This statement shatters Momo's composure and sways the onlookers, who begin to murmur about the scandal of a popular model assaulting a plain-looking teacher. The weight of her failed plan and public humiliation becomes too much for Momo to bear. Enraged and cornered, Momo snaps. She lunges forward, kicking Jimmy and grabbing his collar while screaming at him, asking if he thinks she's stupid. Her violent outburst in front of multiple witnesses completely unravels her fabricated story. The other students rush to restrain Momo, pulling her away from the teacher. Jimmy clutches his now bleeding nose, quietly remarking that this is just part of the job. The students, now fully convinced of his innocence, tell Momo she has gone too far and will be lucky to escape with only a suspension. As she is led away, Momo overhears the students discussing the legal ramifications. The realization that she could face a criminal record for assault dawns on her, replacing her anger with sheer terror. She is left utterly defeated, wondering what she can possibly do now. Hanamika Momo desperately begs Jimmy Taro for forgiveness, promising she'll do anything and be a good girl from now on to avoid police involvement. Recalling her promise, Jimmy tells her there is one thing she must take to heart. With a gentle smile, he tells her to be pure of heart and live a fulfilling school life, describing the school as a nurturing garden and its students as blooming flowers. The other students are shocked that Jimmy is not pressing charges. Momo is equally bewildered, questioning why he would pass up the chance for retribution after all she put him through. Jimmy explains that his duty as a teacher was simply to guide her to understand her wrongdoing. Now that she has, he considers his job done. His kind smile catches Momo completely off guard. For a plain man, he seems to be shining. The unexpected kindness is overwhelming, and she feels herself begin to break down. Collapsing to her knees in tears. She confesses that the immense pressure of her modeling career made her want to quit, and this kindness makes her want to spill everything. Sobbing, she apologizes to her classmates for taking her frustrations out on them. As Jimmy Taro announces his departure, the students of Class 1A protest. One girl in particular challenges him, arguing that his recent behavior as a perfect teacher means he should stay and listen to Hanamika Momo's problems to the very end. Jimmy firmly rebuffs them, clarifying the limits of his professional responsibility. He states that while school-approved activities are fine, he will not get involved in matters outside his job description, such as Momo's showbiz career. He concludes that he can be neither her father nor her manager. Adjusting his glasses, Jimmy makes a strange declaration: "I'm a virgin for life, teacher for life." He then turns and walks out of the classroom without another word. The students are stunned into silence by his abrupt exit, while Momo looks on with a faint, intrigued smile. Once he is gone, Momo quietly calls him a total virgin. The other students begin to gossip, wondering how he knew everyone's name and speculating about his age, with some guessing he must be over 30. The conversation quickly sours as one of the girls who had confronted Jimmy expresses her disbelief in Momo's sincerity, calling her tough showbiz persona an act. She complains that Momo's emotional outbursts are a problem, while another student worries that this negative attention might cause Momo to stop coming to school altogether. The class's sentiment has fully curdled into hostility. The chalkboard is now covered in cruel graffiti mocking both Momo and Jimmy, reading, "Hananaka Momo confessed in the nude, the virgin teacher turned her down." The students have united with a new, malicious goal, to make them both completely disappear from our sights, welcoming them to the hell of Class 1A. In the staff room, Jimmy Taro sits at his desk, overhearing his colleagues whispering about the previous day's incident involving him and Hanamika Momo. As they gossip, a female teacher suddenly bursts into the room with a panicked expression. She urgently calls out to Jimmy Sensei, telling him something has happened and that he must come to Class 1A immediately. The source of the alarm is revealed. The classroom's chalkboard is covered in cruel messages mocking both him and Momo, with phrases like "Hanamika Momo got dumped while chasing him naked," and "Mr. Virgin Teacher." As they walk, the concerned teacher, Sata Sensei, explains the underlying problem to Jimmy. She informs him that there are 5 boss monsters in Class 1A, problem children who are never disciplined due to adult problems like their families' donations and connections. These students, she clarifies, are not just troublemakers, they are considered the chosen ones. A group of 4 prominent female students is shown, drawing looks of awe from their peers. 2 of these influential girls are identified by name and reputation: Tsutsuji Erika, the top-performing daughter of the powerful Tsutsuji Zaibatsu, and Yabu Tsubaki, the beautiful daughter of the politician Yabu Shuzu. Continuing his explanation, Sata Sensei introduces the final 2 boss monsters of Class 1A. First is Oda Maki, a brilliant artist so talented that publishers have already scouted her. Next is Okana Nazasa, the queen of Kisono Girls' School, whose athletic prowess led the volleyball team to the nationals. Sata Sensei remarks that all the elite students are wonderful and seem to exist in a different world from everyone else. However, he trails off, suggesting that the best of them all is someone else entirely. That student is revealed to be Hananaka Momo. She stands frozen in the classroom doorway, staring in horror at the chalkboard, which has been covered in cruel, mocking graffiti. The message publicly humiliates her, claiming she was dumped by Mr. Virgin while chasing him naked and calling her a tragedy. Overcome with shock and rage, Momo demands to know who is responsible for the vicious drawings. Her friend, standing beside her, can only say that it's been there since the morning. At that moment, the other four boss monsters Tsutsuji Erika, Yabu Tsubaki, Otamaki, and Okuna Nizasa arrive. Tsubaki forcefully shoves Momo aside, telling her, "You're in the way." The aggressive act triggers a realization in Momo. She turns and points accusingly at Tsubaki, demanding to know if she drew the graffiti. Unfazed, Tsubaki smirks and defiantly asks, "So what if I did?" Facing her former friends Maki, Nagi, Yarika, and Tsubaki, Hananaka Momo makes a desperate appeal, asking if they are still her friends. Tsubaki smirks cruelly, mocking Momo by stating that no one present still considers her a friend and calling her stupid. Tsubaki's words incite the rest of the class. Chatter erupts as students begin to gossip loudly, repeating the malicious rumors from the graffiti and shaming Momo for her supposed behavior with the teacher. With a final, decisive shove, Tsubaki physically pushes Momo away. She coldly tells Momo to never speak to her again, publicly severing their connection as other students look on in shock. Just then, a teacher, Jimmy-sensei, enters the classroom. Another female student, appalled by the graffiti on the board and the open bullying, tries to intervene. She pleads with Jimmy-sensei to do something about the mistreatment. Ignoring her plea entirely, Jimmy-sensei notes that class is about to start and calmly asks the intervening student to leave. He then shuts the classroom door on her, leaving her stunned in the hallway, wondering why she is the one being punished. Hananaka Momo discovers her textbook has been defaced with the words "stupid fucking bitch, go to hell." Crushing the book in her hands, she internally blames her new teacher for her predicament. Panting, Momo confronts Jimmy-sensei in the hallway, declaring that her life is a mess because of him. She presents the vandalized textbook and then shows him her phone, where an online news article falsely reports that she, a popular model, assaulted her homeroom teacher. Momo expresses her fear that her manager will see the article, costing her her job and making her want to quit school. As her despair deepens, Jimmy-sensei surprises her by simply asking if she is okay. Flustered by his unexpected concern, Momo is momentarily speechless. Jimmy-sensei explains that it's natural for a teacher to be responsible for students having trouble with their school life. He then begins writing on a notepad, promising to order her a new textbook right away. Momo begrudgingly acknowledges to herself that he does possess a kind side, at least as a teacher. As Jimmy-sensei announces his departure, Momo grabs his arm to stop him. She desperately demands that he take responsibility for what will happen to her modeling career. He coldly replies that he is not concerned with her job, reminding her that a teacher's duties do not extend to affairs outside of school. He states that the only thing he can do for her is to ensure she has a comfortable school life. With a final warning not to be late for her next class, he walks away, leaving his stunned Momo alone in the hall. Hananaka Momo erupts in a desperate rage, screaming at Jimmy-sensei that if she loses her jobs, she will make him lose his too. As she threatens him, two other students watch from a distance, remarking that while Momo isn't a bad person, her situation as a model is rather sad. A dark-haired student overhears the gossip. She internally scoffs at the idea of Momo settling for a teacher, believing Momo could have had any man she wanted in the entertainment world. She thinks critically of Momo for choosing a video over everything else and isolating herself from the class, concluding that Momo has stooped to a new low. As the dark-haired student walks off, the other girls try to recall a similar incident from the past involving a teacher from Class 1A. One remembers the news report on her phone: a popular young model was accused of assaulting her homeroom teacher in an alleged rape. They realize that the girl from the scandal is now in the infirmary. The dark-haired student finds Momo in the infirmary, sitting despondently on a bed surrounded by trash. With a knowing smile, she gets Momo's attention and announces, "I've got something to tell you," signaling the revival of Class 1A's dark past. In the school hallway, the dark-haired student is approached by her friends, one of whom asks why she was in the infirmary. She cryptically mentions the hooky girl who dropped out used to be there and offers to tell them a story about a new teacher who once worked at the school. This teacher, she explains, was a passionate newcomer who soon encountered two problem students, a cute but disobedient girl who constantly bullied him, and an introverted hooky girl who frequently skipped class but offered him encouragement. The hooky girl grew close to the teacher, confessing she wanted to be with him. However, the disobedient girl's schemes ultimately forced the teacher to quit, leaving the hooky girl alone in the infirmary, filled with a deep-seated hatred for the one who drove him away. The dark-haired student continues to fume internally, believing the disobedient girl, Hananaka Momo, should have been the one to leave, not the teacher she admired. Lost in thought and frustration, she walks through the school hallway and collides with a teacher, whom she recognizes as Jimmy-sensei. Elsewhere, a commotion erupts as a student announces that the bullying has escalated. It wasn't just Momo's textbooks, but her indoor shoes have been vandalized as well. The announcement is cut short by a loud crash from the stairwell, where the dark-haired student has fallen to the landing below. While another student panics, Jimmy-sensei remains calm. He kneels beside the fallen girl, who apologizes and claims she slipped. Seeing no major injuries but wanting to be safe, he decides to call for an ambulance. Jimmy-sensei addresses the student by her full name, Bonri Mari, confirming she is in Class 1A. As paramedics arrive, a blonde teacher volunteers to accompany Mari to the hospital, leaving the other students with a colleague named Tenjika-sensei. On the way, the blonde teacher reflects on the situation, surprised that the newly arrived Jimmy-sensei knew Mari's name. Mari is infamous as the hooky girl, a student so reclusive and frequently absent that even her own classmates barely know her name or face. Jimmy-sensei simply explains his knowledge by stating, "I'm a teacher after all." Meanwhile, the student who had reported the vandalism against Momo overhears the conversation and has a shocking realization: the mysterious hooky girl, Bonri Mari, is one of her own classmates. In the nurse's office, Jimmy Taro checks on Bonri Mari, who is sitting on a cot. He confirms that aside from a sprained left ankle, she has no other injuries. She quietly addresses him as Jimmy-sensei. Suddenly, Bonri embraces him, offering a heartfelt thank you. She confesses that it's been a long time since anyone has called her by her name and that she is truly glad. She explains that due to her frail body, she couldn't get to know her classmates, and to them, she is just an anonymous they or you. Clinging to him, Bonri pleads with Jimmy not to quit his job or leave her alone. With hopeful eyes, she asks if she can truly believe in him. The scene shifts to a classroom where Hananaka Momo's desk has been viciously vandalized with insults like "ugly bitch," "go to hell," and "quit school." A heart is drawn between the names Jimmy and Momo. As shadowy figures of other students giggle, one girl sarcastically scrubs the desk, muttering that Momo isn't an ugly bitch. The bullying is revealed to be extensive, with Momo's English textbooks, dictionary, and even her lunch having been ruined. A flashback shows a teacher admonishing Momo for forgetting her materials, while another female student verbally attacks her, calling her a noisy hag and telling her she can't get by just on her looks. Back in the present, the bullies ignore Momo's attempts to speak. Frustrated, she walks to her locker, complaining that the situation sucks and has made her hungry. She opens the locker door only to find her school uniform has been splattered with a messy substance. Inside the locker room, Hananaka Momo's distress over her vandalized uniform is met with further cruelty. Another female student sprays a drink all over her, taunting that being ultra cute won't let her get away with things. The student then offers a mocking apology, claiming she lost her grip. As the bullies depart, they laugh amongst themselves, wondering aloud if Momo has any clothes left and sarcastically questioning if a virgin hero will come to her rescue. Left alone and soaked, Momo stands in humiliation. Nearby, Jimmy Taro observes the scene, holding the discarded drink can and realizing the true extent of her torment. Jimmy Taro internally notes that Momo is now receiving the same harsh treatment as the teachers. Drenched and dejected, Momo approaches her locker only to find the words "ugly bitch" scrawled across it. The sight prompts a scream of pure anguish. Now stripped down to her bra and skirt, Momo furiously refutes the graffiti, screaming that she is not an ugly bitch, but is in fact ultra cute. In her agitated state, she turns, slips on the spilled liquid on the floor, and loses her balance just as Jimmy Taro approaches, causing them both to tumble to the ground in a compromising position. Momo lands directly on top of a stunned Jimmy Taro, just as two other male teachers walk in and witness the scene. The arriving teachers are shocked, remarking that the rumors about Hananaka were true after all. Seized by panic and shame, Momo immediately deflects the situation by screaming that this is not what it looks like, it's harassment. She publicly accuses Jimmy Taro, declaring that a virgin teacher like him should just quit. Despite Hananaka Momo's false accusation and outburst, Jimmy Taro remains composed. Ignoring her insults, he calmly approaches and offers her a fresh set of clothes. He goes further, presenting her with replacements for her damaged indoor shoes, notebook, and stationery. He even provides some bread, anticipating she hadn't eaten. When she asks why he's doing all this, he states simply that it's because he's her teacher and will always be there for her. Momo is visibly moved by his unexpected kindness. Elsewhere, another student, Mari, holds a volleyball and recalls a story she told earlier, cryptically noting that there was more to it. Her classmates gossip about the previous teacher, who they believe had a mental breakdown and was hospitalized because of Momo's behavior. Mari listens silently, but internally corrects them. She knows it wasn't Momo, but a different, disobedient girl who dealt the real damage. And a vivid, disturbing memory surfaces. In a flashback, Mari stands splattered with blood, clutching a box cutter, and desperately pleads, "Sensei, please save me." The memory intensifies, showing a deeply disturbed Mari, her clothes and hands stained with blood, begging Jimmy Sensei not to leave her behind, revealing the true, dangerous nature of her feelings for him. A flashback recaps the moment Mari shocked her classmates and the previous teacher, Bonri-san, by suddenly slitting her own wrist. In a different, chaotic moment, a student's voice urgently cries out a warning, "Jimmy Sensei, watch out." The chapter begins, titled "Sensei, please don't leave me behind." In the present, Momo awakens in the school infirmary to find another female student watching over her. The girl chides Momo for fainting, admitting that she herself cannot stand the sight of blood. As Momo apologizes, the student observes that Momo is a kind person and clarifies she is not being sarcastic. She reveals she knows about Momo's past struggles, including being ostracized and having her clothes thrown away. The student then expresses genuine admiration, recalling how Momo stood up for a teacher named Tenjika Sensei when other students wrote cruel things about him on the blackboard. Lying in the infirmary bed, Hananaka Momo reflects on her past. She recalls being overlooked by classmates and dismissed by her busy parents, concluding that everyone has moments when they desperately wish for kindness from others. A warm memory of smiling with her teacher surfaces in her mind before she awakens, instinctively reaching out and murmuring, "Sensei." Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Jimmy Taro, also known as Jimmy Sensei, is confronted by his superior, Hiragi Sensei. She admonishes him for his handling of the student with the knife, stressing the potential danger and his responsibility as the year head. Another teacher recounts how Jimmy calmly disarmed the student, Bonri Mari, but expresses fear that she could have lost control. He labels her a problem child, revealing that she once went to a previous teacher's house and slit her wrist to manipulate them. Jimmy calmly dismisses their panic, stating that Mari's actions were a bluff and that her fall down the stairs was most likely an act. As his colleagues react with horror at his cold assessment, he explains that he can make such a judgment precisely because he is a teacher. Announcing his work hours are over, Jimmy prepares to leave despite Hiragi Sensei's protests. Once he is gone, the other teachers peek out from the office, gossiping that Bonri Mari was hospitalized as a result of the incident and remarking on her supposed luck. In the infirmary, medical staff discuss Hananaka Momo's condition, noting that her guardian requested she stay but that she should recover soon. Unseen by them, Momo gets out of her bed, stepping onto the floor. Having left the facility, Momo walks alone through the city at night. As other people pass by laughing, her thoughts are consumed by one person, her teacher. The next morning at school, a female student runs frantically through the empty hallways, her expression one of pure panic as she shouts, "This is bad. Jimmy Sensei!" She bursts into the teacher's lounge looking for Jimmy, only to be told he isn't in charge of any clubs and arrives precisely at 8:30 a.m. The student urgently explains that Mari Bonri left the hospital last night, and now the situation is dire. Outside, a crowd of students stares up at the school roof, where Mari is standing on the ledge. Seeing this, Hiragi-sensei and another teacher immediately turn on Jimmy's earlier assessment, blaming the greenhorn teacher for what has happened. On the roof, teachers and students plead with Mari to come down from the dangerous edge, but she remains silent, her internal monologue revealing her true motivation. Why? Why is it not Jimmy-sensei that had to come? Hananaka Momo recalls her desperate, all-night search for Jimmy-sensei, lamenting that she didn't even know where he lived. He promised he wouldn't leave her behind. Arriving at school, she finds he is absent there as well. Her attention is drawn to the rooftop, where she sees Mari and realizes she must be there to listen to her troubles. Mari immediately confronts Momo, dismissing her as a spoiled brat who faked a little independence. She angrily tells Momo not to group them together, her voice cracking as she reveals her own desperation. All I had was sensei. Suddenly, Mari's anger subsides, and she offers a quiet, sincere-looking apology, leaving Momo momentarily stunned. Mari acknowledges that Momo has finally arrived. She reflects on Momo's past, noting how many bad things she's done and how she made Suzuki-sensei quit. From this, Mari deduces that Jimmy-sensei must have been a very important and supportive teacher to Momo. However, Mari's empathy vanishes as she turns critical, questioning Momo's methods. She equates Momo's past harassment with her own current threats of self-harm, asking if there weren't better ways to prove a point. As Momo looks on in disbelief, Mari coldly tells her to shut up, stating that this is why she has no friends. The confrontation escalates into a full-blown argument. Mari accuses Momo of being a nuisance and demands to know why she is interfering. She calls Momo a dummy with a bird brain and claims her interference is just gross jealousy from a gloomy person towards an attractive one. The other student on the roof watches the two of them, aghast at the intensity of their fight. In a shocking move, Mari climbs over the rooftop railing. Momo watches, stunned, as Mari turns back to face her. Instead of jumping, Mari lunges forward and shoves Momo off the ledge. The other student screams Mari's name, Bonri-san, in horror. As Momo plummets, Jimmy Taro suddenly appears, vaulting over the railing in a desperate dive to catch her. And with a powerful kick against the side of the building, he redirects their momentum, swinging them both towards safety as students on the ground watch in disbelief. Landing safely with Momo in his arms, Jimmy acknowledges it was a close call. He immediately asks Mari if she is alright, while the gathered students express their immense relief and shock. Jimmy then calmly confronts a stunned Mari. He tells her he knows she wasn't truly trying to kill herself, pointing out that as a right-handed person, she had only made superficial, non-fatal cuts on her left hand. On the school roof, Jimmy-sensei calmly explains to a seated Mari that he was watching her every move. He states that as her teacher, he won't leave her behind and that she has no need to resort to such extreme measures just to gain his favor. Mari forces a bright, tearful smile and agrees. As they walk away, Jimmy-sensei professionally instructs her to respect his private time after school, wear her uniform properly, and not be late for class. Watching them leave, the blonde student recalls the incident with awe. She remembers how Jimmy-sensei dashed onto the roof to save Momo without the slightest hesitation, acknowledging that it was a miracle they both survived what could have been a fatal fall. Her thought crystallizes into a single, pressing question as she stares at his retreating form. She concludes that he is not just any plain, old teacher and internally demands to know who he really is. Sometime after the rooftop confrontation, the blonde student, Momo, showers while lost in thought. She recalls her utter helplessness against Jimmy-sensei, remembering how she was unable to make a single move. Internally, she seethes at the memory of the teacher she dismisses as a stinky retarded virgin, slamming her fist in frustration. The feeling of total defeat infuriates her. The following day, Jimmy Taro is back in his element, calmly conducting a math lesson for Class 1A. He calls on Mari Bonri, who, to the astonishment of her classmates, is not only present but responds cheerfully and attentively. Her peers note that she has completely stopped playing hooky. Momo and a male classmate observe this change, noting that another student, Hananaka, is also attending class. This is considered unusual, as Hananaka is currently the subject of intense online criticism. The male student explicitly connects the sudden behavioral shifts in both girls to the recent incident involving Jimmy-sensei, deepening Momo's suspicion. In the classroom, Momo stews in frustration, internally vowing to never give up until she exposes Jimmy-sensei. Nearby, a completely reformed Mari Banri sparkles with adoration, asking for the teacher's attention. Another student observes them, guessing that their positive changes are due to Jimmy-sensei's influence. Momo confides in Jimmy-sensei that something about him doesn't feel right. Just then, two male classmates approach, loudly praising Jimmy-sensei for his splendid work in fixing the problem children of Class 1A. One of the boys admits he was wrong to think of Jimmy-sensei as a liability. The student's praise is directed at an empty space, as Jimmy-sensei has already departed for his next class. Alone in the hallway, he hears the distinct sound of clapping. On the stairwell, a group of students blocks his path. The girl at their lead offers him a simple, knowing congratulations. She elaborates, calling him a hero for leaping off the roof to save Mari Banri. She notes that he seems different from previous teachers and is willing to face them, unlike his predecessors. She finds it remarkable that Mari, who never used to leave the infirmary, would cause such a major incident. Introducing herself as Yabu Tsubaki, index number 37, she reveals she knows the facts well. She then poses a pointed question to Jimmy-sensei, stating that Mari didn't want to step out of the infirmary because she was afraid of angering a particular someone, and asks if he is aware of this. Jimmy Taro internally processes Yabu Tsubaki's words, feigning ignorance while his mind races. He understands her accusation. The plan was to corner Hananaka-san, who could only rely on teachers, into an incident. This would not only force Hananaka to quit but also frame Jimmy, thus getting rid of Mari Banri, who hated Hananaka for causing a previous teacher to leave. It was a plot to kill two birds with one stone. Yabu Tsubaki is joined by another student, whom she identifies as index number 18, Tsutsuji Erika. Jimmy realizes that Mari Banri's sudden display of affection was a grave misjudgment on his part, as it played directly into the conspirators' hands. As Jimmy turns to leave, expressing a hope that no harm comes to either Hananaka or Banri, a third student suddenly rushes in from the side and delivers a powerful kick, sending him flying to the ground. The attacker, a short-haired girl named Okana Nagisa, looks down on him with disdain and tells him to stop shoving his one-sided, virgin thoughts in their faces. She admonishes him for blaming people without evidence and asks who he thinks he is. As Jimmy identifies himself as a teacher, she introduces herself as index number 5, Okana Nagisa-san, and states that his teacher status is precisely what she finds annoying about him. Okana grinds her shoe on the back of Jimmy's head, declaring that teachers are nobodies to them. She warns him that if he makes baseless accusations again, there will be consequences, as her companions Yabu and Tsutsuji look on with amusement. A female teacher, Tenjika-sensei, rushes to Jimmy Taro's side, asking if he is alright. Okana Nagisa lies, claiming Jimmy-sensei simply fell on his own. As the group giggles, another student, identified as index number 4, Oda Maki-san, deliberately steps on Jimmy's glasses. She mocks him, questioning how a man could be so pathetic as to be owned by girls. The group of students walks away laughing, with onlookers whispering that the monsters of 1A have struck again. Tenjiku expresses her concern, stating that this cannot continue. Jimmy, however, insists he is alright, clenching his fist as he internally vows that he will not quit, no matter what happens. With a look of grim determination, Jimmy reaffirms his resolve, thinking to himself that he is a teacher, after all. He then turns to Tenjiku, noting that school hours are over, and begins to walk away, leaving her calling after him. As Jimmy departs, Tenjiku notices a small object he left behind on the floor. It's a key holder with the initials JA engraved on it, and upon picking it up, she discovers the number 66 on the reverse side. Later, alone in the staff room, Tenjiku puzzles over the key holder. She wonders what JA could stand for, humorously dismissing the idea of an agricultural cooperative, and contemplates the meaning of the initials and the number 66. Her thoughts are interrupted by another teacher, Amari-sensei, who asks about the key holder. Tenjiku explains she found it, and Amari suggests she can check online to identify the owner. Amari then surprises Tenjiku by revealing she knows Tenjiku is a new teacher who has never run a graduating class before. Amari-sensei theorizes to Tenjiku-sensei that the key holder is likely a graduation gift. She explains that JA could be an abbreviation for a school name, similar to how their own school, Swesen, is shortened to SEN, and that 66 probably refers to the 66th graduating class. She suggests that finding the school would reveal the owner's identity. Alone in the staff room, Tenjiku-sensei feels she is prying into private matters but decides to search online anyway. She types JA in high school into the search bar, admitting to herself that she wants to understand what kind of person Jimmy-sensei truly is. The search results bring up Juwon Private School, a name Tenjiku-sensei feels she has heard before. Her eyes are drawn to a review that mentions an incident from 10 years ago and the unbelievable actions of a homeroom teacher, sparking her concern. An image of a younger Jimmy Taro flashes through her mind as she processes the information. The review mentioned the teacher's initial was J, and Tenjiku-sensei connects this to Jimmy-sensei, struggling to believe it could be him. Compelled to know more about what kind of incident could have happened, she moves the mouse and clicks on the link. The text reveals that the class involved, 1A, was known as Hell and was filled with monsters. It goes on to say that the only solution would have been an abnormal teacher, one who would not quit no matter what, as an image of a resolute, younger Jimmy Taro is shown. Alone, Tenjiku-sensei reads a damning article about the incident. It describes a teacher with the initial J as a cold-blooded murderer who escaped a harsh sentence, causing public outrage. The words echo in her mind: murderer, monster, teacher, as she begins to seriously question if Jimmy-sensei is, in fact, a monster. The words from the article solidified in Tenjiku-sensei's mind, cementing a horrifying conclusion as she stared at her colleague. Jimmy-sensei was a murderer. Later, in the staff room, Jimmy-sensei's sudden appearance shattered her thoughts. He called out her name, and overwhelmed by terror, she shrieked and tumbled backward from her chair in a clatter of panic. Her mind flashed back to a more mundane encounter where he had asked for his key holder back, explaining its importance to him. Returning to the present, sprawled on the floor, she looked up as he asked if she was angry with him. She clarified, asking if he was angry that she had been digging into his private life. Jimmy-sensei's response was unnervingly placid. He stated that he wasn't really troubled by people finding out about him. After Jimmy-sensei walks away, Tenjiku-sensei is left reeling from his calm demeanor. She begins to doubt her own investigation, wondering if she jumped to the wrong conclusion. The thought that the initial J might not have referred to Jimmy-sensei crosses her mind, and she concludes that it was incredibly rude of her to accuse a colleague of being a murderer. Elsewhere, Jimmy-sensei presses his hand against a wall, a tense expression on his face. He thinks to himself that he should stop snooping around. In his other hand, he clutches a sharp, crystalline shard, held over a card bearing the initials JH. The scene shifts to a home economics classroom where a cooking class is underway. As Jimmy-sensei walks down the sunlit hallway outside, the lesson for the day is announced. The students will be making cupcakes. Inside, the students admire the beautifully decorated cupcakes made by their classmate, Oda Maki. They praise her creations, noting her excellent sense of food presentation. Oda modestly dismisses the compliments, saying it was nothing special. Another student, a blonde girl named Momo, proudly displays her own cupcakes. She boasts that she isn't just showing off, but that she has professional experience helping design for a fashion magazine. Nearby, another student named Hanaka's less successful attempt is noted as looking awful. A dark-haired student, Bonri, confronts Momo, calling her mediocre for getting booted from a fashion magazine and trying to act like a model. Momo angrily tells her to shut up. Bonri points out that Momo's cupcakes are hardly better than her own, but she doesn't care, as she put her heart and soul into them. Both girls internally express their hope that Jimmy-sensei will enjoy their respective creations. A new student, Maki, cheerfully thanks Momo and Bonri for volunteering to clean up, calling them creeps. As Momo and Bonri react with shock, Maki knocks over the cupcakes they had made, causing them to cry out in alarm. Maki's friend, Hatanaka-san, feigns ignorance when Maki asks what she did. Hatanaka-san then coldly tells Maki to stop calling her by her first name, declaring that they are no longer friends and internally insulting her. Take a hint, you ugly bitch. Hatanaka-san expresses confusion, thinking Momo is cute. In a sudden burst of anger, Bonri throws a tray of baking supplies at Hatanaka-san, ruining her cupcakes. Maki is stunned, and Bonri shouts that she's not upset about her own ruined cupcakes, but about Hatanaka-san's insults. A male student, Tsubaki, intervenes, telling Hatanaka-san to stop picking fights with the other class and that it's hard to watch. Hatanaka-san apologizes to him. Finding the situation bothersome, Tsubaki instructs Maki to finish up the remaining cupcakes. Tsubaki tells Maki that the task is perfect for her. He pats her on the shoulder and says he'll leave his share to her as well before departing, leaving Maki to watch him go. As Maki stands alone, Hatanaka-san approaches her from behind. She quietly confronts Maki, asking if it feels good to be around those freaks, referring to Momo and Banri, when they treat her so kindly. As Maki stands apart from the group, Tsubaki approaches her and continues her psychological torment. She suggests that with Momo gone, Maki has lost her purpose and has hit rock bottom. And that her life was better before she ever got involved with them. Pushed to her limit, Maki retorts that she is having the time of her life and that it would be even better if Tsubaki and her friends weren't around. Visibly upset, Maki declares, "Don't ever talk to me as if you know me," before storming away down the hall. Her outburst is witnessed by two teachers, one of whom is her homeroom teacher, Sekechiko-sensei. Later, during cleanup, Hatanaka-san attempts to play the victim, telling Momo she was scared when Maki started the incident. However, Sekechiko-sensei intervenes, correcting her by stating that she and Banri were the ones who started the fight. Although it is past the time he would normally go home, Sekechiko-sensei decides that as their homeroom teacher, he must deal with the situation personally. He calmly asserts that he is a teacher, after all. He instructs Hatanaka-san and Banri to stay behind. Hatanaka-san wonders aloud why Maki is also staying, noting that Maki has always been alone anyway. Later, at his desk, Sekechiko-sensei discovers a webpage filled with hateful comments directed at Maki, revealing she is the target of intense cyberbullying. Alone in the classroom after school, Maki stares at her phone, contemplating her next move. She scrolls through the vicious posts she created under the fake account Nyanet, which includes a fabricated, humiliating story about Hananaka Momo. Maki's anger simmers as she thinks to herself that Momo is a stubborn annoyance. Maki is surrounded by the digital storm of hate she has orchestrated, seeing the numerous negative comments about Momo that she posted using multiple fake accounts. She internally justifies her actions, believing she has the superior sense of judgment and that everyone online agrees with her. Convinced Momo's success is due to plastic surgery, she decides her current level of harassment is insufficient and that she needs to escalate things to put Momo down for good. A sinister smile forms as a splendid idea occurs to her. Giggling to herself, Maki vows to take control of Momo's life, promising to end her once and for all so she can never recover, confident that the teacher won't be able to rescue her this time. Maki reflects on the existence of hierarchies, even among friends. In the past, her friends would admire her, praising her fashion sense and complimenting the bag and ribbon charm she carried. However, this dynamic shifted when the model Momo Hananaka appeared at their school. Maki's friends immediately noticed Momo had the exact same bag and charm, remarking that it looked much better on a professional model. The comparison visibly distresses Maki, who realizes trouble is brewing. In the present, Sekechiko-sensei has summoned Momo to the counseling room. Maki is already there, sitting with her arms crossed in a defiant posture. The teacher addresses Momo, asking if she understands why she has been called in. Before he can continue, Maki interjects, teasingly suggesting to the teacher that they should start fresh. She alludes to the time he took a picture of Momo's bikini figure, accusing him of having succumbed to Momo's cuteness. To further destabilize him, she then points out his own poor academic standing, reminding him he ranked 238th on the last test. The tense meeting is interrupted by another teacher, who opens the door wondering about the commotion. Maki immediately changes her approach, presenting Momo's failing test scores to the newcomer. She explains that Momo hates studying and only chose this school for the cute uniforms, framing the poor results as understandable given the circumstances. Maki continues her defense, explaining to the new teacher that Momo's modeling career is already in danger. She emphasizes that Momo has hit rock bottom, hoping to elicit some sympathy for her friend's academic struggles. She asks rhetorically if he really expects Momo to study even harder during such a difficult time. To her surprise, the teacher, Jimmy-sensei, calmly affirms that is exactly what he expects, simply telling Momo to please try your best. Jimmy-sensei states with cold indifference that while he knows nothing of the entertainment world, the academic consequences are clear. At this rate, Momo will have to repeat the grade. Maki is taken aback by his bluntness, internally questioning if he's being serious, and feels a pang of sympathy for Momo. Trying a different tactic, Maki attempts to explain the emotional weight of the situation, describing how popular Momo was and how close she came to her big break. She conveys how devastating it must be for her career to collapse and appeals to Jimmy-sensei, stating that as teachers, they should find a way to help her. Jimmy-sensei cuts her off, asserting that he knows his job very well, to guide Hanaka-san so she doesn't end up repeating a grade. His complete lack of empathy leaves Maki frustrated and sighing in disbelief, thinking to herself that this new teacher is like a person without a soul. Realizing she may have offended the teacher, Maki quickly backpedals. She recalls the online rumors about him, suggesting that someone who once leaped off a roof to save students couldn't possibly be heartless. She encourages Jimmy-sensei to smile more often, just as he does in front of his students. A dead silence follows Maki's plea. Jimmy-sensei, with an unchanging, blank expression, questions whether making him smile is part of a teacher's job. Later, the scene shifts to the school library, where Momo is attempting to study alone. Momo's concentration is broken by the chatter of nearby students admiring a new girl, Odamaki, for her fashion sense. They gossip openly, remarking that Hanamika Momo is no longer in her prime. Hearing this, Maki, who is sitting with Momo, erupts in anger, shouting, "Shut up! Momo's studying here." The source of the gossip is Odamaki's popular social media profile, where she's branded as a high school fashion queen with over 12,000 followers. As Momo observes Odamaki's happy photos with friends, she internally seethes, frustrated by how Odamaki pretends to be friends with everyone. Momo reflects bitterly that, in the end, not a single one of her own fair-weather friends turned out to be a true one. Her thoughts are interrupted as Odamaki's friends confront Maki for shouting, reminding her that she claimed Momo was studying. While Momo scrolls through comments praising Odamaki and comparing her favorably to Momo, Odamaki's friends pose a direct question to Maki: who does she think is cuter, Odamaki or Momo? As they press for an answer, expecting her to defend her friend, Maki gives a shocking, blunt response: neither. Maki attempts to console Momo, pointing out that she has 10 times as many followers as Odamaki. Momo thanks her, but Maki bluntly follows up by stating she still believes their ship has already sailed. Their tense moment is interrupted by Odamaki, who cheerfully greets them as unpopular freaks. Annoyed, Maki immediately steps forward to confront her. Odamaki ignores Maki and addresses Momo directly, reminding her of her status as a pro who helps with fashion magazines. She condescendingly suggests that in their industry, it's basic manners to at least greet one's seniors. Feigning modesty, Odamaki explains that some editors were revamping a project and she happened to get their approval. She then announces to a stunned Momo that she is becoming a model. With a sweet smile, Odamaki tells Momo that they are in the same business now and she hopes they can work well together. Her internal monologue, however, reveals her true feelings. She hopes Momo doesn't end up causing her any problems. Sometime later, Momo sits alone on a staircase, despondent. She has been trying to contact her manager to discuss her job, but has received no reply. She reflects that trying to work hard at school has cost her her modeling career, concluding that she is a complete failure. In a school hallway, Momo's friends, including Maki, express their shock and concern. They've heard that Momo, Hananaka-san, has given up on studying, even with makeup tests only a week away. They worry that at this rate, she will have to repeat the grade. Jimmy-sensei overhears their conversation. Jimmy-sensei internally acknowledges the gravity of the situation, realizing that if Momo fails to advance, she won't stand a chance in her modeling career. However, instead of addressing their concerns, he turns to Maki, Bonri-san, and reminds her that her chemistry homework is due today. After Maki hands in her assignment, Jimmy-sensei simply says, "That'll be all," and turns to leave. Shocked by his apparent indifference to Momo's crisis, Maki's frustration boils over, and she shouts his full name in the middle of the hallway: Jimmy Toru. As Momo stands silently on the stairs, Maki looks at her phone, seeing a social media post from a girl named Odamaki. The post vaguely alludes to good news that is still a secret, which Maki immediately interprets as a boast about becoming a model. Maki is internally furious, questioning why this is happening. The rumors have already begun to spread, as another student asks if it's true that Maki is becoming a model. Elsewhere, students gossip cruelly, speculating that Momo used connections and insulting her appearance. The gossip continues, with students noting how subdued Momo has been lately. They conclude that her status has been taken away and that she is finished, especially since she is at risk of failing a grade. Maki overhears all of this, her expression growing more pained. Nearby, Otomaki gloats to her friends, remarking that Momo wasn't a big deal after all. She boasts that as a beginner, she only needed to put in a little effort to become on par with Momo, whose modeling career has been easily overtaken. Her friends caution her against becoming too complacent. Otomaki defensively insists she isn't as stupid as Momo, admitting that while she also came close to repeating a grade, she is at least average. Hearing this confirms for Maki the direct link between academic failure and professional ruin, and she realizes Momo is truly done for. Later, at a store, Maki's worst fears are realized. She is stunned to see Otomaki on the cover of Heaventeen magazine, a prominent spot that was always held by Momo. The reality of Momo's replacement is now undeniable. In the school library, Maki is consumed by a single, repeating thought: Momo is super cute, and her professional downfall is incomprehensible. This injustice weighs heavily on her as she stands amidst the bookshelves. Later, in a classroom, Maki abruptly confronts a teacher, Hananaka-sensei, slamming her hand on his desk to get his attention. Ignoring his attempt to discuss her chemistry homework, she aggressively grabs him by the collar and demands to know if he thinks Momo is a bad person. She shoves him against a wall, his head hitting it with a loud thud. Leaning in close, she yells at him, demanding, "Say that Momo is cute, you stupid glasses virgin." The confrontation continues in what appears to be a science prep room. Maki has Hananaka-sensei pinned against a counter, her tone shifting from anger to a desperate plea for him to call Momo cute. Hananaka-sensei calmly looks at the mess she's made and asks if her current behavior is appropriate for a teacher. Flustered by his composure, Maki unbuttons her uniform, revealing a provocative outfit underneath, and threatens that if he doesn't comply, she'll make sure he loses his job. Now wearing only a bra and bunny ears, a tearful Maki declares that this is for real. She explains that Momo is at her wit's end and offers herself to him completely, convinced that even someone as stoic as him can't resist what's right in front of him. Hananaka-sensei remains impassive. Hananaka-sensei remains unmoved by Maki's desperate attempt at seduction. He states plainly that he is unable to reciprocate her feelings and that her current strategy is not working. He calmly instructs Maki to put her clothes back on, acknowledging that she has run out of tricks. He points out that no matter how her body looks, it won't translate into better grades. Overwhelmed with frustration, Maki screams that he doesn't understand at all. Maki's thoughts spiral, revealing the true source of her desperation. She worries that Momo can't get through her entertainment auditions, has been away from school for so long she can't catch up, and that her entire future is in jeopardy. Her anxiety is rooted in a past conversation where she reassured a crying Momo that being super cute was the most important thing in the world. To Maki, if that validation is lost, Momo is finished. Returning to the present, Hananaka-sensei cuts through her emotional turmoil. He asks what it is she truly wants, admitting that while he isn't her and can't fully understand, he does know one thing. Addressing her as Hananaka-san, he demands her chemistry homework, stating that otherwise, all of her desperate efforts will have been for nothing. In the staff room, a female colleague asks Hananaka-sensei if Momo submitted her chemistry homework. He confirms she did not, noting that while he can let it go for today, she will start losing marks if it isn't turned in by tomorrow. The colleague quietly refers to him as Jimmy-sensei. The colleague, Tenjika-sensei, questions his approach, worried that Momo might repeat the grade or even quit school. Hananaka-sensei is unconcerned, stating that high school isn't mandatory. He explains that as long as Momo is his student and willing to work, he will support her, but he can do nothing if she decides otherwise. He coldly clarifies his philosophy to a shocked Tenjika-sensei: if a student decides to quit school, he is no longer their teacher, but simply a stranger to them. He continues that wasting time on personal matters with no link to school life is not part of a teacher's job. He reminds Tenjiku-sensei that they both have their own students and responsibilities to handle. As he speaks, the door to the room begins to open. Maki Hananaka stands in the doorway. Hananaka-sensei is taken aback as he realizes she has come looking for him, calling him Jimmy. He internally reaffirms his identity, thinking, "I'm a teacher after all." Tenjiku-sensei greets the student, Maki Oda, asking what's wrong. Maki ignores her and confronts Hananaka-sensei, demanding to know why the filthy glasses jerk summoned her to the staff room. Hananaka-sensei observes that Maki clearly does not want to be there, a line of questioning Tenjiku-sensei finds odd. He internally notes that Maki has always been rebellious towards him, making him surprised that she came so obediently this time. He then challenges her to provide a good reason for why he would have bothered to call for her, formally addressing her as Index Number 4, Oda Maki-san. Flustered, Maki speculates that he discovered her secret modeling work. Hananaka-sensei acknowledges her extracurriculars by presenting a required permission form, but coolly states that what she does in her private life does not concern him. Cutting the previous topic short, he moves on to the main point, asking if she is paying attention, before revealing the true, mundane reason for the summons: she has yet to hand in that day's chemistry homework. As Maki Oda stands stunned in the hallway, two other students are nearby. One, a girl named Momo, furiously complains to her friend about Hananaka-sensei's strictness, mimicking his ultimatum about the chemistry homework. Maki, realizing she's not the only one in trouble, smiles with relief. Just then, the distracted Momo turns and collides with her, knocking Maki to the ground. Momo's friend, Banri Hananaka, looks down on the fallen Maki with disdain. She coldly states that she didn't see Maki because people of a lower level than me are invisible to me, leaving Maki utterly shocked by her arrogance. Scrambling to her feet, Maki angrily confronts Banri, revealing that Banri herself also failed to hand in the chemistry homework. The accusation leaves Banri momentarily speechless. Maki then pleads with Banri to let Momo copy her assignment, expressing faith that Momo can finish it. Banri flatly refuses, calling Maki selfish before pulling out her phone. Ignoring the tense situation behind her, Banri scrolls through her phone's photo album and prepares to upload a post to social media, intending to escalate the conflict publicly. The next morning, the school is filled with whispers as students tap away on their phones, reacting to a viral post that has spread overnight. They murmur about whether the story is real, but agree it's a messed up situation regardless. Momo sees the article for herself and freezes in shock, spilling her drink. The headline sensationally accuses Maki Oda of leaking a fabricated story about model Hananaka Momo's rape incident and engaging in malicious bullying to cause her fall from stardom. Maki is horrified as she scrolls through a flood of hateful online comments branding her a real bitch and a try-hard model. She internally panics, wondering how this happened and realizing it's connected to something she posted online that she believed was private. The comments continue, with users speculating that Maki's actions are driven by jealousy. Overwhelmed, Maki can only think, "This can't be." As the scene transitions to a flashback of a photoshoot. In the past, during a photoshoot celebrating her becoming an ambassador, Momo was asked about the rumors concerning her and the teacher. When questioned if her assaulting the teacher was a misunderstanding, Momo simply replied, "Nope," with a confident, knowing smile. However, a private conversation between other students reveals the truth. Momo herself caused all the misunderstandings with the teacher and dragged uninvolved people into the mess. The real reason for her behavior is that she has a crush on him. In a flashback, Banri recalls her belief that Hananaka-sensei is a terrible person. In the same memory, Maki Oda cruelly crumples a copy of 17 magazine, telling another girl she'll never be featured in it and mocking her modeling career. In the present, a distraught Maki confronts a friend, correctly accusing Banri Hananaka of orchestrating the online smear campaign to get revenge on her. Her friend is skeptical, questioning why Banri would do something to hurt Momo. Maki stammers, admitting that while Momo did something wrong, the public shaming was an extreme response. The friend continues to defend Momo, challenging Maki to stop cowering behind others and confront Momo head-on if she truly wants to pick a fight. Elsewhere, a cheerful Momo shows Banri her chemistry homework, proudly announcing she received a B. As another student wishes Momo luck, Banri internally seethes, finding the entire display annoying. Banri sits alone, overwhelmed by her own irritation as the word annoying echoes in her mind. Scrolling through social media, she sees the public comments vilifying Maki and supporting Momo, noting that no one is defending Maki. Her thoughts turn to suspicion, concluding that the cute glasses jerk, Hananaka-sensei, must be orchestrating the positive support for Momo, fueling her paranoia that he has feelings for her. Her jealousy intensifies as she looks at Momo's social media profile, which is flooded with welcoming messages from fans. Seeing the positive reception, Banri wonders why Momo is the one getting all the good attention, revealing the true, envious nature of her motivations. A fellow student, Tsubaki, seethes with internal resentment, dismissing a popular girl as no big deal and not cute at all. Her thoughts then turn with obsessive intensity to another name, Maki. Later, Banri Hananaka and other classmates approach a flustered Tsubaki, feigning concern for her well-being and reminding her that they are all friends. In a more private moment, Banri sympathizes with Tsubaki, noting how the online slander has ruined her burgeoning modeling career. As Tsubaki expresses her despair, Banri produces a stolen bottle labeled acid and calmly states that she has a suggestion. Meanwhile, in the school's chemical storage room, a teacher takes inventory and discovers that a bottle of acid is missing, forcing him to work overtime to account for the dangerous discrepancy. Rumors spread through the school about a chemical bottle missing from the science lab. Students gossip about the horrific effects of an acid attack, while a checklist reveals several dangerous substances, including hydrochloric acid, were stored there. Elsewhere, Banri calmly outlines her plan to a worried Tsubaki. She suggests they don't need to actually splash acid on the model, Hananaka-san, but merely sprinkle a little on her clothes or hair. Banri reasons this would be threatening enough to scare her into quitting her job or transferring schools. Her expression then turns chilling as she adds a sinister reassurance. She tells Tsubaki that even if she were to mess up and accidentally get some acid on the target, her influential father would make the entire incident disappear. Tsubaki is left stunned and horrified by this revelation. However, the true culprit is revealed to be another student, Momo. Clutching the stolen bottle of hydrochloric acid, she stares at a magazine featuring Maki Oda. Momo steals her resolve, vowing to confront Maki directly. In the staff room, a teacher named Tenjiku works late into the evening, intensely focused on grading papers. He is driven by a silent, powerful resolve to prove something. His attention is fixed on a single supplementary exam for chemistry I, belonging to Momo Hanamika. After a moment of consideration, he marks her final answer correct, securing her a passing grade. A fellow teacher erupts in celebration upon seeing the result, exclaiming that Momo passed not just modern literature but her other subjects as well, albeit by a narrow margin. She expresses immense relief. Because this means Momo can continue her modeling career without worry. However, other colleagues observe Tenjiku's emotionless demeanor, with one teacher pointing out that some of his other students failed and questioning what he plans to do about it. Tenjiku coldly advises her to focus on her own class, stating that if she doesn't, she'll miss the students who can still be saved. His harsh words stun the room. The conversation then shifts to the unresolved issue of the missing chemical bottle, which Tenjiku must find by the end of the week or escalate to the administration. As Tenjiku leaves the staff room, he is met by a girl with pigtails who has been lingering outside. She has overheard other teachers discussing how Jimmy-sensei has been staying late every day searching for the missing chemical. Swallowing her fear, she nervously asks him if Momo passed her exam. Outside the staff room, Momo's friend, Banri, profusely thanks Tenjiku-sensei. She believes that despite Momo studying hard, her passing the exam is entirely thanks to his help. Tenjiku-sensei deflects the praise, stating that the results are owed to Banri's constant effort in tutoring Momo. He congratulates both of them on their hard work just as a female colleague approaches. The teacher, calling Tenjiku Jimmy-sensei, offers to help him look for the missing chemical bottle. She then cheerfully suggests they all go celebrate Momo's achievement at a new cafe nearby, playfully recalling his earlier claim of being a stranger. Tenjiku bluntly rejects her offer, stating he'll look for the bottle by himself. As he walks away, Banri decides they should go celebrate without him, and Momo agrees to join after grabbing her bag from the classroom. Inside the classroom, Momo's thoughts of cake are interrupted by a sharp clatter. She turns to find another female student standing there, who coldly tells her, "Don't you dare move." The student takes a menacing step forward, brandishing a bottle and threatening that one more move will put Momo in a world of hurt. Momo stares in horror, recognizing the bottle labeled acid as the very one Tenjika-sensei has been searching for. Momo nervously asks what the hydrochloric acid will do, and her assailant confirms it will burn significantly. When Momo questions why she would do such a thing, the student cries out that she isn't doing it just because she wants to. The student reveals her motive. She believes that if Momo would just disappear from her life, she could continue to hang out with her friend group, specifically someone named Tsubaki-chan. Momo asks if maintaining that social circle is truly so important to her. Momo presses further, questioning if the student's actions are about the prestige of her friends' families or the feeling of power it gives her. She tells the student, now identified as Maki, that she is her own person and that this has nothing to do with Tsubaki. Maki screams that if she could have confronted Momo directly, she would have already done so. Maki's resentment boils over as she recalls hearing someone praise Momo, calling her super cute. She internally blames Momo for her own feelings of inadequacy, believing that Momo possesses a natural talent for being liked that she could never achieve. Declaring that she will spend her whole life living in Momo's shadow as long as she exists, Maki raises the bottle. At that moment, Tenjika-sensei appears behind them, calmly stating he's been looking for that chemical bottle and asks for it to be returned. Startled, Maki asks how long he's been there. Tenjika-sensei reveals he was expecting something like this, so he suspected her. He tells her it's pointless to threaten Hanamika-san before addressing her directly by her student number and name, index number 5, Oda Maki-san. "You're such a simple-minded person." Tenjika-sensei calmly tells Oda Maki that her actions were meaningless. Maki, flustered, deflects by accusing him of provoking her and writing about her online, which she claims is the source of her current trouble. Tenjika-sensei simply asks what she is talking about. He continues, stating coldly that she must not have been listening to him. He asserts that he has absolutely no interest in her private life, whether it's online, outside of school, or anywhere else that doesn't concern his job. Tenjika-sensei then clarifies his position. He explains that monitoring students is part of his job, as the school employs online watchdogs. He looks directly at Maki and firmly states, "I am not your friend. I am your teacher." A flashback reveals the true origin of the plot. Maki's friends gossip about Momo Hanamika's popularity, expressing their annoyance. One friend cynically remarks that despite all the talk, Hanamika seems to be the only exception to their general disdain. And then casually suggests to Maki that it would be interesting if she were to mess up and accidentally get some of the chemical on Hanamika, planting the dangerous idea in her mind. The flashback shows the friends continuing their conversation, with one named Tsubaki nervously questioning if Maki would actually go through with it. Unseen by them, Momo Hanamika stands nearby, having overheard the entire malicious plan. As another student asks Momo Hanamika if she truly intends to help Oda Maki, Momo looks up, her expression shifting from neutral to a subtle, confident grin. An omniscient thought declares that Oda Maki's time is also almost up, foreshadowing consequences for her actions. In a chaotic classroom, Tenjika-sensei clutches his face after being splashed with chemicals. Students react with shock and concern, exclaiming that their teacher has been attacked. Momo Hanamika immediately points at a stunned Oda Maki, declaring it's all her fault. Despite the situation, Tenjika-sensei's first concern is for Oda, warning her that the substance is dangerous to the eyes. Oda is bewildered that he is unharmed. Tenjika-sensei calmly asks if she read the bottle's label, revealing it's just diluted hydrochloric acid at a 4% concentration, which isn't strong enough to cause severe harm. While casually washing the chemical off his face, Tenjika-sensei explains that while it should be handled with care, it's not acutely dangerous at this concentration. Confused, Oda reveals her motivation, stating that Tsubaki-chan and the others had told her otherwise. Tenjika-sensei shifts his focus from the attack to Oda Maki's personal failings. He points out her negligence, her disappointing chemistry grades, her failure to hand in homework, and her absence from a supplementary exam, concluding that her current academic standing is at the bottom of her cohort. Momo Hanamika interjects in disbelief, claiming that Maki's test scores are at least double her own. Tenjika-sensei calmly refutes this, stating that Oda's results have never been significantly different from Hanamika's. Another student approaches Tenjika-sensei, showing him a photo on her phone. She points out that the cakes Oda Maki claimed to have made herself look identical to the ones sold at a particular cafe she has seen before. Putting on his glasses, Tenjika-sensei looks directly at a stunned Oda Maki and delivers his conclusion: she had been lying. He begins to lay out his evidence, starting with the malicious graffiti about him and Momo on the blackboard. He explains that he recognized Oda's handwriting and deduced the culprit's intent was to spite Hanamika, noting Oda's tendency to involve herself in Momo's affairs to show off. And he continues by revealing another lie: Oda never submitted an application for showbiz activities, yet she claimed to know people in that line of work without ever asking the students who were actually involved. Oda is left speechless, unable to offer any defense. With the confrontation over, Tenjika-sensei calmly questions Oda Maki, asking why she would construct such elaborate lies knowing they would eventually be discovered and only make a fool of herself. He speculates that her lies might have provided a fleeting sense of superiority, but asserts that such deception doesn't make her a better person. He advises her that what she truly needs to do is show the world her real potential instead of hiding behind falsehoods. Tenjika-sensei tells her she needs the strength to face the truth head-on. As he washes his hands, he suddenly changes his tone, stating that he has no interest in her private life and doesn't care what she does outside of school. Instead, he gives her a clear path forward: she must make an apology, hand in her chemistry homework on time, and take the makeup supplementary exam. He promises that as long as she is willing to work hard, he will support her as much as possible. With a surprising and gentle smile, he encourages Oda-san to put in her best effort so she can become a proper member of society, rather than being seen as a liar. Stunned by this unexpected kindness, Maki can only think of him as Jimmy-sensei, plain sensei. Just then, Momo Hanamika appears, cheerfully stating that she has reflected on her own actions and admits she messed up. She encourages Maki, telling her that she can change too. While Maki outwardly agrees, her internal thoughts reveal a deep cynicism as she wonders, just how optimistic could you possibly get? Oda Maki rejects Momo Hanamika's attempt at reconciliation, telling her that this forgiving nature is the annoying part she truly hates. Turning to Tenjika-sensei, she dismissively asks what he could possibly do for her, insisting she is already content with her life. Internally, Oda's resentment boils over. She feels that Momo looks down on her and despises the fact that Momo can always hold her head high, no matter what others say. She believes her own path to happiness lies with her other friends, not in a futile effort to compete with Hanamika. She confronts Tenjika-sensei directly, calling him plain old Jimmy-sensei. She tells him how disgusted his suspicious, fake smile makes her feel and vows that while he might deceive Hanamika and others, he will never be able to get past her. Tenjika-sensei calmly replies that she is the one who truly doesn't understand, leaving Oda momentarily speechless. Provoked, Oda Maki explodes with frustration. She shouts that he doesn't understand a single thing about her or any of the other students, accusing him of only helping because he finds their situation amusing. She scoffs that giving them that look will never make him a great teacher. As the school bell rings, Tenjika-sensei remains completely unfazed by her outburst. While Oda clenches her fist in anger, he calmly and formally addresses her by her full name and student number, index number 5, Oda Maki-san. As the confrontation with Oda Maki concludes, Tenjika-sensei internally judges her, thinking to himself, "You really are stupid." Elsewhere on school grounds, a group of students discusses their actions. A dark-haired girl named Nagisa confirms they are cutting Maki off, accusing her friends of hypocrisy for laughing behind Maki's back and calling her an idiot on social media. Nagisa explains her reasoning, stating that while she hates the narcissist Hanamika for betraying them, she hates liars even more. She mentions that a timely picture helped their plan, and she now considers the matter of cleaning up to be finished. However, Nagisa then turns to her blonde friend, Tsubaki, and presents her with some papers. She states that she was shocked when she saw them, implying a new complication has arisen. Tenjika-sensei suddenly appears, interrupting the girls. Having overheard them, he remarks that someone else in the school needs cleaning up far more than Maki does. He dismisses Tsubaki's attempt to talk about making her light shine, stating that the bell has rung and it's now his private time. Before delivering a chilling warning. He advises Tsubaki to learn from Hanamika if she doesn't want to lose everything and reminds her to attend the makeup exam next week, implying severe consequences. Visibly terrified by his veiled threat, Tsubaki grabs his sleeve as he turns to leave. In the hallway, a female teacher forcefully slaps Tenjika-sensei's hand away, demanding he not touch her. She coldly dismisses him, stating she's had enough overtime for the week and that a teacher's job is to teach and guide students, a clear jab at his methods. The pointed confrontation causes Tenjiku-sensei to freeze. In a disheveled bedroom, a young woman awakens feeling woozy. Having slept all day, she finds herself unable to fall back asleep and wonders how long she has been absent from school, estimating it could be as long as 2 weeks. The scene shifts to an amusement park, where a girl with dark hair styled in twin pigtails stands before a large Ferris wheel, panting and looking deeply troubled. At an amusement park, a cheerful blonde girl named Momo confronts her sullen, dark-haired friend, Hananaka, about her gloomy expression. Momo points out that she went to great lengths to invite Hananaka, even buying her new clothes and cat ears, and questions why Hananaka is wearing a long-sleeved shirt in the sweltering summer heat. Momo continues to press Hananaka about her strange mood, bluntly stating that Hananaka doesn't seem to have any friends to begin with. She then reveals the true purpose of their outing. She wanted to talk to Hananaka about their teacher, Jimmy-sensei. Momo questions the need to discuss the teacher during their break. She recalls a specific day when Hananaka was supposed to be celebrating something but arrived late and visibly furious. Momo connects this to another student, Oda-san, who subsequently stopped coming to school until the vacation began. Momo asks directly if something happened between Hananaka and Jimmy-sensei. After Hananaka denies it, Momo has a moment of insight, correctly deducing that Hananaka's anger stems from the very fact that nothing happened between them. The scene then shifts to the school. Inside a teacher's office, a male student asks Jimmy-sensei if Oda-san truly avoided serious consequences for the chemical bottle incident, receiving only house arrest. Jimmy-sensei confirms the school wishes to avoid escalating the matter, especially given the parental outrage over the online turmoil involving Oda and Hananaka. He begins to say the reason is because of Tsubaki-chan, but cuts himself off. A female colleague approaches Jimmy-sensei, expressing concern and asking why he is looking into rumors about Oda Maki from Class 1A being untouchable. Nearby, a group of students gossip about Oda, labeling her a liar who fabricates stories for attention. In the faculty room, a blonde teacher, Tenjika-sensei, confronts Jimmy-sensei about his calm demeanor regarding the incident with Oda Maki, a student from his class. When he confirms her observation, she asks if he's trying to pick a fight. Jimmy-sensei coldly reminds her that he has warned her before to refrain from prying into other people's matters. Jimmy-sensei declares that he is the teacher in charge of Class 1A, not her, before abruptly turning and leaving the room. As he departs, another female teacher comments on the commotion, noting it's just another ordinary day for Jimmy-sensei and questioning his colleague's summer attire. Elsewhere, the same dark-haired teacher discusses Jimmy-sensei with a male colleague, Sakid-sensei. She admits she dislikes his methods but thinks his approach of sticking with students as their teacher is a miracle. Sakid-sensei agrees that while his words can be off-putting, he gets results. The scene then shifts to a student, presumably Oda Maki, relaxing at home amidst beauty products as her phone buzzes with messages from someone she calls Shokun-sensei, who praises her test score and suggests they go out. The scene returns to the earlier confrontation, where Tenjika-sensei has followed Jimmy-sensei into the hallway. She challenges his detached philosophy, asking if he refuses to support his own students, even one labeled a big fat liar. He confirms this is correct. She then presses him, asking what he intends to do about Momo. Tenjika-sensei continues her accusation, suggesting Jimmy-sensei brushes aside students like Momo and Hananaka because they lack the cuteness of Oda Maki. She pointedly asks if he only helped Oda because he felt it was part of his job. Jimmy-sensei attempts to end the conversation, stating that the workday is over and he wishes to treasure his private time. As he turns to leave, Tenjika-sensei stops him, calling out, "Maki?" She then confronts him directly, reminding him of his own words, "Didn't you say just now that you don't want a world where you must lie to get your way?" The confrontation intensifies as Tenjika-sensei, her voice filled with conviction, demands that Jimmy-sensei quit being a teacher immediately. She questions his very motivation for entering the profession in the first place. Her question triggers a memory for Jimmy-sensei. He recalls a young woman, seen from an inverted perspective, who cryptically stated, "I think the girl next to you knows the answer to that best." Having said her piece, Tenjika-sensei storms away, shouting that Jimmy-sensei and his class are tortuous. Left alone in the hallway, Jimmy-sensei quietly reflects that summer is the season he hates the most. The next day, students are shocked to learn that Jimmy-sensei has taken 15 days of paid leave. They find it strange, as he is in charge of Class 1A and has no seminar to run, prompting the question of what exactly happened in his past. An assembly is held to announce the official start of the 3-day, 2-night summer camp for first-year students of Suezono High. A teacher notes that while participation is optional, there has been a significant increase in attendance this year. Amidst the students, a girl raises her hand to point out that the teacher for Class 1A is not present. Elsewhere, students from Class 1A discuss their teacher's sudden leave. One student, Momo, is particularly incensed, finding it unbelievable that Jimmy-sensei would disappear at such a crucial time. Her friend, Hananaka, questions her sudden desperation, but Momo insists it's a teacher's duty to support students, especially when they've paid for the camp. Momo reveals the source of her panic. She is planning to audition for a quiz game show next year and was relying on Jimmy-sensei's multi-subject tutoring to prepare. Without his guidance, she fears everyone will discover how unintelligent she is. In her frustration, she insults him, calling him a stupid virgin glasses freak, which draws the attention of other students who murmur that she has lost her mind. In a separate area, a group of teachers contrasts their own unruly students with the well-behaved class of Sakai-sensei, which also boasts the highest participation rate for the camp. When they ask for the secret to his success, the young teacher, Sakai, simply places a finger to his lips and replies, "That's a secret." At what appears to be a school trip lodging, a new student, Bonri-san, tells Momo she wants to bathe later when no one else is around. A surprised Momo asks if it's because of her period, but then agrees, noting that Bonri likes long baths for her appearance. Momo then invites Bonri to bathe with her after she's done. As they eat, Momo criticizes Bonri's clothes as unfashionable and out of season. Visibly annoyed, Bonri tells her to hurry up and go to the bath. Alone with her meal, Bonri quietly reflects on being at a camp, thinking that her past self would have refused to go. Later in her room, Bonri unpacks her bag. Thinking of Momo's flashy style, she resolves that she will not let her friend dress her up in such a way. Alone, Bonri takes off her long-sleeved top, revealing that both of her forearms are covered in the faded white lines of old self-harm scars. She examines her arms, relieved that despite the numerous scars, there are no lasting aftereffects like numbness. Her thoughts turn to Jimmy-sensei, and she anxiously wonders if he could ever like a girl like her, especially when compared to someone as gorgeous as Hananaka. She despairs at the thought of being seen as just an Oba-san. Meanwhile, Hananaka is soaking alone in the large bath. After a sudden sneeze, she sinks into the water, lost in thought. She muses that no matter how much she considers it, she believes that teachers have to be just what teachers should be. While bathing, Hananaka continues to ponder the nature of a teacher's job. She recalls Jimmy-sensei's promise to support her as his student, but now cynically dismisses his words, concluding they were all just lies told as part of his professional duties. She internally declares him a big fat liar, even more fake than someone named Maki. As she sneezes, wondering if someone is talking about her, the scene shifts to the school grounds at night. Outside, Jimmy-sensei is walking alone when a dark-haired female student greets him, cheerfully announcing that the star of the show has appeared. The student introduces herself as Yabu Tsubaki-san. She reminds him that students are prohibited from leaving the premises after 8 p.m. and requests a private conversation, assuring him she isn't the type of worthless and brainless girl who would attempt to honey-trap him. Tsubaki then reveals her true motive. While she could easily get him fired through other means, she explains that a group of students, a collective we, wants him to suffer the same fate as previous teachers, to resign after being broken by chagrin and humiliation. Jimmy-sensei sighs, seemingly unimpressed by the threat, and begins to walk away, calling it a waste of time. Tsubaki, however, is delighted by his resilience, clasping her hands and praising the willpower of a teacher so attached to his job. With a confident smile, Yabu Tsubaki-san directly accuses Jimmy-sensei, calling him a murderer. She elaborates on her threat, claiming he forced his own students to their deaths in the past and warning that it would be troublesome if this became known. Yabu admits she is surprised by his resilience, having expected even someone as tough as Hananaka to be put off by him. Jimmy-sensei calmly observes that she is being quite talkative for once. His placid demeanor causes Yabu's smug expression to fade into a more serious one. Attempting to end the conversation, Jimmy-sensei tells Yabu to return to her room, stating he needs to clock in for work. However, he stops her to add one more thing, denying any knowledge of what she's talking about but clarifying that if she means the incident from 10 years ago, he had nothing to do with it. As a visceral image of a black splatter appears, he concludes with a chilling internal thought, that's because they had brought it upon themselves. Elsewhere, Hananaka suddenly gasps and clutches at her chest. A nearby classmate notices her distress and asks what's wrong, but Hananaka says it's nothing. A blonde student confronts Jimmy-sensei, questioning his formal attire. She states that while everyone may have realized how bad the situation with a girl named Momo is, things haven't improved. She aggressively asks if this isn't the point where he should remove his suit and put it on someone named Omo, questioning if that's a teacher's job. Jimmy-sensei states he doesn't like removing his suit, reminding her that he did so when lecturing Maki last time. The student dismisses this, calling him a virgin in disgust. He calmly retorts that he is a virgin by his own will. Having anticipated the need, he reveals he has brought a spare suit for her. The student turns her attention to Hananaka, who is standing nearby. She asks Hananaka if Jimmy-sensei is only being kind to Momo because it's part of his job. Ignoring Hananaka's presence, the blonde student moves extremely close to Jimmy-sensei, their faces inches apart. Internally, she struggles with her perception of him, thinking that no matter how much she believes in him, she knows he is a big fat liar. And then she looks him directly in the eyes, asking aloud, "Why are you so desperate?" From the classroom doorway, Hananaka Mari witnesses a scene she feels she was not meant to see, her eyes widening in shock at the confrontation between her teacher and the blonde student. Continuing her challenge, the blonde student leans in extremely close to Jimmy-sensei, their faces just inches apart as if she is about to kiss him, before she abruptly pulls back with a puff of air. With a smug smile, she asks if he was surprised, revealing her name is Momo. She mockingly asks if he truly believed that the super cutesy Momo would actually want a kiss of Mr. Virgin Glasses like him, as a dejected Mari looks on from the background. Momo notes his ability to maintain a straight face, calling him a liar but conceding that he can be reliable. She then warns him to be wary of the other girls in the class: Imaki, Iringo, Sabaki, and Nagisa, before specifically pointing out Mari, referring to her as Banri-san, who clutches her chest in distress. Momo continues her condescending lecture, telling Jimmy-sensei he needs to treasure students who trust him. She questions if he was shocked or disgusted by her feigned kiss, then declares him hopeless, stating that a simple kiss on the cheek should be sufficient reward for him lending her his jacket. Suddenly, Jimmy-sensei's demeanor shifts. He recoils, telling Momo to step back, before abruptly turning and dashing out of the room, leaving a stunned Momo calling his name in confusion. Mari, having witnessed the exchange, follows Jimmy-sensei to the men's restroom. She peers around the corner to see him hunched over a toilet, violently ill. The situation grows more awkward as two male students enter the restroom, expressing shock at finding not only their teacher but also a female classmate, Hananaka, inside. Mari is visibly mortified by their arrival. Overcome with panic and embarrassment, Mari mutters incoherently about Momo and a kiss on the cheek before screaming and fleeing the scene, calling the bewildered boys horrible virgin guys. One of the students then turns his attention to the stall, asking if Jimmy-sensei is alright. Jimmy-sensei emerges, looking pale and unwell, but insists he is fine. His students express their concern, reminding him that he can't afford to catch the flu from the students and should have taken time off if he was sick. He dismisses their worries, simply repeating, "I'm okay." Jimmy-sensei attempts to brush off a student's lingering concern, insisting he has already prepared all his teaching materials and that there were no problems at school while he was away. The student expresses relief that his teacher is back to his usual self. Unseen by them, Mari Hananaka listens from around a corner. A blonde-haired teacher approaches, calling out to Jimmy-sensei. Introducing himself as Sakid-sensei, he notes that Jimmy-sensei doesn't look well and suggests they go outside for some fresh air, using the pretense of needing to discuss tomorrow's recreational activities. Outside, Sakid-sensei lights a cigarette, remarking on the stress of having to finish so much work before taking leave. He expresses a kind of envy for Jimmy-sensei being able to take time off, a sentiment he claims is normal for other teachers to feel. Sakid clarifies that he isn't making fun of him, rather, he looks up to him. He praises Jimmy-sensei's reputation, noting how well known he is among the staff for his uncanny ability to instantly recall the name and class of any student he meets. The compliments continue, with Sakid mentioning Jimmy-sensei's numerous qualifications and his famous efficiency, which allows him to finish all his work without ever staying for overtime. However, his tone shifts as he delivers a final, pointed observation, that Jimmy-sensei seems to be terrible at dealing with girls. Sakid reveals he witnessed the recent incident with Hananaka-san, whom he calls a celebrity. He offers condescending advice, suggesting Jimmy-sensei should simply think of students as cute little pets to avoid getting distracted or hurt, confirming he is aware of his colleague's recent embarrassing predicament. Feeling utterly humiliated by the recent shocking events, Mari Hananaka returns to her room, wondering if they will ever discuss the recreational activities. Her roommate, Banri, is waiting for her and remarks on her lateness. Banri notes that Mari has already bathed and asks what happened to delay her. When Mari deflects, Banri cuts straight to the point, revealing that she saw Mari trying to kiss Jimmy-sensei. Stunned, Mari tries to defend herself, claiming it was just a joke and that the teacher is terrible. Banri refuses to let her talk her way out of it, stating that Mari earnestly tried to kiss him as thanks for his jacket. She then points out that Mari is, in fact, wearing that same jacket right now, and explains that what truly bothers her is that Jimmy-sensei lent it out of genuine concern for Mari's well-being. This observation leaves Mari speechless and blushing. Calling out another lie, Banri presses Mari to reveal how she truly felt in that moment. Internally, Mari admits to herself that she thought she had understood her own feelings, but is now uncertain. Cutting through the introspection, Banri bluntly asks the core question, "You actually like that stupid, lame, disgusting, pukey virgin glasses?" Sighing with resignation, Nagisa and Erika arrive late for their camp. Nagisa worries that a girl named Tsubaki will be upset with their tardiness, but Erika casually notes that Nagisa had a match to attend, making their delay unavoidable. As they walk, Nagisa complains about having to spend her summer vacation with a glasses freak, finding the thought nauseating. Erika, however, is completely distracted by the beautiful night view from their high-altitude location. Nagisa continues her cynical assessment of the place, noting its unobstructed view means it's so isolated that no one would ever find a body. Erika tells her not to say such scary things, but Nagisa retorts that it's still not as bad as Tsubaki. Their conversation is abruptly cut short when Tsubaki appears from a doorway, launching herself at Erika in a flying tackle that sends them both sprawling to the ground as Nagisa watches in shock. Pinning Erika down, Tsubaki furiously demands to know what Erika is doing with a jacket that someone named Momo borrowed from an unnamed male. She screams at Erika to take it off, but Erika defiantly accuses Tsubaki of being jealous. The assault escalates as Tsubaki grabs Erika's face. Erika shrieks in protest, crying out that Tsubaki just laid hands on a model's face, to which Tsubaki retorts by calling her a narcissist. Nearby, Nagisa and another student watch the scene unfold with deadpan expressions. Still pinning Erika to the floor, Tsubaki glares down at her with contempt, reminding her that she had already been warned. In a chaotic flashback, a student pleads with Jimmy-sensei to intervene as Hananaka-san and Banri-san are fighting violently. Amidst the struggle, a small object, a spool of thread, is thrown through the air. Sometime after the incident, two women discuss the fight between Hananaka and Banri, remarking on the intensity of high schoolers. One of them turns to a bruised Jimmy-sensei, questioning how he ended up more injured than the two students who were actually fighting. He sheepishly replies that it's a long story. In another room, Banri confronts Momo Hananaka, holding up a stun gun and calling her a horrible person for throwing it at Jimmy-sensei. Momo admits she did it, but claims it was only because her one-sided love for someone else made her lose her grip. She declares that anyone who tries to hurt the object of her affection is an enemy. When Banri questions why she even possesses a stun gun, Momo viciously retorts, calling Banri an ugly bitch and accusingly asking if she doesn't enjoy pain. An older, senior teacher sternly reprimands Nagisa, declaring that he has no freedom to go home on time during the camp. He forcefully states that anything the students do, including fighting, will be Nagisa's sole responsibility, implying Nagisa is already aware of the underlying cause of the recent altercation. With a bruised cheek visible, Nagisa quietly accepts, stating he will take full responsibility for the matter. The scene shifts to the idyllic camp setting, where other students are seen playing and enjoying their free time, whispering amongst themselves. A group of other homeroom teachers, Tenjiku, Sakid, Akashi, and Amari, observe the stark contrast between their well-behaved students and the troubled atmosphere of Nagisa's class. They note the differences like heaven and hell, with one teacher remarking that a student in another class is being treated like a servant by her peers. The focus shifts to the popular Class C teacher, Sakid Sensei. A female student shyly offers him a box of homemade cookies, which he accepts with a warm smile, much to the envy of other nearby students. Sakid's popularity is further demonstrated as more students flock to him for snacks and photos. Watching from a distance, Banri observes how handsome and popular he is, musing that it would be no surprise if Momo developed a crush on him. In sharp contrast, Nagisa sits with Momo and Banri, attempting to address their conflict. He explains that as their teacher, he wants to understand why they were fighting. However, his students are unimpressed. Momo internally scoffs that he looks lackluster even when lecturing, while Banri wonders why Momo would ever like someone like him in the first place. A blonde classmate intervenes, grabbing Momo and urging her to spit out her feelings. She speculates that Banri's jealousy stems from the blonde girl borrowing a boy's jacket, something anyone would be jealous of. She then bluntly tells Momo that if she doesn't confess her feelings directly, a filthy virgin like Nagisa will never understand the situation. The blonde girl then interrupts Banri and a male classmate, snatching a heart-shaped cookie from him. She declares that a confession must be made by the person themselves, and that this is as far as Banri should go for now. She instructs Banri to go make up with Momo, assuring her that she will handle Nagisa. Approaching Nagisa, the blonde girl offers him the cookie, explaining it's part of her job. She remarks on what a good guy Sakid Sensei is, noting that students even bake cookies for him. She then loudly suggests that Banri should bake cookies for Nagisa as well, causing Banri to react with surprise. The blonde girl encourages Banri, telling her she's a good cook and needs more confidence. She then pivots to criticizing Momo, loudly proclaiming that if Momo has time to be jealous, she should spend it improving herself. She leaves Banri holding the half-eaten, handmade cookie, musing that this might be her way of helping Banri make up with Momo. Alone, Banri reflects on Momo's constant confidence. In stark contrast, she sees herself as the most unreliable and pathetic person of all. From a distance, the blonde classmate watches her with a concerned expression. Later, Banri finds Nagisa sitting alone. She approaches him and, with no preamble, asks him a direct and personal question, "Jimmy-sensei, why are you still a virgin?" When a flustered Nagisa asks how that's relevant, she simply states he's more dim-witted about girls than she thought, leaving him speechless. Nagisa looks away from Banri, stating that he can't help it if Banri doesn't understand. He then asserts with a blush that Banri definitely has feelings for him. Banri internally reflects that it has finally dawned on him, Momo Hananaka's feelings are genuine, and she was jealous because she likes Nagisa. He contrasts this with a past experience involving Shizuko-sensei, admitting that his usual stance, that a confession must come from the person themselves, might sound like he's just putting on airs. As the two teachers stand on the bridge, a heart-shaped stone falls and shatters on the ground below, symbolizing a broken or complicated emotion. Banri begins to lecture Nagisa on his personal philosophy, explaining that while a direct confession from a student brings trouble, simply being liked is not a bad thing. He suggests that by giving vague responses, it's easier to control the students who like him. He compares the dynamic to that of hostesses, where giving false hopes and dreams keeps him popular. He advises Nagisa, whom he calls Sakid Sensei, that being too frank will waste all his efforts to build rapport. After listening to Banri's cynical advice, Nagisa turns his head slightly, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. He quietly challenges Banri's entire premise, asking, "Since when did I say that I didn't get it?" A group of female students gossip amongst themselves, mocking Nagisa as a disgusting virgin teacher and expressing disbelief that Banri likes him. One of them spots Momo Hananaka standing alone by a fence in the distance. Observing that Momo is by herself, the students scornfully remark that her supposed reconciliation with her friends was a pathetic failure. They attribute this outcome to the flawed guidance of Jimmy-sensei, their derogatory nickname for Nagisa. One of the students, Maki, pushes back, insisting that Nagisa helped her change for the better by making her stop lying. Overhearing this, Momo feels a pang of guilt, believing she must apologize to Nagisa for the harassment he's endured. She recalls a moment of his profound despair, where he looked as though he wanted to die. The other students are unconvinced by Maki's defense. They conclude that the reason Nagisa hasn't quit his job is simply because their harassment hasn't been severe enough, believing their insults have no real effect on him. Listening from nearby, Momo internalizes their words, thinking that Nagisa seems to fear nothing. As she turns to walk away, she senses someone behind her and a hand suddenly appears in her peripheral vision. And she is violently shoved from behind, sending her tumbling over the railing and down a steep, wooded embankment as her phone flies from her grasp. The assailant is revealed to be a female student, Tsubaki, who smiles down at the fallen Momo Hananaka. She calmly remarks, "You're just like me, Jimmy Teru-sensei." Her male accomplice panics, asking what they are going to do and worrying that Momo might die from the fall. Tsubaki remains completely unfazed by his panic. Dismissing his concerns, she states that no one will care if they get found out. Holding Momo's phone, she prepares to power it off, rationalizing that everyone will simply assume Momo jumped on her own accord and no one will suspect them. Her accomplice remains hesitant, but Tsubaki coldly continues her logic. She asserts that even if the authorities determine it wasn't an accident, she will not be the one who was blamed for it. Inside the school building, the female witness from Class E watches as a heavy rain begins to fall. She notes that the teachers are still outside, caught in the downpour. Her thoughts drift to the search party, consumed with worry as she recalls hearing that they still haven't found someone named Banri-san. Nearby, she overhears other students gossiping about the situation. They confirm that the male teachers are searching for Banri-san and that Momo Hananaka, who was recently in a fight with her, is the primary person of interest. The witness is taken aback when one of the students remarks that Momo truly has no friends. One of the gossiping students expresses a grim hope that Banri-san didn't do something drastic like take her own life, leaving the witness visibly troubled by the speculation. The witness's mind flashes back, revealing the origin of the conflict. Tsubaki Banri had confronted Momo because Momo had eaten the cookies she had specially prepared for a teacher named Sakide-sensei. The witness, Kei-san, recalls the moment another student confronted her about the incident between Tsubaki and Momo. This student, a girl with dark hair, had dismissed Kei-san's knowledge of the truth with a condescending remark, "You poor little thing." The dark-haired girl proudly explained how she devised the perfect excuse for the situation, framing it as a story of girls' impulsive acts spurred by jealousy. She admitted that while she didn't actually push anyone, this narrative served her purpose perfectly. Kei-san tried to protest, insisting that wasn't what happened. However, the girl revealed she wasn't alone. A group of students stood with her, all prepared to act as false witnesses. She grabbed Kei-san's arm, threateningly telling her to simply follow their story to avoid trouble, demanding to know if they had a deal. Terrified by the coercion, Kei-san broke free and fled down the hallway. The dark-haired girl and her companion watched her go, feigning confusion over her panicked reaction and casually mentioning that the popular Sakide-sensei was waiting for someone. Later, the conspirators discussed the situation, lamenting that all the trouble could have been avoided if a certain Jimmy-sensei had handled things better. A nearby student overhears this, shocked to learn of a potential connection between Tsubaki Banri and Jimmy-sensei. Meanwhile, a search party is out in the pouring rain. A teacher with glasses, Jimmy-sensei, stands alone as his colleagues, Sakide-sensei and Akashi-sensei, call out to him. They inform him that the search for Tsubaki must be called off. The rain is too heavy, and the area beyond the cliff is off limits, forcing them to wait for official rescue efforts. Despite the search being called off, Jimmy-sensei refuses to leave. He tells the others they can go back, but he feels responsible for letting Tsubaki Banri out of his sight and, as a teacher, is determined to find her. A hooded student named Momo insists on joining the search, declaring that she has unsettled debts with Banri. She feels that if Banri dies, her own conscience will never be clear. Jimmy-sensei agrees to let Momo come but instructs her to stay by his side. As another student criticizes him for bringing a girl into the dangerous weather, Hananaka suddenly trips and falls with a cry. Sakid-sensei stays behind to help Hananaka. He expresses his worry, telling her it would be terrible if her job was affected by an injury to her beautiful face. While getting up, Hananaka notices heart-shaped cookies on the ground. Sakid-sensei admits he dropped them. Hananaka then turns to him and asks a pointed question: what if it were his own student who had gone missing? She presses further, asking if he would search as earnestly as Jimmy-sensei if the girl who made those cookies for him was the one who was lost. As Sakid-sensei is left speechless, Momo anxiously calls out from a distance, reminding them that they don't have a moment to lose. Continuing her confrontation, Momo slaps Sakid-sensei across the leg, startling him. As he slumps in surprise, she explains that she intentionally missed his face to avoid damaging his looks, which she assumed was all he cared about. With that final judgment, she watches him walk away into the woods. Momo's internal monologue reveals her belief that all teachers are full of lies. Her thoughts are interrupted when she comes across Jimmy-sensei, noticing that his hand is bleeding. He tells her he is fine. After a moment of dramatic concern for a minor scratch on her own face, Momo pulls out a well-stocked first aid kit. She then questions Jimmy-sensei, asking why he didn't try to stop her from following him. He replies that he knew he couldn't stop her and that letting her go off alone would only create more trouble. Jimmy-sensei elaborates that while he understands the danger of the situation, he cannot let a student get into even greater peril. As he speaks, Momo quietly applies a band-aid to his injured hand. He concludes that his actions are simply because he is a teacher. Hearing this, Momo seems to quietly contemplate his words. She tells him to do as he pleases and continues on her way, leaving him to follow. Momo tells Jimmy-sensei that whether his dedication is for his job or not, he is definitely more reliable than the other teachers. She quickly clarifies that this is not a romantic advance, but simply an observation on his character. Jimmy-sensei finds her words genuinely comforting. The moment is broken when Momo spots a lit-up phone on the ground nearby, immediately recognizing it as Tsubaki Banri's. They rush over and find Banri's unconscious body at the bottom of a small, wooded incline. As they approach, Jimmy-sensei notes that it's strange her phone was turned off manually. Momo panics, feeling how cold Banri is but confirming she is still breathing. Overcoming his personal aversion to doing so, Jimmy-sensei takes off his jacket to place over the injured student. And as he instructs Momo to stay by Banri's side while he goes for help, Banri's hand suddenly shoots out and grabs his. Barely conscious, Banri looks up at her teacher, weakly calling his title before delivering a stunning confession: "I like you." Momo is visibly shocked by Banri's confession. She quickly tries to intervene, telling Jimmy-sensei to pretend he didn't hear anything and insisting that Banri is just delirious. Internally, however, Momo admits to herself that Banri's words were precisely what she had been waiting to hear. Jimmy-sensei calmly ignores Momo's attempt to dismiss the situation, confirming that he heard Banri's confession loud and clear. He then turns his attention directly to a stunned Momo, beginning a statement aimed at her: "That's because you." Completely bewildered by the sudden shift in focus, Momo asks what he could possibly mean. Jimmy-sensei looks at her, a faint, unreadable smile appearing as he recalls a memory and repeats the start of his sentence. He then delivers the shocking conclusion of his thought directly to Momo: "Hate you." The declaration hangs between them, its true meaning whether truth, lie, or something else entirely left uncertain. Recalling the tense moment in the rain, Momo asks what Jimmy-sensei just said. He looks at her with a placid smile, addressing the unconscious Banri by name before turning his attention back to Momo and stating plainly, "That's because I hate you." The scene shifts to a hospital hallway, where one of Banri's female classmates is arguing with another teacher, Tenjika-sensei. She is furious that Banri's condition, which includes 3 broken bones, is being dismissed as minor injuries. Tenjika-sensei appears flustered, unsure how to explain the situation to Banri's parents. From behind them, Jimmy-sensei interjects, stating coldly that he doesn't care about her injuries. Jimmy-sensei elaborates on his indifference, claiming he doesn't care how badly Banri was hurt or how it happened, as long as she is conscious, all is well. His statement shocks the other students. The concerned classmate points out the logistical consequences, such as paperwork and parental involvement, noting that Banri will likely be hospitalized for some time. The student confronts Jimmy-sensei directly, questioning how he could be so harsh and demanding he say something more appropriate, especially with the possibility of her parents being present. As she raises her voice, Tenjika-sensei steps in to remind her that they are in a hospital and need to be quiet. Jimmy-sensei dismisses the student's concerns, stating that anything related to Banri's family is outside the scope of his duties as a teacher. As he turns to leave, the student asks Tenjika-sensei how he plans to handle the situation, expressing deep worry for Banri, who she knows has no close friends and must be feeling completely helpless. As Jimmy-sensei announces his working hours are over and departs, two of Banri's classmates, Hatanaka and Momo, enter her hospital room. They are relieved to find Tsubaki Banri awake in her bed. Hatanaka cheerfully relays the good news from the doctors: Banri will be discharged soon with no lasting after effects. Her tone shifts immediately, however, as she asks if Banri overheard Jimmy-sensei's despicable reply in the hallway. Banri sits up, her expression somber. She reveals that when she first regained consciousness after the fall, her mind didn't focus on the pain or even on who might have pushed her. Instead, her first and only thought was of Jimmy-sensei. As all she wanted was to see him. With tears welling in her eyes, she confesses to Hatanaka that she feels unloved, even by her own parents, which makes her question if anyone could ever truly care for someone like her. She explains that Jimmy-sensei seemed different from all the other teachers she had known. As she clutches her blanket, she admits that because of this, she was silently and desperately hoping he would be the one person to finally show her some kindness. Feeling foolish, Banri says she has now lost all hope. As Hatanaka listens to her friend's despair, she silently reflects on Jimmy-sensei. She considers that while his behavior was despicable, he has shown kindness before, specifically to Momo and Banri. As Jimmy-sensei turns to leave the hospital, Hatanaka-san steps forward to stop him, appealing to his position as their teacher. She calls out, questioning how a teacher could abandon an injured student. He coldly retorts that Banri's family has been contacted, his duties for the day are over, and there is nothing more for him to do. Unwilling to let him go, Hatanaka buys a coffee from a nearby vending machine, insisting he hear her out. Hatanaka tosses the can of milk coffee at him, remarking that it's his private time now. After fumbling the catch, a weary Jimmy-sensei sighs and agrees to listen. Sitting together, Hatanaka directly confronts him, asking if his kindness is limited only to his official teacher time. She questions if his harsh words are a misguided attempt at being kind and challenges his assumption that Banri will simply give up on him after everything that has happened. Jimmy-sensei remains silent as Hatanaka speculates on his motives, even crudely suggesting his inexperience as a virgin might be the cause of his poor handling of the situation. She recalls another teacher who seemed to enjoy having special relationships with students, arguing that Jimmy-sensei should have taken extra care with Banri. He flatly rejects this line of reasoning with a simple no. Finally, Jimmy-sensei looks at her and delivers his honest assessment of the situation, stating plainly that he finds it all terribly troublesome. Hatanaka is left completely stunned and speechless by his blunt, uncaring confession. Continuing his explanation to Hatanaka, Jimmy-sensei states that romantic relationships between teachers and students are prohibited at Suezono Girls' School. He claims it is a teacher's duty to reject such confessions to prevent the situation from becoming more troublesome, asking her to relay this to Banri. He then makes his stance unequivocally personal, declaring that even after their teacher-student relationship ends, there is absolutely zero possibility that he could ever accept Banri's love. And clarifies that this applies to everyone, not just Banri. He asserts that he will not accept anyone's love and has no intention of ever embracing its meaning. Hatanaka internally processes his words, recalling his previous declaration of being a virgin for life, and a teacher for life. She concludes that his rigid way of thinking is just like that of a virgin. As they step into the hallway, they are met by another teacher, whom Hatanaka recognizes as Tenjika-sensei. Without any preamble, Jimmy-sensei looks coldly at both women and states, "I hate you both." Staring blankly, he escalates his declaration, stating that he really hates everyone in his job as a teacher. A final caption casts doubt on his words, questioning which parts are truth and which are lies. Following his outburst, one of the female students confronts Jimmy-sensei directly. With her friends watching, she demands to know why he hates his job as a teacher and, by extension, all of them. She presses him further, asking why he would become a teacher in the first place if he felt that way. The question echoes in Jimmy-sensei's mind as he stares ahead with a weary, detached expression. After a moment of consideration, Jimmy-sensei begins to formulate his response, looking away from the students who are waiting intently for his answer. He then states plainly that he had no other choice in his life other than to become a teacher. His words leave the students visibly shocked and speechless. As the student continues to question Jimmy-sensei's motivations, another girl, Momo, trembles with rage before erupting. She furiously defends the teacher, shouting at the other student and questioning why she has to listen to its stupid glasses-wearing virgin freak. The first student, taken aback, reveals her frustration stems from constantly being told to be considerate of someone named Banri-san. Jimmy-sensei, unmoved, tells them to give him a break. He bluntly states that he doesn't enjoy his job and questions why they are making him do things that aren't part of his duties. Momo steps forward, declaring that she, in contrast, loves to teach and that's why she became a teacher. She reveals that she knew Jimmy-sensei back in high school, where she looked up to him because he always went out of his way to treat his students well. She agrees that separating work and private life is important, but cuts herself off, unable to reconcile the man he was with the man he is now. She accuses him of having become all talk and no action, demanding to know who he thinks he is now. Internally, a memory surfaces of her thinking, "I've lost everything." The scene shifts to a hospital room where Momo sits by the bedside of a dark-haired girl. She addresses her as Banri-san, asking if she is okay to talk about what happened after she fell off that cliff. In the hospital room, Banri-san explains that talking about the incident won't help. She admits she has an idea of who might have pushed her off the cliff but has no concrete evidence. Believing the school is relieved to not have to deal with concerned parents, she feels it's best to let it go. Momo, however, clings to the hope that Jimmy-sensei will intervene. Momo's declaration is cut short when the other female student interjects, questioning what Jimmy-sensei could possibly do. She reveals a critical fact: Banri-san is in Class B, while Jimmy-sensei is the homeroom teacher for Class A. Annoyed, she tells Momo that her day has been ruined and leaves, frustrated that her desire to help will only lead to clashes with the apathetic teacher. Left alone and stunned by the revelation, Momo questions what she could have done for Banri-san if she were in her class. She realizes she irresponsibly blurted out her faith in Jimmy-sensei without thinking, and now, faced with the reality of the situation, she admits to herself that she doesn't know what to do. This feeling of helplessness triggers a flashback to her past as a child actress. Her manager at the time, a younger, more energetic Jimmy-sensei, is trying to coach her for an upcoming live quiz show, reminding her of auditions and the boss's desire for her to portray herself as a relatable young girl. The memory reveals the deep-seated source of Momo's insecurities. She internally refutes her parents' and fans' affection, believing she isn't as cute as another actress, Hananaka-san, and feeling that her parents don't truly love her. This left her feeling isolated despite her public fame. Returning to the present, Momo sits at her desk, the memory of her past struggles fresh in her mind. Her former manager's words about a previous episode where she was hurt echo alongside her current dilemma. Overwhelmed, she concludes that she hasn't the slightest idea what she can do to help. Feeling powerless after learning Jimmy-sensei isn't Banri-san's teacher, Momo recalls a past television appearance. During a live, 2-hour special for 100 Academy, the host casually asked her about school life, noting the recent online drama she'd been involved in. On the live broadcast, Momo began to tell a story, explaining that one of her classmates was recently rejected by someone she liked, causing her to become depressed. A girl watching the stream on her phone expresses concern, questioning if it's okay for Momo to discuss this on air. Momo then clarified her coded language for the national audience. She explained that the rejection was actually being pushed off a cliff, and the guy was a person with such a horrible personality that he wouldn't care if she were gravely injured. Her classmates, watching the broadcast, are stunned as they realize she is talking about the incident at their school, which they believe should be considered attempted murder. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Banri-san is alone. Her parents have not come to visit her, a fact that disgusts Momo as she watches a news report about them. A pile of returned mail addressed to Bonri's parents underscores their absence. Momo's internal monologue seethes with anger at what she perceives as horrible parenting. At that exact moment, the phone in the school's faculty office begins to ring insistently. A teacher named Hiragi-sensei is alerted that it's a complaint call. And the teacher's room erupts into chaos. Having just learned about Momo's live broadcast, a furious teacher confronts Jimmy-sensei, demanding he do something about the dumpster fire his student from Class 1A has created. The faculty scrambles in a panic, realizing the school's private incident has just become a public scandal. As a staff member frantically tries to stop Momo on set, Jimmy-sensei faces immense pressure in the teacher's room. His colleagues demand he take immediate action, questioning whether to involve the police or the board chairman to manage the scandal Momo has unleashed. Momo, however, remains perfectly calm. With a faint smile, she dismisses the staff's concerns, explaining that while she may be a bit of a blockhead, she has complete faith in her very capable teacher, certain he will know how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, in her hospital room, Bonri-san watches the broadcast on her phone. She hears Momo declare that she is doing all of this for her friend, Mari, and is moved to tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, she calls Momo an idiot for broadcasting her name on national television, clutching her phone tightly. Back in the teacher's room, Hiragi-sensei laments the stupidity of Momo's actions. But as he speaks, Jimmy-sensei comes to a quiet realization, concluding that this is a job he must handle himself. And he resolves to visit Bonri-san. He decides he will go to the hospital, planning to bring her some flowers. Elsewhere, a teacher named Sakid-sensei is working late when his phone buzzes with an incoming call from Kei-san. He answers, asking what's wrong, only to be met with a desperate plea for help from the other end of the line. The caller, Kei-san, watches a quiz show timer hit 0 on a television screen. Overwhelmed with panic, she insists into the phone, "I wasn't the one." It becomes clear that Momo's broadcast has set off an unexpected and unfortunate chain of events for others. A young man with glasses named Hidetaka visits a flower shop with a specific purpose, to buy chocolate lilies for someone named Mari. Carrying the bouquet, Hidetaka waits at a bus stop, choosing not to take a taxi as it is not a covered expense. Later, Hanakana-san confronts Hidetaka, showing him on her phone that the chocolate lily, his chosen flower, carries the dual meaning of both love and curse. She questions if he is serious, accusing him of getting revenge on Mari for rejecting him. But Hidetaka calmly dismisses her, telling her to stop meddling in his private affairs. Mari, who is present, weakly tries to de-escalate the situation, addressing Hanakana-san as Momo-chan. The scene is revealed to be a hospital room where Mari is recovering. She thanks Hidetaka, whom she calls Jimmy-sensei, explaining that his investigation helped clear her name, even though her TV appearance was ruined. Momo defensively insists she didn't help for Mari's sake, but simply because she wanted to. Jimmy-sensei presents the flowers to a grateful Mari. While Momo looks on, Jimmy-sensei gets straight to the point, asking Bonri-san if she knows who pushed her off the cliff. Bonri-san replies that while she didn't see them, she thinks she heard them. Bonri-san recalls that just as she was about to lose consciousness, she heard someone scream the name Tsubaki. The scene then shifts to a restaurant, where a boy named Tsubaki tells his companion that Yabu-san's group was responsible for pushing Bonri-san. His companion, Kage-san, is skeptical and asks if he is telling the truth. Tsubaki, agitated, slams his hands on the table and insists that it's true. After a moment of thought, Kage-san concedes that she wants to trust him. Tsubaki silently thanks Kage-san for her support. Kage-san agrees to help, but warns that Yabu-san will be a very difficult opponent to deal with. When Kage-san asks for more information, Tsubaki explains that Yabu-san is surrounded by serious rumors, such as being a politician's daughter who has forced teachers to quit. He recounts that his first impression of her was that of a natural-born leader, friendly, considerate, smart, and polite. However, Tsubaki clarifies that this positive image only lasted for the first 3 days. He recalls that Yabu-san, whom he describes as a pushy lady, quickly began clashing with her first teacher, Otani-sensei, as well as with Hanakana-san and other students. Tsubaki continues her story to Kage-san, revealing a disturbing incident from the past. She explains that Yabu Tsubaki, who frequently harassed a science teacher named Otani-sensei, killed the teacher's pet parrot in the biology classroom, acting as if some switch had flipped inside her head. Kage-san, shocked, asks if killing the school's pet wouldn't warrant expulsion. Tsubaki confirms that it should have, but reveals that Yabu Tsubaki was never punished for the act. Instead, Tsubaki explains, it was Ootani-sensei who was fired. The memory hangs in the air of the hospital room, where a younger, malevolent vision of Yabu Tsubaki stands over them. The scene shifts to a flashback of Jimmy-sensei's investigation. He tells Momo that he already had suspects, but Yabu Tsubaki's involvement complicates things. Momo confirms that Yabu Tsubaki, Tsutsuji Erika, and Okuna Nagisa were all friends from the same middle school. This triggers a memory for Kage-san of a prior conversation with Momo. She had described the trio's dynamics, noting that Nagisa is quick to retaliate, Erika is a troublemaker, and Yabu Tsubaki has influential parents. Momo had also brought up the fired teacher, Ootani-sensei. In Kage-san's memory, Momo explains that Yabu Tsubaki picked a fight with Ootani-sensei, leading to a huge mess. Kage-san recalls wondering what could have provoked such a reaction from Yabu Tsubaki. In a flashback, Jimmy-sensei internally dismisses the students' behavior, thinking that using their parents' influence just makes them look like children. He then turns to leave the room, ignoring the calls for him to wait. Before departing, he warns the girls that if they don't watch out, they could face trouble. He reflects on the irony that he, too, must now be careful. One of the girls notes to herself that he is clearly angry. As he walks down the school hallway, Jimmy-sensei reaffirms his resolve, considering this his job as a teacher. In the background, Yabu Tsubaki and her friends are heard complaining that the flowers he brought smell like wet rags. He continues down the corridor, holding the bouquet, and sees a figure waiting for him at the end of the hall. The figure is a woman wearing sunglasses, who now holds the flowers. She greets him familiarly as Jimmy-kun, and he acknowledges that it has been a while since they last met. This woman is identified as Director Takayama, and her purpose for being there is immediately cast as a mystery. In the school hallway, Director Takayama holds the bouquet of black lilies and asks Jimmy-sensei if he knows their meaning. She explains that they represent love, malediction, and one other thing. The scene shifts to a meeting room within the school, where President Takayama, Jimmy-sensei, and another female teacher are present. The other teacher nervously serves tea to President Takayama, who accepts it with a calm smile. While outside the room, a group of students, including Momo, observe the interaction. The students identify the woman as President Kanoko Takayama, who inherited the school's management, and comment on her beauty. Momo, however, is consumed by a single thought: why is the president meeting with Jimmy-sensei? Inside the president's office, Kanoko Takayama reveals the full story to Jimmy-sensei. She explains that the recent injury involving a student falling from a cliff was no accident, but a deliberate act by another student from their school. She states this is no longer bullying, but an attempted murder, and confirms that Momo Hanakana is a classmate of the victim. While other teachers in the school react with disbelief, President Takayama notes that the school's higher-ups are already agitated by the uproar. She then turns her attention to Jimmy-sensei, directly questioning his motives for specifically requesting to be assigned to the notoriously problematic first-years Group A. Ignoring the other female teacher's attempt to interject, the president tasks Jimmy-sensei with finding a solution to the incident before it becomes a larger problem for the school. Jimmy-sensei calmly accepts the responsibility, stating simply, "After all, this is my job." President Takayama reacts to his detached professionalism with a frustrated sigh, remarking that he never changes. Her expression hardens as her hand moves towards the ashtray on the table. And in a sudden flash of anger, she hurls it directly at his head. The ashtray shatters on impact, leaving the other teacher stunned and speechless. Glowering at him with undisguised contempt, President Takayama tells him, "I really hate that side of you." Unfazed by the assault, Jimmy-sensei looks back at her with a cold, steady gaze and retorts, "You disgust me." As the shocked female teacher looks on, President Takayama leans intimately close to Jimmy-sensei, who is still on the couch. She tells him not to forget her warning, which will last forever and ever. As she speaks, a young blonde girl appears in the doorway behind them, unnoticed. Suddenly, the blonde girl launches herself into the room with a shout, crashing violently into Jimmy-sensei's back and knocking him forward. The female teacher demands to know what the girl, Momo, has done. Momo angrily explains that she attacked another student because he insulted the filthy flowers she gave him. She then turns to the teacher and rudely asks who the old lady is. President Takayama apologizes for Momo's behavior, addressing the teacher as chairman. The chairman is taken aback that her own daughter holds such a position. Her attention is then drawn to the bouquet on the table, and she wonders aloud why those same filthy flowers are there too. The chairman turns her attention to Jimmy-sensei. She formally presents him with the bouquet of black lilies, stating they are for him and encouraging him to do his best at his work, thus officially assigning him the case. In a hospital hallway, a blonde student named Hananaka speculates about President Takayama's personality and her relationship with Jimmy-sensei, wondering if he was traumatized by her. Jimmy-sensei, feeling hurt by the implication, tells Hananaka not to ask such questions. Nearby, a dark-haired girl arrives at a hospital room, knocking before entering. Inside, another student, Bonri-san, sits up in bed. The visitor announces her arrival and asks how Bonri-san is feeling. Bonri-san recognizes her visitor, Yabu-san, with visible shock and fear. Yabu-san smiles disarmingly, asking why she's so startled and questioning if she's not allowed to visit, despite them not being classmates. Overwhelmed by fear, Bonri-san can only stammer, unable to form a coherent response. Outside, Jimmy-sensei and Hananaka remain oblivious to the tense confrontation happening in the room. Yabu-san correctly guesses Bonri-san's thoughts, stating that she must believe Yabu-san was the one who pushed her off the cliff. She then poses a chilling question, asking what Bonri-san would do if she were to admit it. Continuing her monologue, Yabu-san clarifies that while she didn't push Hananaka-san, she did incite Oda-san, Momo, and others. She confesses that she orchestrated these events specifically to cause trouble for Jimmy-sensei. Leaning over the terrified Bonri-san, Yabu-san coldly states that from the bottom of her heart, she wishes Bonri-san had died. She then presents a get-well gift, a condolence money envelope meant for the deceased, calling Bonri-san's survival unfortunate. When Bonri-san weakly asks for a reason, Yabu-san dismisses her, claiming she would never be able to understand. Yabu-san declares that the only person who can truly understand her is Jimmy-sensei. The scene shifts to Jimmy-sensei, standing outside with a bouquet of dark flowers as Yabu-san's voiceover identifies them as black lilies. And explains their symbolic meanings, love and malediction, with a third meaning left unstated. A memory surfaces for Jimmy-sensei, showing a traumatic scene from his youth. As a young boy, he stands frozen in shock, witnessing a violent event that leaves a dark splatter on the wall while another boy walks away and an adult's hand reaches out. The black lilies he holds begin to fall from his grasp. The dropped flowers coming to rest at his feet. This moment is the origin point for the single, powerful motive that has defined his life ever since, revenge. A young woman named Nobuko sits alone in her room, looking at her phone. Her mother's voice calls out from outside her door, expressing concern that Nobuko has been holed up in her room and hasn't eaten for over a week. Nobuko reflects on how Sakid-sensei hasn't been responding to her calls or messages, assuming he must be busy. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with a rapid series of messages from a group chat, announcing that the teachers have found the culprit, who is rumored to be an A-class student. The messages send her into a panic, as she immediately assumes the house mentioned in the chat refers to her own. Overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty, she wonders what she should do. Flustered, Nobuko rushes outside, breathing heavily. She spots Jimmy-sensei walking down the street away from her house and calls out to him, asking where he is heading. As they walk, Nobuko expresses her relief that Jimmy-sensei's wounds aren't as bad as she feared. She notes that Chairman Takayama has already apologized to Bando-san's family multiple times, making her wonder where they are actually going. Jimmy-sensei remains silent. Nobuko begins to explain her past behavior, referencing the horrible incident with the ashtray and acknowledging that Chairman Takayama can be violent. She muses that if she had quit over it, Tenjika-sensei would have been pleased. Continuing her explanation, she admits she tried to quit but couldn't bring herself to face the chairman again, especially since everyone else at the school turned a blind eye to the incident. She finishes her story with an apology, but Jimmy-sensei cuts her off, stating bluntly, "I don't care about that." He elaborates on his indifference, explaining that he never expected anything from anyone else to begin with. Just as Nobuko processes his cold words, he announces that they have arrived at their destination. Their destination is a large, opulent mansion, the home of Yabu Tsubaki, a student from Class 1A, seat number 37. Inside, Yabu Tsubaki greets them with a smile, thanking them for coming. Nobuko, taken aback, internally notes that Tsubaki is the daughter of a famous politician. Tsubaki then gets straight to the point, asking what business they have with her. Inside Yabu Tsubaki's home, Jimmy-sensei gets straight to the point. He directly accuses her of being the one who pushed Banri-san on the day of the training camp, leaving Tsubaki to stare back at him in silence. Tsubaki feigns shock, exclaiming loudly and asking who would do such a thing. She immediately deflects, claiming all she can say is that she heard the phrase, "I heard it from somebody." She then attempts to cast suspicion on Nobuko, stating that she saw Nobuko chasing Banri-san on that day. Continuing her attempt to frame Nobuko, Tsubaki constructs a motive, suggesting Nobuko was angry because Banri ate cookies made by Sakid-sensei. She advises them to ask other students from the E-class, like Erika or Nao, implying they might have witnessed something. She offers this information as if it were a helpful tip. Jimmy-sensei dismisses her deflection, stating he has no need to ask Nobuko. He presses Tsubaki again, demanding to know whether or not she did it. Taking a calm sip from her cup, Tsubaki challenges him, asking what he plans to do if she were to confess. Nobuko suddenly speaks up, pleading with Tsubaki. She says that while the incident is inexcusable, there might have been circumstances, and begs Tsubaki to trust them and explain. She offers to help the teacher's investigation, but Tsubaki merely scoffs at her earnest appeal. Cutting through the conversation, Jimmy-sensei coldly tells Tsubaki not to be mistaken about her role in this. He informs her that the choice of what to do is not hers to make, it is up to the school to decide. Jimmy-sensei clarifies to Yabu Tsubaki that the school is conducting this investigation to restore its own reliability, not for her sake. He states that if she is indeed the one who did it, there's nothing he can do, because the matter will be turned over to the police. Nobuko interjects, finding his tone too harsh and arguing that it's not so simple as students being chosen. Jimmy-sensei coldly refutes her, explaining that because high-class students rarely take exams, it makes perfect sense for them to be selected based on academic ability and family lineage. He bluntly states that school administration is a business. He continues his cynical explanation, stating that as teachers employed by the school, their job is to supervise the students. He laments that these students, having grown up knowing only their value as students, require their teachers to wipe their ass for them, concluding that society is inconvenient. Yabu Tsubaki, a smirk returning to her face, challenges Jimmy-sensei. She asks if he's saying he'll abandon the culprit, even if it's her. She confidently suggests that even if he did, her amazing father would surely do something about it. Leaning in, she delivers a pointed question, asking Jimmy-sensei if taking such a hard line wouldn't mean letting Juin Academy's Yuriko Kurosaki die. Later, as Jimmy-sensei and Nobuko walk away from the residence, Nobuko hesitantly calls out to him, asking about the Juin Academy that Tsubaki had mentioned just as they reached the front gate. As Tsubaki cheerfully announced they wanted to ask something, she revealed the person she was addressing, a girl named Kei-san. Nobuko froze in shock, utterly stunned by the unexpected arrival. Before she could process what was happening, Kei-san locked eyes with her and immediately turned to flee. Tsubaki watched as Kei-san sprinted away down the street. The sight triggered a painful memory for Nobuko, who cried out in denial, insisting to herself that a past incident wasn't her fault. The memory shattered Nobuko's perception of the present moment. The hope she had briefly placed in her teacher vanished as she stared at Jimmy-sensei, realizing with crushing certainty that she had been wrong to think he understood her. Her internal monologue concluded with a core, painful belief, solidified by a memory of a crying girl in a photograph. From the very beginning, teachers never expect a single thing from their students. Sometime after her confrontation with Nobuko, Kei-san is now in the intensive care unit. Jimmy-sensei stands with an unidentified woman, observing the situation. He internally notes that this development is a jam, as it has become impossible to hear the story directly from Kei-san. The school year resumes after summer vacation. As students greet each other on their way to the building, a girl named Mari is shown with a new hairstyle, marking the start of the new term. At school, Tsubaki expresses doubt about her appearance, but her friend Momo reassures her, exclaiming that she looks pretty. Tsubaki is flustered, admitting it's the first time she's liked such a bright color. Momo agrees that yellow suits her and playfully tells her not to get conceited. Emboldened, Tsubaki confidently replies, "I know." She then quietly asks Momo if she thinks a certain boy would also like the color yellow, but Momo dismisses the question, stating she neither knows nor cares. Their conversation is interrupted by another student, Nagisa-chan, who confronts Tsubaki. Internally, Tsubaki reflects on the recent news that Kei's Nobuko from Class 2 was in a traffic accident over the holidays and is now in a coma. Nagisa remarks on Tsubaki being a girl with bad luck. When Tsubaki seems taken aback, Nagisa poses a strange, accusatory question, asking if Tsubaki thinks that she, Nagisa, was the one responsible for the incident. Before Tsubaki can answer, Momo rushes to her side, putting an arm out protectively and declaring that Tsubaki didn't do it, insisting that she is sure of it. Nagisa observes Momo's defense, calling her Erika and noting her kindness. As Tsubaki walks away, Momo clarifies to Nagisa that she doesn't believe Tsubaki could have pushed Bandi. Elsewhere, two students discuss the fallout of their plan. They note that while they thought Hananaka was a fool for causing a media scandal for Bonri's sake, the situation has made people more sympathetic than ever. They worry that instead of the intended target, Tsubaki is now about to be expelled, a development that was not part of their plan, especially with the risk of police involvement. In a hallway, another student approaches Nagisa, apologizing for being blunt but stating her concern for her. She tells Nagisa that her friends care about her, and when pressed, admits she thinks Nagisa is a nicer person than Tsubaki. The scene shifts to the teacher's lounge, where a student named Yabu-san has delivered a formal envelope to a teacher the students call Jimmy-sensei. She explains that Tsubaki gave it to her while she was hospitalized and told her to open it, but she found it too creepy. The envelope is tied with a cord in the style of a funeral offering. Urged on by his students, Jimmy-sensei opens the envelope. Inside, he discovers a check made out for the sum of 830,000 yen, shocking everyone present. The students speculate wildly, wondering if the money is an apology from Tsubaki for pushing him or hush money related to a TV scandal. One girl notes the odd amount, suggesting the 30K is out of place. As they debate, Jimmy-sensei turns the check over, his expression growing serious as he reads something on the back. Suddenly panicked, Jimmy-sensei rushes out of the room. One of the students calls after him, then reveals the grave reason for his alarm. When she tried to contact Bonri-san's parents, something terrible had happened. The final image shows the burning student records of Bonri Michio and Bonri Yoshiko. Confronting a group she identifies as Momo's friends, Tsubaki coldly dismisses any notion of friendship between them. She defends the absent Bonri-san, asserting she would only act if provoked. Tsubaki then puts forward a suggestion, publicly accusing Yabu-san of pushing someone from the cliff and declaring it's time to cut ties with Maki. Her thoughts drift to Ike's Nozomi, a student in a coma, revealing an internal desire to have let her run away without any problems. Despite her cold exterior, a flicker of internal conflict crosses her expression. In a school hallway, a student named Hananaka thinks about a teacher she calls Jimmy-sensei. Her attention is fixed on a document detailing a payment of 830,000 from the parents of someone named Bonri-san. Later, Hananaka finds Tsubaki behind the school, burning a pile of documents, and immediately confronts her. Hananaka demands to know what Tsubaki is burning, what she did to Mari's parents, and asks how it feels to make people unhappy with her selfish sense of justice. Tsubaki calmly dismisses the accusation, calling Hananaka stupid. She states that the incident wasn't Momo's fault and justifies her own actions by claiming the plain-looking teacher would have been ineffective. Tsubaki asserts that without her intervention, Bonri-san would have suffered a far more painful destiny. Hananaka confronts Tsubaki with a simple declaration: bad things happen because of the bad people who do them. Tsubaki smiles, rejecting the label of a bad person. She claims she is nice, explaining that she foresaw future hardship for Bonri-san and, as a result, gave her a check for 830,000 yen. With a serene expression, Tsubaki reveals the significance of the amount to a stunned Hananaka, it is the combined monthly salary of Banri-san's parents. In a separate scene, Banri-san's parents are shown in distress, holding dismissal notices. Her father laments their situation, questioning how he will take responsibility for the incident with Hananaka-san, as schools hold students accountable for their parents' actions. Hananaka overhears other students discussing the news that both of Banri-san's parents were fired. They find the timing suspicious, suggesting someone worked behind the scenes, and note that Banri's parents believe Hananaka's speech in the media was the cause. Elsewhere, a teacher named Saka-sensei walks through the staff room, musing that the chairman's desire for a fight was predictable. He internally criticizes an unnamed individual as being too young for the role of chairman and too agitated to communicate effectively with teachers. His thoughts then turn to the condition of someone named Kei-san before he dismisses the matter as something outside his purview as a professor. In a separate conversation, a teacher expresses his reluctance to involve someone named Yabu-san in the matter. Elsewhere, Tsubaki smugly asks an unseen person if they were aware of the situation. In a flashback, Tsubaki coldly explains the consequences to Hananaka. With both parents jobless, Banri-san will find it difficult to pay the fees for their school, one of the most expensive in Japan, and will likely have to transfer. Hananaka confronts Tsubaki, telling her she is truly bad. Tsubaki agrees, but adds that Hananaka's way of thinking is far worse than her mother ever imagined. Meanwhile, a teacher the students call Jimmy-sensei examines the check for 830,000 yen that Tsubaki gave to Banri-san. He concludes that the amount is suspiciously small and unnatural. Standing beside him, Banri-san reflects on her recent happiness. For the first time, she has made friends and found school to be fun. Clenching her fist, she steels her resolve and turns to Jimmy-sensei, desperately asking if she can continue attending the school. The teacher looks on grimly, aware that without her parents' income, she will almost certainly be unable to pay the tuition fees. Jimmy-sensei acknowledges Banri-san's determination, presenting her with scholarship guidebooks. He explains that while options like scholarships exist for students with excellent performance, they probably won't resolve her immediate financial problems. Guiding a confused Banri-san, he leads her to the infirmary she was in before. He tells her that the check she received is the hint they need to uncover the truth. Inside the infirmary, Yabu-san is seen resting peacefully on one of the beds, surrounded by snacks and drinks. Inside the infirmary, Banri-san processes Jimmy-sensei's words. She realizes the key he mentioned is not an object, but a person, another student, Oda-san, who is awake in the adjacent bed while Yabu-san sleeps. The scene briefly shifts to an online video, introducing Oda Maki's public persona as a cheerful and popular YouTuber who creates content about cosmetics and photo editing. Back in the infirmary, Banri-san confirms that Oda is a YouTuber. Oda explains that she faced significant online harassment for a controversial topic but remained determined. Their conversation is cut short when Jimmy-sensei sternly tells them to be quiet and stop disturbing the infirmary. When Oda asks what they want, Banri-san explains that Yabu-san was forced to resign from her talent agency. Instead of sympathy, Oda erupts into cruel, unrestrained laughter. She mockingly declares that she'll now call Yabu-san shitbaki and reveals she is no longer afraid of her, leaving Banri-san and Jimmy-sensei stunned by her malice. Back in the infirmary, Jimmy-sensei turns to Oda Maki with a serious expression. He tells her there is something that only she can do and asks if she can contact Yabu-san, leaving Oda momentarily stunned. Oda protests, suggesting he ask Hananaka instead, as she would note Tsubaki's contact information. Jimmy-sensei presents her failing chemistry test, implying its leverage. Annoyed, Oda relents and sends a message to Tsubaki-chan, asking her to come to the special guidance room after school, though she mutters that it will likely be ignored. Elsewhere, Tsubaki receives the message. A smug, knowing smile crosses her face as she reads it. Oda, observing from afar, is surprised that Tsubaki hasn't blocked her, given they are no longer friends. The scene shifts to Tsubaki speaking with Hananaka. Hananaka questions why Tsubaki told her about receiving a large check for work she didn't want to do. Tsubaki retorts that her way, Momo's way, is to not do things she doesn't want to. Tsubaki continues, cryptically telling Hananaka that she doesn't understand the reason Jimmy-sensei isn't resigning, calling it a happy one. As she speaks, Oda Maki approaches them from behind. and directly addresses Hananaka. Oda states that since it's been a long time, Hananaka should come with her after school, promising, "I'll show you some interesting things." In the student council room, Oda Maki confirms that her message has been read. Hananaka, however, is completely convinced that their target will not show up, stating there's not a chance. To Hananaka's shock, Tsubaki appears in the doorway. Hananaka immediately accuses her of being a liar and declares that her actions are criminal. Tsubaki calmly retorts that she wouldn't have come if it was just Hananaka, implying she knew someone else was involved. Tsubaki's gaze settles on Jimmy-sensei, who is sitting at a computer in the room. She correctly deduces that he was the one who called for her, prompting a surprised reaction from Hananaka. Jimmy-sensei confronts Tsubaki, addressing her as Yabu-san. He begins listing her perceived misdeeds, bullying teachers and students, talking too much in front of him, and intentionally appearing before Oda at the hospital to instigate her. He presents a check for 100,000 yen as evidence of something different from cash, but Tsubaki simply denies doing anything to someone named K's. He dismisses her denial, coldly stating that it doesn't matter whether the accusations are true or not. Tsubaki observes that his attitude is cruel, as expected. Jimmy-sensei then reveals what he believes to be her true intention from the beginning. He accuses Yabu-san of befriending Oda on purpose, knowing she was lying, with the ultimate goal of making her drop out of their group. The accusation leaves Hananaka speechless. Tsubaki calmly explains her logic, stating that Hananaka's popularity and large number of supporters made her a useful tool for influencing others. However, she concedes that the plan wouldn't have worked without Oda's guts, causing a flustered Hananaka to protest. Internally, Jimmy-sensei berates himself for being narrow-minded, realizing he hasn't had much time to think things through. He reflects that it was strange for Oda to be the one to initiate contact with Tsubaki, and even stranger for him to be the one to orchestrate it, glancing at the note he had Oda deliver. He comes to a firm conclusion: Tsubaki was using Oda to test him specifically, to see if he was aware of the truth. As Oda asks what the truth is, Jimmy-sensei ignores her and speaks directly to Tsubaki, advising her that it would be better to stop now. He then lays out a new theory, suggesting that Tsubaki is a bad person who was being threatened by someone else. He posits that getting caught by the police would have been a convenient way for her to end her predicament. Leaning in close, Jimmy-sensei addresses her formally as student number 37, Yabu Tsubaki-san, and pointedly asks, "Who's tying you up?" Hananaka-san incorrectly concludes that Tsubaki must have been threatened into using the acid. Tsubaki calmly refutes this, stating that making Hananaka drop out was her own intention. She explains she acted this way because she believed Jimmy-sensei, of all people, would understand her motives. Tsubaki declares that she and Jimmy-sensei are the same. In response, Jimmy-sensei directly asks if the one controlling her is a person named Takayama Kanoko. Tsubaki corrects him, specifying that the name is actually Kurosaki Kanoko. She reveals that Jimmy-sensei has also been trapped, lying over and over in this hell world for the past 10 years. With a cheerful smile, she suggests they do it all again, initiating what is described as the 10-year rewind. The scene shifts to a girl named Momo, who is bound and unconscious, as a question hangs in the air about what Tsubaki plans to do with her. A new, smiling girl with dark hair announces the beginning of the event, framing it as the reenactment of what happened 10 years ago. Jimmy-sensei looks on grimly as Momo remains unconscious, positioned as a key figure in the scenario. Holding a clipboard, the girl addresses Hananaka and Oda Maki, casually permitting them to stay and watch. She clarifies the purpose of the reenactment, to reveal Jimmy-sensei's true self. Elsewhere, Momo awakens with a cry of pain. She finds herself bound to a chair in an empty locker room, confused and frightened as she demands to know her location. The bound girl, identified not as the expected captive but as Hananaka Momo, struggles against her restraints. She furiously demands to know what her acquaintance, Tsubaki, put in her drink, shouting that this is a crime and that Tsubaki won't be forgiven for doing this to her. The scene widens to reveal Hananaka Momo kneeling on the floor, still tied to the chair, as three unknown men observe her. Nearby, her friend, Hananaka-san, is also bound and looks on in bewildered confusion. Jimmy-sensei stares in shock at the unfolding situation. The orchestrator, a dark-haired girl named Tsubaki, watches impassively, while Hananaka-san and Oda-maki stand beside her, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. Hananaka-san cries out her friend's name in disbelief, questioning why she is tied up. The hired men begin to comment amongst themselves, recognizing Hananaka Momo as a model from television and remarking on her scent as they close in, causing her to recoil and tell them not to touch her. One of the men coldly clarifies their purpose, stating that they are being paid to assault her. This horrifying admission leaves Hananaka-san and Oda-maki speechless with shock. Tears welling in her eyes, Hananaka Momo looks desperately towards the doorway and calls out to Tsubaki, pleading for her to say this is all a lie. Tsubaki, however, simply watches from the shadows, her silence confirming her betrayal. As the others listen in shock, Tsubaki calmly begins to explain the historical precedent for the current situation, recalling a similar incident that occurred 10 years ago at Juin Academy. She explains that the victim at that time was a third-year student named Kurosaki Yuriko, who was ostracized and bullied by her peers. The abuse escalated until she was violated by a group of boys while her classmates stood by silently, which Hananaka-san realizes was a gang rape. Tsubaki continues, stating that the school, fearing the consequences, covered up the entire incident and protected the perpetrators. This betrayal and despair ultimately drove Kurosaki Yuriko to take her own life. She then reveals the most damning detail: the homeroom teacher who rushed to the scene did nothing to help. Instead, paralyzed by fear, he laughed along with the assailants. Tsubaki then turns her attention directly to a horrified Jimmy-sensei. With a piercing gaze, she confronts him directly, asking if he intends to let history repeat itself and allow this to end the same way it did last time. Tsubaki reveals the final, shocking truth: Jimmy-sensei was the teacher who failed to save Kurosaki Yuriko. In the aftermath, the school was publicly blamed for her death, and as a consequence, both the perpetrators and the teacher had their lives executed in the public eye. Tsubaki continues her explanation, revealing documents that detail the aftermath of the Kurosaki Yuriko incident. She states that Jimmy-sensei, ostracized by society, clung to his teaching job, moving from one school to another. She also reveals a critical connection: the school manager, Kanoko Takayama, is Yuriko Kurosaki's older sister. The class left behind became a problem, rejecting any new homeroom teacher. Looking directly at the stunned Jimmy-sensei, Tsubaki delivers a personal condemnation. She tells him he doesn't truly want to be a teacher and doesn't deserve the title, calling him a coward and a liar who merely puts on a teacher-like facade. Her words trigger a traumatic memory in Jimmy-sensei. He relives a past moment where he stood frozen in a classroom doorway, watching a male student assault a blonde girl. From the side, a younger Tsubaki desperately cried out, "Sensei!" But as the memory continues, the younger Tsubaki's voice shifts, coldly telling him, "There's nothing you can do to help her." This reinforces his past failure to act. The narrative snaps back to the present crisis. Hananaka Momo, bound and held captive, is being assaulted in a direct parallel to his memory. Staring at him with despair, she screams the accusation, "Murderer, Jimmy Teru-sensei." As Hananaka Momo struggles against her assailants, pleading for them to stop, Tsubaki and another student confront Jimmy-sensei, demanding to know where Hananaka is and telling him that she needs help. Tsubaki coldly asks Jimmy-sensei if it's hard to just stand and watch. She calls the current situation a reenactment of the events from 10 years ago, twisting the knife by asking if he's once again disappointed by his inability to act as Momo's cries for help echo. The taunt plunges Jimmy-sensei deep into his memory of the past incident. He sees a younger Kurosaki Yuriko being held down by bullies, crying out his name and begging for help as her attackers discuss tying her legs and mock her for being hated. The memory intensifies, recalling the bullies' cruel suggestions to take nude photos and their escalating violence, culminating in one boy's declaration to rape her. Through it all, a younger Jimmy-sensei stood frozen in the doorway, unable to stop them. As Jimmy-sensei remains frozen in his memories, Tsubaki continues her torment with a smile. She muses that with a celebrity as the victim, the incident is sure to make the front page of the news. Or perhaps, she wonders aloud, the story will be distorted just as it was 10 years ago. She points out that another death would be a problem, a direct reference to the past tragedy that haunts him. Tsubaki tells Jimmy-sensei not to make such a starey face, claiming she is genuinely happy. She insists that he, of all people, should understand her feelings better than anyone, because she, too, used to be a victim. She reveals her former name, Yabu-san. A new memory surfaces, a younger Jimmy-sensei coldly dismissing a young female student, presumably Yabu-san. He tells her to take her story to the police, stating that dealing with it is not his duty as a teacher before turning his back on her. Back in the present, Jimmy-sensei's expression hardens. He asks Tsubaki if she is forgetting something important. As he dials 110 on his phone, he looks at her and declares, "Yabu-san, you're not qualified to be my student anymore." Tsubaki is taken aback, questioning if he is actually calling the police and warning him that it won't save Hananaka. Jimmy-sensei calmly puts the phone to his ear, replying that it's okay because Momo doesn't seem to need saving anymore, causing Tsubaki to flinch in surprise. Elsewhere, Hananaka Momo catches her breath, having just incapacitated two assailants. She thinks to herself, "Thank God that I always carry a stun gun with me." Meanwhile, Tsubaki and another girl rush through the school grounds. Tsubaki, annoyed that she scraped her wrist, tells her companion to hurry up, knowing their destination is the gymnastics club's storage area. Her friend remarks that Momo's self-defense stun gun seems better than she thought. Inside one of the storage lockers, Momo stands bound by ropes, tears welling in her eyes. Tsubaki and her friend arrive and open the locker, finding the captive Momo, who looks up with an expression of immense relief. But instead of offering help, Tsubaki clenches her fist and delivers a powerful, unprovoked punch directly to Momo's face. The force of the blow sends Momo reeling backwards. As Jimmy-sensei and Tsubaki's friend watch in utter shock, Tsubaki calmly exclaims, "That was refreshing." While Tsubaki's friend asks if Momo is okay, Tsubaki herself shouts that she is not okay at all, her legs still trembling from the ordeal. On the ground, Momo looks up in stunned silence, whispering Tsubaki's name. Tsubaki unleashes her frustration, screaming that she wishes she had never become friends with someone as awful as Momo, calling her an idiot. As Tsubaki's friend offers a hand to help her up, Momo remains kneeling on the ground, lost in thought. She internally questions Tsubaki, wondering what she thinks she knows about her. And the kind of memories she has, her mind flashing back to a past incident where Tsubaki was being identified by the police as student number 37, Yabu Tsubaki-san. Momo's internal monologue is interrupted by Jimmy-sensei, who now stands before her. He points out that classes have finished and pointedly asks how long she intends to continue her soliloquy. Jimmy-sensei coldly admonishes Momo for her presumptuousness, questioning her belief that she could understand Tsubaki. He tells her to stop being nosy and sympathizing on her own terms, stating that Tsubaki's matters are her own. Jimmy-sensei stares intently at Momo, challenging her assumptions by asking, "Just what do you think you know about me?" The question sends a shock through Momo, whose mind immediately jumps to a horrifying conclusion. That Jimmy-sensei killed someone before? The scene shifts to a different time, where an unknown girl with long dark hair sits while reviewing documents from a Juin Institute case investigation. She reflects on a past bullying case, noting that the homeroom teacher involved is still employed and musing on how 10 years can cause any tragedy to fade away. And in a flashback, she compares that fading memory to another incident as she looks directly at a younger Tsubaki. The flashback concludes with the girl confronting a smiling Tsubaki, leveling a single, chilling accusation, "You murderer." In what appears to be an interrogation room, a woman questions a somber Yabu Tsubaki, asking her to explain why she committed her recent actions. The woman specifies the accusations: pushing Banri Mei-san off a cliff during the training camp and hiring homeless men to attack Hananaka Momo. She reveals that the homeless men confessed when caught, and that their case is the same as a previous incident involving Kei's Nobuko-san. Instead of responding to the charges, Tsubaki's first concern is for the previous victim, asking if Kei-san has been released from the ICU. After being told that Kei's woke up without any problems, Tsubaki calmly remarks that it's nice to hear. She then resignedly asks if she will remain under arrest. Elsewhere, a group of students discuss the situation. A blond boy expresses his surprise, having expected Tsubaki to be more stubborn. He speculates that as long as her father doesn't intervene, the rumors will be buried, and her time at Sudiono High School will be over. Standing nearby, Jimmy-sensei listens to the conversation in his student disguise. A short-haired student, Oda-san, confronts Jimmy-sensei, demanding to know why Tsubaki used her and seemingly planned to discard her from the start. She angrily questions why he, as a teacher, didn't mediate the situation. Jimmy-sensei gives a startlingly simple answer: because she was kind. Oda-san is left speechless, unable to reconcile this with Tsubaki's known crimes, such as pushing Banri off a cliff and attempting to attack someone with acid. He elaborates, explaining that Tsubaki's mother and her father's secretary orchestrated a cover-up, making it seem as though Oda-san was at fault. Jimmy-sensei points out that if Tsubaki were truly rotten, she would have used a much more dangerous substance than a dilute solution of hydrochloric acid, proving she was holding back. He continues, stating that Tsubaki was holding back for both of their sakes. Oda-san wonders if this was because they were once friends. As Jimmy-sensei admits he has also told lies, a memory of Oda-san's popular social media presence comes to mind. A flashback shows a time when Tsubaki and Oda-san were friends, with Tsubaki genuinely admiring Oda-san's charm and ability to attract people. In the present, Jimmy-sensei concludes that because of this past, Tsubaki felt she needed to commit her crimes. Jimmy-sensei reveals Tsubaki's ultimate, paradoxical goal: she needed to be arrested in order to be set free. Having finished his explanation, he turns to leave, his business concluded, as Oda-san and Hananaka Momo look on. Standing alone, Oda-san contemplates Jimmy-sensei's words, finding it strange that being arrested would mean becoming free. She looks at her phone, revealing that she had been recording their entire conversation. In a flashback, Tsubaki is seen with her mother, desperately pleading to be arrested. Her mother, not understanding the situation, tries to comfort her and take her home, insisting that Tsubaki has done nothing wrong. Tsubaki internally rejects her mother's attempts to rationalize her behavior, dismissing the idea that she was threatened or secretly wants to stop. She is resolute in her self-condemnation. Elsewhere, a girl named Erika tells Hananaka Momo that Tsubaki did, in fact, go with the police. She also mentions a rumor that someone named Case has woken up. Tsubaki's past declaration, "I truly am a bad person," echoes over the scene. Momo calmly states her belief that Tsubaki is not a bad person, which visibly frustrates Erika. Unfazed, Momo begins to explain the reason for her conviction. Recalling a time in elementary school when she was bullied. The harassment, which started as subtle torment, eventually escalated to physical violence. It was then, Momo reveals, that Tsubaki-chan was the one who helped her. Momo's flashback continues, recalling how she saw Tsubaki as a strong, kind, brilliant, and popular girl. She felt that as long as Tsubaki was there to protect her, she would follow her anywhere. However, her memory darkens as she recalls a fateful day and a confrontation with a boy named Tsutsuji. In the past, Tsutsuji confronts Momo and Tsubaki, mocking Momo's admiring gaze and calling her Yabu's bootlicker. He then reveals a personal connection, stating that his mother told him Momo is the daughter of someone from the Tsutsuji conglomerate. Momo explains that while Tsutsuji's words were true, the real truth of the situation was far more tragic. At a train station platform, the confrontation escalates, and Tsutsuji stumbles backward, falling off the platform and onto the tracks below. Just as a train speeds through the station. The text confirms that the elementary school boy died instantly, an event that splatters across Momo's horrified memory. Later, in Tsubaki's lavish bedroom, Momo finds her friend deeply traumatized and crying. Tsubaki, distraught, tells Momo that she was only trying to help her, just as she always did. The flashback ends, returning to the present day. Momo finishes her story, telling Oda-san and Erika that something like that had happened, and firmly states that Tsubaki is not a bad person. Oda-san reflects on Momo's story, realizing she knew nothing about the true relationship between Erika and Tsubaki. She had always assumed Erika was simply being kind, but now understands it was painful to watch Tsubaki become more selfish after being saved. As this thought solidifies, she drops a sugar cube into her drink, shattering her previous perception. She recalls a past conversation where Erika told her that she, Oda-san, was the truly nice one. In a flashback, Erika is seen speaking to Tsubaki, who apologizes for causing worry, but Erika cuts her off, revealing her true, malicious feelings with a wide smile. She tells a stunned Tsubaki, "I'm happy for you becoming unhappy." The flashback continues in an opulent bedroom, where Erika confesses to Tsubaki that she has been an eyesore to her for a very long time. Back in the present, Erika explains her reasoning to Oda-san. As someone who had always wanted friends, she felt that Tsubaki, a sun-like existence who had everything she wanted from birth, was looking down on her by rescuing her. With a serene smile, Erika concludes that from that day on, they became friends in every sense of the word. Oda-san looks on, her expression hardening with the disturbing implications of this revelation. A blonde girl recalls a time in the past, reflecting on how she and another girl became friends in every sense of the word. In the present day, a teacher with glasses and a weary expression stands before his class, announcing that he is going to begin. Later, in what appears to be the staff room, two female students observe the teacher, now known as Jimmy-sensei. One of them quietly wonders about his mental state, remarking that it doesn't feel right to call his current condition normal. A flashback reveals a young girl named Tsubaki in an opulent room, her solitude punctuated by the sound of her name being called. Her past is marked by a serious incident involving her class that drew the attention of the police. Her mother enters with a tray of food, urging her to eat and not to worry, assuring her that her father will handle the situation. Tsubaki, however, looks down at her meal and makes a chilling confession: "I killed someone." Her mother is stunned but quickly tries to comfort her, insisting that Tsubaki isn't bad and that she should leave the police to her father. As her mother praises her for being beautiful and kind, Tsubaki internally dismisses the words, thinking to herself, "They're all lies." Tsubaki reflects on her life, realizing she has always deceived herself and those around her, pretending to be blind and constantly lying. This realization fills her with a profound sense of self-loathing as she declares, "I despise this way of living." The flashback ends, with her intense feeling of self-disgust echoing into the present. In a school hallway, Jimmy-sensei stands observing Tsubaki, who is now a high school student. Later, on a balcony, Jimmy-sensei speaks to Tsubaki. He admits that he had initially thought of punching her the next time they met. However, he decided against it, explaining that after hearing about her past, it simply left a sour taste in his mouth. A student with pigtails, Momo, interrupts Jimmy-sensei and Tsubaki. She remarks that the sensei seems helpless, which irritates her. She philosophizes that humans make mistakes and some things can't be helped, adding that if what Tsubaki said is true, she'll know who to be angry at. Jimmy-sensei internally wonders if Momo knows about Tsubaki's past. Momo continues, telling Jimmy-sensei that simply observing a situation isn't enough to understand it completely. Believing he has revealed too much, Jimmy-sensei decides to leave, but Momo notes that he barely said anything. As Jimmy-sensei turns to go, stating he has a schedule to keep, Momo grabs his arm and demands to know what he meant. He is visibly startled by the sudden physical contact. And in his haste to pull away, he accidentally knocks Momo's books and phone from her hands. The phone's screen shatters on impact. Momo calmly asks him to refrain from unnecessary contact. Jimmy-sensei immediately drops to his knees, clutching his chest in distress and apologizing profusely. Momo tells him he doesn't need to be so wary, and begins to say something about him. Kneeling beside him, Momo's attention is drawn to his clenched fist. She asks him what he is holding in his right hand. As she asks, a tear falls from Jimmy-sensei's eye. After Jimmy-sensei flees, Momo pursues him, only to find the door to the room he entered is locked. Distressed, she runs out onto an adjacent walkway and calls his name, spotting him below. As Momo continues to call out to him, the scene focuses on her broken phone lying on a desk. An insight reveals the cause of his behavior: he is not acting like his normal self because difficult days from his past are beginning to resurface. Sometime after Jimmy-sensei fled, Momo finds herself trapped with him on the school's roof. She realizes the door has been locked from the outside and panics, desperately asking the withdrawn teacher what they are supposed to do. Momo repeatedly tries to get Jimmy-sensei's attention, but he remains unresponsive. Her frustration growing, she finally lashes out and kicks him to get a reaction. She demands that he, as the teacher, call for help. Jimmy-sensei reveals that his phone broke during his earlier fall. Exasperated, Momo calls him useless and decides to call her friend Mari, only to realize she left all her belongings, including her phone, in the classroom. As night falls, Jimmy-sensei quietly considers the possibility that they will be stuck there until morning. The thought horrifies Momo, who screams for help, terrified at the prospect of spending the night alone with him. The scene shifts to a gathering of teachers at a restaurant. An intoxicated teacher, Tenjiku-sensei, slams her glass down and exclaims that Jimmy-sensei is too mean. A colleague tries to calm her, noting she's had too much to drink and mentioning that one of his students was taken to the police. Tenjiku internally acknowledges that Yabu-san is a problem, but feels Jimmy-sensei's attitude is unacceptable. Tenjiku-sensei confronts another teacher, Sakid-sensei, questioning why he is drinking when things are so hectic. She demands to know if he properly visited Kei-san, calling his inaction a failure. Sakid-sensei defensively replies that he hasn't, but insists he sent a message and that the incident wasn't directly related to the school. Her frustration peaking, Tenjiku-sensei declares that all the teachers are the worst. She begins to list the recent tragedies that have befallen their students: Oda-san, who was bullied, Hananaka-san, who was attacked, and Bandi-san, who suffered from parental issues. She adds that she heard Yabu-san was behind Kei-san becoming mentally unstable after being threatened. She continues her impassioned speech, arguing that they should worry about the students even if the school claims no direct involvement. She tells Sakid-sensei that as a homeroom teacher, he has a duty to care for them, and if he is unwilling to do so, he should quit his job. Abruptly, Tenjiku-sensei dismisses the conversation as so noisy and gets up to leave. As she walks out, another teacher apologizes to Sakid-sensei for her outburst, noting that he is also getting drunk. Walking alone on a street at night, Tenjiku-sensei spots a student and recognizes her as Oda-san from Class A. She immediately worries about the danger of a girl being out alone so late. Realizing Oda-san is heading in the direction of Yabu-san's house, Tenjiku feels a wave of nausea and resolves to watch over her, lamenting that all the teachers at her school are a handful. Oda-san arrives at a large, opulent mansion where she is greeted at the door by another student, Tsubaki-chan, who has been informed that a friend from school has come to see her. Tsubaki calmly states that they are not friends. In response, Oda-san calls her a criminal and reveals her purpose. She plays a voice recording from her phone, explaining that it's the teachers gossiping about Tsubaki. Oda-san threatens to post the recording on the internet. She muses that Tsubaki might try to use her father's influence to suppress it, which could block Oda-san's own escape route. Unfazed, Tsubaki simply tells her to go ahead. Tsubaki explains that she genuinely wants to stop being a bad person and believes this is the only chance she has for society to punish her. Her willing acceptance of the threat leaves Oda-san visibly surprised and confused. Sensing Oda-san's misunderstanding, Tsubaki clarifies that she was a criminal long before the current incident. With a serene expression, she makes a shocking confession: "I killed someone when I was a grade schooler." A flashback shows a young Tsubaki being comforted by her father. He instructs her never to speak of the incident to anyone, assuring her she did the right thing by telling him and that he would handle it. However, Tsubaki's memory focuses on his true concern, that he would be troubled if anyone found out, leading her to the devastating realization that he was protecting himself, not her. Tsubaki recalls how another person learned her secret. It was a blonde girl who revealed it was Papa. The girl, Erika, had been told by her own father, framing the knowledge as a special secret between the three of them. In the present, Erika tells a reluctant Tsubaki that it's fine and she doesn't have to pursue punishment. She promises to keep everything about the murder a secret, claiming that as Tsubaki's friend, she will ensure nothing is her fault because her father will take care of any problems that arise. Tsubaki internally rejects this notion. Surrounded by images of small trinkets and prizes, her thoughts are a simple, firm refusal: "I don't want this." Her rejection stems from the reality of her school life, where she is subjected to constant, cruel bullying. Other students torment her physically and verbally, all while Erika watches nearby, as Tsubaki's internal mantra repeats: "I don't want to do it." The hostility extends even to one of her teachers, Ootani, who is targeted with hateful graffiti on the blackboard. Tsubaki observes this, along with a small bird trapped in a cage, seemingly being told that this situation is also fine. Erika leans in with a bright, cheerful smile, holding up a pair of opera glasses and declaring that Tsubaki isn't bad at all. In the face of this reassurance, Tsubaki's expression becomes completely vacant and emotionless. Tsubaki recalls a recent conversation where she asked a fellow student, Momo, if she had ever done something she didn't want to do. The memory is framed by imagery of feathers and dark ink splatters. In the present, Momo confronts her teacher, Jean, who sits silently. She tells him she doesn't understand why he seems to be willingly accepting the bullying directed at him. With a cheerful but pointed expression, she reminds him that his job is to teach, regardless of his personal feelings. As Jean remains unresponsive, Momo presses him for an answer. Internally, she expresses her exasperation, believing the conversation with the unpopular teacher won't last the night and noting that it's already 9 p.m. Her questioning becomes more aggressive as she demands to know what he's trying to accomplish with his silence. She points out that he gets hurt often, which worries her, and then asks about an object he is holding in his hand. Suddenly, without a word, Jean collapses forward onto the floor. Momo is left completely stunned, letting out a scream of shock and confusion. The narrative shifts to a flashback of Tsubaki's summer vacation, where she reflects on her unusual laziness. She spent her days sleeping late, neglecting her assignments, and killing time on the internet in what she felt was a meaningless way. Staring at her laptop screen, surrounded by the digital noise of others, Tsubaki internally questioned her own identity and place in the world. Her memory then focuses on a specific, tense conversation. Tsubaki confronted a girl with long, dark hair, asking if she was truly a murderer. The girl was dismissive, claiming that if it was about lying, no one was better than her, and that she didn't expect Tsubaki to understand. The dark-haired girl coldly called Tsubaki a peasant and revealed her true desire, to find someone thoughtless and at her mercy, like Jimmy Teru, whom she could use whenever she needed him. Tsubaki was left shocked and tearful at the revelation. The flashback confrontation continues as Tsubaki angrily tells the dark-haired girl that she should have just asked for help instead of concocting a cruel plan involving Jimmy Teru. The dark-haired girl retorts with condescension, questioning who Jimmy Teru is that would warrant such a strong reaction and insulting Tsubaki's intelligence. With a cold expression, the dark-haired girl dismisses Tsubaki's concerns entirely. She states that she doesn't expect Tsubaki to understand and declares that they are not friends, ending the flashback on a note of finality. The scene shifts to the present day, where a blonde student with pigtails discovers a man lying unconscious on the floor. She calls out to Jimmy Sensei, trying to see if he's alive, and is startled when he suddenly sits upright with a jolt. Jimmy Sensei apologizes, explaining that he blacked out for a moment, which he claims is a common occurrence. The student is horrified by this, exclaiming that it's not normal at all and anxiously asks if he is physically alright. He reveals the cause of his condition: he is an insomniac. He explains that he frequently loses consciousness due to light sleepiness around this time of day, prompting the student to yell at him not to fall asleep again. The student is exasperated, pointing out that they are trapped on a rooftop and that he, a teacher, should be more alert in front of a very cute student. Unfazed, Jimmy Sensei lies down on a bench, stating he hasn't had his sleeping pills and asks her not to wake him, leaving her to question if this is how a teacher should act. As Jimmy Sensei begins to drift off, he attempts to continue a previous conversation with his student, whom he addresses as Hananaka-san, about things she didn't want to do. Internally, Hananaka-san is furious, thinking that her teacher is the absolute last person she wants to talk to right now. Her frustration boiling over, Hananaka-san internally insults her teacher, decides she is done with him, and storms away, leaving him alone on the rooftop. The confrontation triggers a painful memory of a girl named Oda Maki. In the flashback, Maki coldly informs Hananaka-san that she never considered her a friend, accusing her of only being around to save face. The words cause Hananaka-san to see herself as a disgusting liar. And Maki's verbal assault culminates in her branding Hananaka-san and nobody before declaring that they were never, ever friends. Hananaka-san reflects on that time, feeling she was living in a fake world as an empty shell. She recalls Maki once making a casual comment that her social media was funny, a remark Hananaka-san perceived as just another lie. The memory concludes with the moment Hananaka-san saw Maki's newly launched video channel. In that instant, Maki's seemingly innocuous comment became a painful truth within her own life-filled mind, bringing her to tears. In the flashback, a male student defends Oda Maki, stating she was kind. This enrages Hananaka-san, who tearfully screams that the girl she calls Shitbaki is not kind at all. and vows to become a popular someone through her own skills, fueled by the desire to make Oda Maki apologize. The memory fades, returning to the present day, where Hananaka-san sits alone, looking at her phone. She opens her contact list, her internal thoughts revealing the true, painful motivation behind her past outburst. All she ever wanted was to be Tsubaki-chan's friend. In a dark room, a woman is tormented by news clippings detailing a past incident. Headlines report that a teacher is back to work while perpetrators were left to fend for themselves, questioning why it happened. Her thoughts fixate on one person, Jimmy Kuan. The scene is filled with scattered pills as a question hangs in the air, asking how a normal, sincere person could have done such a thing. The chapter's title is revealed, Sensei, Why? The narrative returns to the school rooftop, where Hananaka-san sighs in frustration. She complains about her sore backside and yells at the sleeping Jimmy-sensei, declaring that the benches are for students and that he shouldn't be sleeping on the job. A cheerful male student with glasses, identifying himself as the class assistant, arrives to start class. He politely asks Hananaka-san to sit on the bench, prioritizing her health, an offer she internally finds creepy. Later, Hananaka-san and other students examine old photographs. She observes that Jimmy-sensei used to smile and look like a normal teacher. The class assistant agrees, noting he seemed different 10 years ago, while another female student wonders if he was cuter back then. Hananaka-san curtly states that she doesn't care. In a hallway, a student named Nagisa dismisses the importance of a teacher's past, insisting they have more pressing matters to consider. A woman named Erika listens, acknowledging she doesn't fully grasp Nagisa's complicated feelings for someone named Tsubaki, but states she is trying to understand. Nagisa declares that Tsubaki is already finished, citing a past incident where she apparently killed someone and a more recent event where she used others to attack a student named Hanaka. In response to Nagisa's distress, Erika calmly tells her not to worry. Erika suggests that, just like before, Tsubaki's parents will handle the situation. Appalled, Nagisa questions the limits of their influence and challenges Erika's loyalty, asking if a true friend wouldn't turn Tsubaki over to the police to make her pay for her crimes. Erika's demeanor shifts dramatically. Her expression becomes serene yet deeply unsettling, her eyes turning dark and hollow as she asks Nagisa a chilling question. Then, Nagisa-chan, are you going to turn me over as well? Nagisa is left speechless. The scene reveals Erika holding a key she has just taken from a small drawer, which also contains a folder labeled Investigating Report. Stunned, Nagisa asks what the key is for. Erika calmly confesses her actions. She explains that after seeing Hananaka-san and Jimmy-sensei go to the rooftop after class, she locked the door. She then snuck into the unoccupied staff room, confirming Jimmy-sensei's luggage was still there, which assures her that both are still trapped on the roof. Erika cheerfully reveals to a stunned Nagisa-chan that she has acquired the key to Jimmy-sensei's house with surprising ease. She then adds ominously that Tsubaki isn't the only one who is troubled. In a moment of introspection, Erika acknowledges to herself that she has been broken for a long time. As her mind flashes with fragmented memories of official papers, scattered pills, a crowd of photographers, and a desperate plea for help directed at a sensei. Meanwhile, on the school rooftop, Hananaka-san sits beside the unconscious Jimmy-sensei, muttering to herself that his presence is annoying. From his prone position, Jimmy-sensei quietly apologizes. Hananaka-san is shocked to discover Jimmy-sensei is awake. He explains that he heard her and apologizes for not being able to help her on the day someone named Yabu-san was arrested, admitting his failure to defend her was unbecoming of a teacher. Flustered, Hananaka-san concedes that while the incident hurt, she understands it wasn't his fault. She then quickly tries to end the conversation, claiming she was just complaining and dismissing the topic. Realizing Jimmy-sensei was conscious and overheard her entire monologue, a deeply embarrassed Hananaka-san accuses him of faking his sleep and tries to forcefully wake him. And as she grabs him, her attention is drawn to something beneath his watch. She pulls back his sleeve, revealing a distinct scar on his wrist. Stunned by the discovery, Hananaka-san holds his arm, her mind racing as she silently questions why Jimmy-sensei has such a mark. In a lavishly decorated room, a young woman named Erika looks at her ringing phone before answering with a simple, yes. The accompanying text describes the caller as an opponent she cannot escape.
Meanwhile, Hananaka-san and Nagisa-chan stand outside Jimmy-sensei's home. Hananaka-san remarks that the house looks much more normal than she had anticipated.
Inside, Hananaka-san notes that the house is smaller than she expected and reflects on how easy it was to acquire the keys. She turns to her companion and asks if she is nervous too, while a brief image of a worried Jimmy-sensei appears. Hananaka-san tries to reassure Nagisa-chan, pointing out that the lights are off, meaning Jimmy-sensei is still at school. As Nagisa-chan stops on the stairs and voices her desire to stop, Hananaka-san dismisses her concerns, stating that it's too late for apologies. As Hananaka-san and Nagisa-chan stand in the hallway, they are confronted by a girl named Tsubaki. Nagisa-chan questions her presence and worries about the police, but Tsubaki coldly tells her to shut up and watch. She reveals that Erika has nothing to do with the situation and, to Nagisa-chan's shock, confesses that she was the one who stole the key. Nagisa-chan is aghast at Tsubaki's confession. In a flashback, Tsubaki's true nature is revealed. She admits to herself that she was the one who led the bullying of the teachers, made Hananaka-san an outcast, and took advantage of someone named Banri. She calmly accepts that it was all her doing, believing this is simply how things have always been. In the present, Nagisa-chan desperately pleads with Tsubaki, insisting that what she is doing is heinous and that it's not too late to stop and apologize to Jimmy-sensei. Tsubaki, however, looks on with an unreadable, detached expression. Tsubaki dismisses Nagisa-chan's pleas with a condescending smile, asking her if she didn't hear what she just said. Nagisa-chan is left speechless, horrified by Tsubaki's complete lack of remorse and her apparent enjoyment of the situation. Ignoring them both, Tsubaki steps forward and inserts the key into a lock. As it clicks into place, she calmly states, "I haven't done anything." Hananaka-san and Nagisa-chan can only watch in stunned silence. The scene abruptly shifts to a different location, presumably the school, where another girl looks up with a shocked and confused expression, letting out a surprised "ee?" As Tsubaki and Hananaka descend from the roof, they are met by another schoolgirl who demands to know what happened. Tsubaki deflects, stating he has work and is going home. He adds that Hananaka, whom the girl calls Momo, is also leaving to rest. Watching them go, Nagisa is lost in thought. She recalls seeing a mark on Tsubaki's wrist, suspecting it might be from self-harm. She compares it to a similar mark on someone named Mari, but concludes that Tsubaki's was different, leaving her to wonder if she should ask him about it. Alone, Tsubaki contemplates his hand for a moment before producing the key he used earlier. He stares at it intently, questioning whether it is truly the key to the house. Inside a residence, Tsubaki and Hananaka-san are confronted by a young woman. She states that she couldn't find his room, and Tsubaki acknowledges this, internally noting that he had prepared a dummy in advance. The woman, Yabu, is stunned to realize she was given a decoy key. Tsubaki calmly explains his reasoning. He knew that she, Hananaka, Banri, and Kei's would try to get away with their actions, and if they ran, he would be forced to pursue them with methods beyond what is humane. From a nearby doorway, another girl with blonde hair appears, distraught, and begs them to stop making her suffer even more. Yabu herself is overcome with anguish. Yabu then reveals the truth behind her actions. Her father is being held hostage. She explains that if the world were to find out what her father did for her, it would mean the end of not only his political career, but his life. She laments the cruel irony that the more she tries to keep her father's name clean, the more her own reputation is ruined. Feeling trapped in a sickening cycle with no escape, she looks pleadingly at Tsubaki. Tsubaki coldly cuts through the girl's emotional display, asking her to stop pretending to be the victim. With tears welling in her eyes, she listens as he bluntly informs her that she is, in fact, the perpetrator. He proceeds to logically dismantle her position, reminding her of the attempted trespassing, which makes him the victim. He presents a handwritten note, a diagram of her situation. It states her father is an accomplice and that if she wants to avoid prison, she must cease all contact with her friends to prevent their arrest as well. Tsubaki points out the irony that despite her and her father's academic intelligence, evidenced by test papers, they both lack a basic understanding of common sense. He addresses her directly as Jimmy-sensei. Stating that his terms hold as long as she isn't expelled, he tells her he'll provide the diagram and promptly shuts his apartment door, leaving her alone in the hallway. As he walks away, his composed demeanor shatters for a moment, and a single thought of distress, "Oh God," runs through his mind.
Alone at his desk after the confrontation, Jimmy-sensei is unable to focus.
His thoughts drift to a past interaction with Tsubaki, recalling her meticulous and transactional nature as she formally applied for overtime pay, calculated down to the second.
The memory fades, leaving him surrounded by the disarray of his office.
He attempts to reaffirm his professional identity, telling himself that as a teacher, he will take appropriate action, but his resolve is weak, overshadowed by the immense amount of work still piled up around him. The full scope of his chaotic environment is revealed, with papers and documents covering every available surface. Staring blankly at his computer screens, a single, heavy thought consumes him: I'm a teacher. The statement hangs in the air, feeling less like a fact and more like a desperate question about the nature of his dedication. In a memory from her past, a young Tsubaki stands before her parents. Her father, with a stern expression, asks her if she can stop pretending to be the victim. In the present day, outside the school, Tsubaki nervously clutches a box cutter.
Her friends, Momo and Maki, confront her.
Momo, particularly agitated, expresses her disbelief and jealousy that Tsubaki was locked up with Jimmy-sensei until the morning, calling it unfair.
Tsubaki insists it's all a misunderstanding. As Momo's frustration mounts, Tsubaki tries to calm her down, promising to tell her everything.
She begins her explanation by stating that Momo actually saw something important.
And reveals the critical detail: Jimmy-sensei had a scar on his wrist.
Nearby, their other friend Maki observes the conversation, seemingly unconcerned by the revelation.
Momo dismisses Tsubaki's concern, flippantly suggesting Jimmy-sensei's scar is from a failed suicide attempt over a woman.
Tsubaki, however, internally considers the grim reality of such an act, imagining the deep wound he must have inflicted on his dominant hand if he was truly willing to die.
Tsubaki continues to piece together her observations.
She recalls that Jimmy-sensei predominantly uses his right hand, often keeping his left hand free or moving it in a protective manner, which strengthens her theory that the injury was significant and deliberate.
Her thoughts solidify into a firm conclusion: Jimmy-sensei once genuinely tried to take his own life. Elsewhere, in the staff room, another teacher stares thoughtfully, her mind also on Jimmy-sensei. The teacher, Tenriku-sensei, approaches Jimmy-sensei at his desk.
Citing her concern as a fellow teacher, she begins to question him about what he was doing on the roof with a student, Tsubaki Hananaka, the previous night. But Jimmy-sensei deflects, first feigning ignorance and then bluntly stating that he has no obligation to answer, as it was a private matter. His abrupt dismissal of her professional concern leaves Tenriku-sensei speechless. The next morning, Tsubaki is waiting for Jimmy-sensei at school. He greets her, noting her early arrival and expressing concern that she has fallen behind in her classes due to her absence. Tsubaki simply tells him not to worry about it. Holding a school withdrawal notice, a student named Yabu Tsubaki resolves to stop attending Suezono starting today. In a meeting with a school administrator, Tsubaki claims she is simply happy to be there, but the administrator questions her sudden decision to drop out. The administrator points out that the withdrawal notice is invalid without a parental signature and cannot be accepted. She then pointedly asks Tsubaki if she understands that she is considered a criminal. When Tsubaki realizes the police will not be involved, the administrator bluntly states, "I don't want to," refusing to expel her. She explains that the school's board of directors is vulnerable to political talk. Feeling trapped, Tsubaki asks if justice matters at Suezono. The administrator internally recalls the situation with Bonri-san's parents, who were promised their company back if they agreed not to prosecute and to ensure Hananaka-san's office remains silent. The administrator cynically asks Tsubaki how she can possibly convince her parents in a world devoid of justice, stating there is no normal way to do so. Their tense conversation is suddenly interrupted by a breaking news alert on a nearby screen. A flashback reveals the incident that branded Tsubaki a criminal. At 7:55 a.m., Shozo Yabu, a member of the Japanese Democratic Party, and his wife Masami were discovered in their home amidst a scene of violence. Shozo Yabu was found with multiple stab wounds to his abdomen and lower back, a bloody knife lying nearby on the floor. Their secretary, concerned by a lack of communication, had alerted the police. Both Shozo and Masami survived the attack but were left unconscious, leading to a difficult conversation with their daughter, Tsubaki. In the aftermath, a guilt-ridden Tsubaki confronts her parents, declaring her intention to turn herself in. She cries that she has committed too many sins and can't bear the suffering anymore, calling herself an accomplice to the cover-up her parents have orchestrated. Her father's expression hardens. Calling her a handful, he violently grabs Tsubaki by her hair, demanding to know whose fault she thinks this is, and slams her to the ground. He screams that he is a politician and her actions have put the family in a difficult situation, calling her a pain in the ass. As Tsubaki lies on the floor, her father, Shozo, coldly declares her life's purpose: to keep someone named Erika Tsutsuji happy for her entire life. The revelation leaves Tsubaki stunned. Tsubaki is horrified, realizing her father knew about Erika all along. She questions why he would do this to her, overwhelmed by the suffering she has endured and wondering how much longer it must continue. Having reached her breaking point, Tsubaki grabs a kitchen knife. Her mother, Masami, sees this and desperately pleads with her to put the weapon down, insisting they can find a better solution by talking. Masami moves to take the knife from Tsubaki's hand, telling her she should listen to her father. In the struggle, Tsubaki's eyes widen in shock as the blade finds a target, and she stabs her own mother. As Masami collapses, bleeding profusely, Shozo watches in horror. The initial act of violence quickly escalates into a frenzied, repeated attack. Standing over the bodies of her parents, Tsubaki is splattered with blood, the knife still in her hand. Tears stream down her face as the horrifying reality of her actions sets in. In the immediate aftermath of the violence, Yabu Tsubaki stands splattered in her parents' blood, a wide, unnerving smile stretched across her face as tears stream from her eyes. As news reports begin to circulate, confirming the Metropolitan Police are investigating the incident as a homicide and are seeking the daughter for questioning, a memory surfaces in Tsubaki's mind, her mother, Masami, telling her that it would be better to receive the withdrawal. Having made her way to school, Tsubaki finds herself at the center of a media storm. Facing the crowd of reporters and cameras, she calmly announces her intention: "I'm going to turn myself in." News reports begin to circulate regarding the incident involving Congressman Yabu and his wife, initially stating they were stabbed multiple times and are in critical condition. The police officially announced the arrest of their eldest daughter, Yabu Tsubaki, confirming that the high school student turned herself in. In the aftermath, a media circus descends upon Tsubaki's high school. Her face and the story quickly spread across the internet, leaving fellow students in disbelief as they struggle to reconcile the news with their memories of her. Amidst student complaints about the constant media presence, a school official holds a press conference. She announces that the school has received a withdrawal notice from Tsubaki and, to distance the institution from the scandal, now considers her a former student. In the teacher's lounge, two faculty members discuss the recent incident. One notes that director Hayakawa, who has already held a press conference, looks strangely dignified on camera. She suggests Hayakawa is trying to quickly distance herself from the scandal and questions if she'll say anything more about it, while her colleague worries about how Jimmy-sensei is feeling. Observing Jimmy-sensei at his desk, they remark that he seems just the same as always, completely unfazed by the turmoil. One of the teachers concludes that both the director and Jimmy-sensei must have iron hearts. Internally, Jimmy-sensei reflects that this is not the first time he has had to deal with this kind of situation. Elsewhere at school, a student named Nagisa watches a news report about the incident on her phone, featuring director Hayakawa. She turns to her companion, Erika, and wonders aloud why Tsubaki would do such a thing. Nagisa confronts Erika directly, accusing her of cornering Tsubaki. She argues that by spreading rumors, Erika forced Tsubaki to hurt someone she had long protected. Nagisa posits that Tsubaki's heart wore out, especially since her father never allowed her to admit her guilt for killing a classmate in the past. Erika calmly refutes the accusation. No, she states, telling Nagisa that she's not quite right. She clarifies that Tsubaki was not forced to do anything she didn't want to do, it was Tsubaki herself who made the choice. Internally, Erika questions who was truly at fault for Tsubaki's actions, dismissing the blame placed on Tsubaki's self-occupied congressman father or her willfully ignorant mother, and concludes that Tsubaki herself finally did the right thing. by realizing that the family she had spent her life protecting was not worth the effort.
Elsewhere, Nagisa sits alone, quietly wondering who could have put such thoughts into Tsubaki's head.
Meanwhile, a third-rate model named Momo is inundated with messages from the media, specifically a reporter named Nero from TAS News, asking for comments on the Tsubaki incident. Though her agency forbade her from speaking on the matter, Momo sees the scandal as a potential opportunity to advance her career, believing she can achieve top model status without relying on such controversy. Discussing the situation with a classmate, Momo notes that despite the school's efforts to suppress information, rumors are spreading rapidly. They touch upon the rumor that Tsubaki's father, Congressman Yabu, is in critical condition. Momo worries that if any definitive proof of her involvement surfaces, she will be socially ruined. Nagisa confronts Erika, pointing out that the media is saturated with stories about Tsubaki. She reveals her knowledge of a recording Erika possesses audio that could expose the teacher's true voices. Nagisa demands to know why, given the circumstances, Erika is refusing to release it. Erika confronts Nagisa, manipulatively suggesting that if she had brought the information to the public earlier, the recent incident might have been prevented. Nagisa reveals that Tsubaki had confessed to her about being threatened over a past killing and that she wanted to be arrested. However, Nagisa argues that since Tsubaki never explicitly asked for help, she felt she couldn't act. Erika counters that a true friend would ensure Tsubaki pays for her crimes. Erika continues to pressure her, claiming she believes Nagisa was the kind of person who would save Tsubaki, unlike herself. Overwhelmed, Nagisa finally snaps, shouting "shut up," and telling Erika she should have done it herself. Accusing Erika of being a specialist at lying and creating internet drama. Nagisa argues that Erika's online persona, Maki, could have been merciless in exposing Tsubaki. Internally, Erika admits she is good at it and considers the wasted potential for views, but fears no one would believe her. Feigning distress, Erika claims that her own untrustworthy reputation is precisely why she left the task to Nagisa. Nagisa dismisses the idea, pointing out that Tsubaki has already been arrested, making the release of any recording seem pointless now. Erika reveals her true objective: Tsubaki's parents and the person who threatened her also need to be held accountable. She worries Tsubaki might play the victim and escape full responsibility. Admitting she lied about deleting it, Erika confirms she still has the audio data and offers to teach Nagisa how to release it anonymously. Erika continues to pressure Nagisa, offering to send her the audio file again so they can release it. The offer triggers a vivid memory for Nagisa: Tsubaki's tearful confession and his desire to be held accountable for his past actions. Erika observes multiple news reports detailing the public fallout from Tsubaki's actions. Experts on screen question why the girl turned on her parents, while online comments label Tsubaki a criminal who got what she deserved. Nagisa, steeling her resolve, recalls the moment Tsubaki entrusted her with the crucial evidence, her words echoing in her mind. Nearby, another student curses in frustration. Elsewhere in the school, Akashi-sensei confronts a student named Okana about his lack of participation in club activities. She reminds him of his sports recommendation and mentions the complicated Yabu situation, urging him to rejoin before he gets into trouble, but he quietly tells her she doesn't get it. Okana angrily dismisses her concerns, shouting that she doesn't understand his feelings. At that exact moment, the hallway erupts in chaos as one student accidentally collides with another, sending papers flying everywhere while Nagisa looks on. In a school hallway, Kei's Nobuko kneels amidst scattered papers, looking up in shock at a male student who has just recognized her. The student recoils, telling her not to touch him and calling her a criminal's accomplice. He states that he hasn't forgotten the rumor that Yabu Tsubaki pushed Mari Banri off a cliff, and that Kei's and Erika Tsutsuji pretended not to see it. He declares that he will never forgive her for what she's done. The scene then shifts to a library or staff room, where two teachers are working. One of the teachers, Tenjika-sensei, sighs as she repeatedly glances over at her colleague, Jimmy-sensei. When he finally notices her staring, she becomes flustered, denying that she wants anything from him. Gathering her composure, Tenjika-sensei addresses him directly about the incident involving Yabu Tsubaki. She asks for his thoughts on the matter, wondering aloud if it is truly acceptable for it to end this way. Tenjika-sensei continues to agonize over the situation, wondering aloud what more she could have done as a teacher for Yabu Tsubaki and questioning if the student's upbringing was to blame. Jimmy-sensei coldly interrupts her, asking if she misunderstands a teacher's duties to include acting like a hero fighting for justice.
He elaborates on his detached philosophy, stating that they are just ordinary teachers.
While he can teach a student social common sense, he asserts that it is not their business if a student decides to commit a crime. The responsibility for such an act lies entirely with the student. His words are juxtaposed with imagery of a lone girl walking down a dark path, illustrating the principle that actions have consequences and that once a path is chosen, one must see it through to the end. Jimmy-sensei concludes that if a person's thoughts are filled only with darkness, they are left with no other choice but to follow that path. He then turns to a surprised Tenjiku-sensei, reminding her that he has warned both her and her students many times before. The scene shifts to the entrance of Suizono Girls' High School, where a sign requests that people refrain from entering. Two silhouetted figures approach the closed gate. Outside the school, a group of students, including one named Momo, observe the lingering press presence. Momo's friend notes that the Yabu-san story caused a big stir, but details are scarce. Momo agrees, suggesting it's better to be careful and not get caught by the reporters.
Nearby, another student, identified as Kei-san from Class E, watches the scene. She internally questions the large media gathering and the lack of concrete information about what Yabu Tsubaki did. She finds it strange that Tsubaki's parents are still protecting her, even after she stabbed them. Kei-san's thoughts drift to her own past as she bitterly reflects that she had no one who would protect her. Her reverie is broken when a man with a microphone calls out, confirming she is a student at Suizono, and introduces himself as Yasuaki Horibata, a reporter for Weekly Sunset. He asks if she would be willing to share anything she knows about the incident, even if it's just rumors. After a moment of hesitation, Kei-san quietly agrees. Elsewhere, gossip spreads among other students.
They whisper that the school is hiding information instead of cooperating with the police.
The rumors have grown, suggesting that it isn't just Yabu Tsubaki. The entire Class 1A is said to be full of monsters.
Standing before the reporter Yasuaki Horibata, Kei-san expresses her belief that Class 1A is full of monsters. Fueled by a desire for retribution, she declares that she will tell him anything he wants to know to make them suffer. The reporter considers the situation, noting that Class 1A is the class of Counselor Yabu's daughter, and wonders if the problem lies with the entire class, not just one student. Kei-san passionately agrees, insisting they must expose them to the public to ensure justice is served. As they speak by the school gate, a teacher with dark hair and glasses approaches them.
Kei-san turns to the reporter, asking which news organization he works for, just as the teacher, identified as Jimmy-sensei, comes within earshot.
Jimmy-sensei immediately intervenes, informing the reporter that it is prohibited to directly solicit interviews from school officials and that he must refrain from any further action.
Kei-san looks on in surprise, recognizing the teacher who has just thwarted her plan.
From a school hallway, a male student watches as a young woman and two men enter a room.
He internally notes that he thinks he recognizes one of them as a teacher he's seen before.
Inside the room, the man, a lawyer named Sugano-san, addresses the young woman as Tsubaki-san.
He remarks that she has done something very unladylike.
Tsubaki coolly replies that it's been a while, noting his late appearance and admitting she had almost forgotten him.
Sugano advises her to relax, assuring her they are alone. Sugano states he has practiced patience and interprets her delay as a sign she took a long time to prepare.
He then offers to share some good news that hasn't been disclosed to the press: her father has woken up. Tsubaki's expression darkens as she flatly calls this sad news, questioning if he came just to report something so trivial.
Acknowledging that isn't all, Sugano places a medical certificate on the table. He explains it's a psychiatric report stating that Tsubaki-san has been suffering from severe mental illness since middle school, detailing numerous hospital visits. Tsubaki internally denies any memory of going through such treatment. Sugano smugly refutes her denial, explaining the scenario they've constructed.
They will argue for sympathy, claiming the victims, her parents, never wanted their daughter imprisoned for stabbing them. The goal is a sentence of 3 years in prison with 4 years of probation.
He concludes the plan by stating that afterward, she will be sent abroad until everything cools down. Overwhelmed and disgusted, Tsubaki internally curses her father. As if reading her mind, Sugano chides her, remarking that her thought is not a very ladylike thing to say. The male student's thoughts drift to a past encounter as he recalls his impression of Tsubaki-san. He remembers thinking of her as a spoiled little girl, unaware of the many dirty things in the world. In the memory, a girl on crutches, Nobuko Kase, confronts him, demanding to know why he stopped her. She angrily points out that she isn't the only one, listing Banri from their class and many others as victims of Kabut Tsubaki's cruelty. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kase shouts at him, questioning if self-preservation is all that matters to him and demanding he say something in response to her pain. The boy recalls her pain declaration that he has no idea how much they'd been hurt. Kase, identified as Nobuko Kase of Class 1E, vows that she will never forgive them and that they will be punished for what they've done. In the flashback, the boy responds to her outburst. He acknowledges that her experience must have been painful and that she has every right to want retaliation, but he states plainly that he will not offer any empty platitudes or recommend fighting recklessly. Instead of encouraging a fight, he gives her one piece of advice: she must run away. The male student walks alone down a school hallway, concluding his internal reflection. He believes that even when one is in the right, sometimes it is better not to confront the other party. The scene shifts to a different young man with glasses in a room labeled Special Classroom. On the desk before him sits a blister pack of pills and a bottle of water. He is identified only as Sensei. A chaotic memory unfolds, with the silhouettes of students desperately calling out for their teacher, Jimmy Sensei. Below, two identical nameplates bearing the initials SA are shown, one pristine and the other covered in a dark, spreading stain. As the vision of falling pills overlays a scene of a lone female student sitting in a quiet room, her thoughts also turning to her teacher. In another location, a different young woman lies down, her eyes wide with disillusionment. She thinks to herself that the situation is dirty and reveals that her father knew everything she did but chose to do nothing, causing her to lose all faith in him. The perspective changes again to two female students. One is being questioned about a person named Erica. She explains that Erica was very thorough, only contacting her through calls to avoid leaving a written record. Her blonde-haired companion internally scoffs, confident that since they left no evidence and Erica involved the other girl's father, there is nothing to worry about, even if she gets arrested. When her male companion asks who she is referring to, the young woman identifies the person as Erica Tsutsuji. She confesses that Erica has been manipulating her ever since her father covered up a murder she committed a long time ago. She offers a hollow apology for being a spoiled little girl and warns that her companion's superior, Sugano-san, may be in jeopardy if he learns of this. The man is visibly distressed by the weight of her confession and asks what it is she truly wants. Looking out the window with a determined expression, the young woman, Tsubaki, states that there is someone she needs to see. In a flashback, her male companion asks a younger Tenjiku-san if she has considered her future. With bright-eyed enthusiasm, she confidently declares that she wants to be a teacher. In the present day, Tsubaki stands before her class, 1B. She greets her students, acknowledging that they have been through a lot, and tries to steer them back to their studies by starting the Japanese lesson. Her attempt at normalcy is immediately undermined as the students ignore her, instead gossiping loudly. They discuss how a girl from the track club was arrested and interviewed by the media, speculating that she will be disowned by the Yabu family, forcing a distressed Tsubaki to overhear them. As her students gossip about the school monitoring their social media, Tsubaki reflects on her lifelong dream. Since she was a student herself, she had always viewed teachers as dependable, respected mentors, shining heroes of justice. In the present, while marking attendance, she recalls a recent conversation where a male colleague questioned her, asking if she still thought being a teacher was like being a hero of justice. The thought lingers, making her question her own purpose. Meanwhile, a student arriving at school notices the media is still gathered at the main gate, making it difficult to enter. She decides to find another way in. Attempting to climb over a sidewall to get onto school grounds, the student loses her footing and tumbles backward, colliding with another student sitting below. She is horrified to realize she has landed on someone from Yabu's group, and notices a large envelope of cash that has fallen nearby. The student, Nagisa-kun, is unbothered by the incident and tries to give her money.
She frantically apologizes and refuses, worried that the prince of the ballet team would be angry if she was associated with him.
Despite her protests, Nagisa insists, but she firmly tells him she doesn't need it.
A flashback reveals Nagisa-kun rejecting a girl, telling her he isn't interested because he believes money is power.
He then questions why she was spending time with Yabu Tsubaki. The girl is identified as Tsukishita Hitomi.
As she wonders aloud why Nagisa-kun has so much money, her attendance card is shown, revealing a pattern of recent tardiness and absences. In the present, Tsubaki is in the staff room when her colleague with glasses, Jimmy-sensei, points out that Tsukishita Hitomi has been frequently late recently. Another teacher complains about Hitomi's attitude, urging Tsubaki to intervene, which causes Tsubaki to worry that something is wrong with her student. The teachers gossip about Hitomi's recent changes. She sleeps in class, ignores assignments, has become flamboyant, and was even seen with a super luxury brand bag. They speculate that she might have a secret part-time job, as they believe her family is not wealthy. Jimmy-sensei states that part-time jobs are forbidden at their school without special permission, a rule that shocks Tsubaki. As he gets up and walks away from his desk, Tsubaki calls out to him and asks if he thinks Tsukishita might be having some troubles. After acknowledging the student's poor performance, Jimmy-sensei turns to Tsubaki with a cold expression and asks, "Why are you asking me that?" In the school hallway, another teacher approaches Tsubaki, identifying her as Tenjiku-sensei and asking if Tsukishita Hitomi, attendance number 14 from class 1B, is one of her students. The question triggers a memory. In a flashback, a young woman named Erika confronts Nagisa-kun, demanding to know why he was with Yabu Tsubaki. Flustered, Nagisa-kun struggles to respond. Erika expresses her concern, noting that he seems unwell and that Akashi-sensei was worried about his absence from club activities all summer. She then pointedly asks if he has been worried about Tsubaki this whole time. Nagisa-kun starts to deny it, but Erika cuts him off, stating with a knowing smile that she's sure he's not. Her confident expression makes him blush with embarrassment. Looking at him directly, Erika delivers a sharp observation: Nagisa-kun was never actually interested in Tsubaki. The memory fades, returning Tsubaki to the present-day school hallway. She sees two of her colleagues, Aichun-sensei and Jimmy-sensei, walking towards her. A student rushes into the classroom, apologizing profusely to Tsubaki for being late again. She explains that she has been feeling sick in the mornings. Tsubaki, still visibly emotional from her earlier memories, asks with concern if the student is alright now. As the student, Tsukishita-san, rushes off to class, another girl approaches Tsubaki, grabbing her arm to ask about the brand name bag Tsukishita was carrying. Before she can elaborate, Jimmy-sensei appears in the doorway, getting their attention. Later, in the teacher's lounge, Jimmy-sensei tells Tsubaki he has an idea about Tsukishita's situation. Nearby, other teachers complain that Tsukishita is difficult to talk to and always manages to get away with things using clever words. Aoi-chan-sensei interrupts, announcing with a smile that she found something while monitoring the student's social media. She presents a printout of a post from an account seemingly belonging to Tsukishita, advertising herself for Papakatsu, seeking a sugar daddy, and setting terms for a meeting. On days when he does not have club activities, Nagisa-kun spends his time playing video games. In the teacher's lounge, Tsubaki and her colleagues stare in shock at the details on the laptop screen. The post explicitly seeks a daddy for 10,000 yen per hour, confirming their worst fears about Tsukishita-san's involvement in compensated dating. Later, at a trendy cafe, Tsukishita-san sits before a plate of fluffy pancakes, overjoyed. She expresses her genuine happiness and surprise that her companion agreed to come with her, who is revealed to be a visibly uncomfortable Tsubaki-sensei. Tsubaki internally wishes Nagisa-kun were present, then clarifies to Tsukishita that she only came because of the persistent invitations and her own desire to try the popular pancakes, which she was too nervous to do alone in the crowded establishment. Tsubaki questions why Tsukishita didn't invite a friend instead. Tsukishita bluntly replies that she has no friends, explaining that she has spent so much time working part-time since starting school that she never managed to fit in with the rest of the class. At the cafe, Tsubaki and Tsukishita's conversation is interrupted by an older man who addresses Tsukishita as Luna. He mentions that he knew this was her favorite place.
Tsubaki observes the interaction, noting that Tsukishita is wearing the uniform of Suezan girls' school, not her own.
After the man leaves, Tsukishita quickly tries to dismiss the encounter, telling a skeptical Tsubaki that it's just a part-time job.
Tsukishita enthusiastically explains that the man, Yuorido, runs a large company and that they met online.
She describes her super high-paying job as simply dressing up and going on dates for large sums of money, insisting there is no indecency involved.
Tsubaki silently processes the fact that her student is using a fake name.
Tsubaki calmly tells Tsukishita that using a fake name and hiding which school she attends means her relationship with the man is definitely not a decent relationship.
The scene then shifts away from the cafe to the school building.
In the teacher's lounge, a visibly shaken Aoi-chan sensei looks at her colleagues and asks them to define compensated dating. Jimmy sensei explains that it involves finding a supporter, like a father figure, who gives a girl an allowance. In exchange, she meets older men online and goes on dates with them for money.
He concludes with a grim assessment. Well, in a nutshell, it's a prostitution ring.
The chancellor gravely informs Tsubaki that according to school rules, a situation like this warrants either suspension or expulsion. Elsewhere in the room, Hiragi-sensei worries aloud, noting that having to expel Tsukishita right after Yabu would be a disaster for their school year. Jimmy-sensei escalates the severity of the discussion by explaining the legal ramifications. If the adult male engaged in sexual activity with the student for money, it constitutes child prostitution. The stark definition shocks both the chancellor and Tenjiku-sensei. A senior female teacher interjects, directing Tsubaki to get the facts from her student immediately. She stresses the need to mitigate any potential damage to the school's public image, especially since the press will already be attending a briefing about the Yabu-Tsubaki incident. The senior teacher concludes with a firm declaration: in the worst-case scenario, expulsion is inevitable, as the school cannot keep a student who has committed an illegal act. As she speaks, Tenjiku-sensei looks at a social media post detailing a dinner date with hashtags like #compensated-dating. The weight of the potential consequences crushes Tenjiku-sensei, who sinks into her chair, her mind racing with panicked questions about what to do if the worst-case scenario is real. As the senior teacher's words about inevitable expulsion echo in her thoughts. Nearby, Jimmy-sensei observes her distress, feeling a similar sense of powerlessness as he wonders what he is supposed to do.
In the staff room, Aoi-chan sensei expresses her despair, feeling utterly useless as a teacher.
She tells Jimmy-sensei not to concern himself with her problems, lamenting that her students seem to despise her even more than they do him. Jimmy-sensei recalls a previous conversation where she asked if a teacher's duty included acting like a hero. He begins to tell her that, for him, his own teacher was indeed a hero.
Which prompts a memory for Aoi-chan.
She remembers her high school teacher, a man she trusted more than her own parents, who promised he would always be on her side and never abandon her. Returning to the present, Aoi-chan quietly reflects on her former teacher, wondering if he was the type who couldn't leave things alone. She turns to Jimmy-sensei, about to say something significant. Before she can speak, the office phone rings, interrupting the moment. Jimmy-sensei, noting the late hour after the emergency meeting, prepares to leave as Aoi-chan answers the call.
Identifying herself as Hitomi Tsukishita's homeroom teacher.
The information she receives from the caller, which includes the name Nagisa Okana, causes her to gasp in shock, stopping Jimmy-sensei in his tracks. Still on the phone, Aoi-chan sensei receives the grim update. The person on the other end of the line confirms that both Tsukishita-san and Okana-san have been taken into protective custody by the police.
Jimmy-sensei stands silently in the background, absorbing the severity of the news.
In a separate incident, a determined girl named Nagisa declares her intention to confront a man, brushing past her friend who pleads for her to stop. At a local police station, Tsukishita and Okana observe a man with a bruised face, the apparent victim of their altercation.
Inside an office, Jimmy-sensei angrily demands an explanation from the students.
He recounts the victim's story. The man was peacefully eating in a restaurant when Okana suddenly assaulted him. Nearby, Aoi-chan sensei crosses her arms in frustration, noting that she has been questioning them for a while but both have remained silent. Tsukishita finally speaks, defending his classmate by stating, "Okana-san just punched him because he was creeped out." A police officer, trying to de-escalate the situation, tells Tsukishita that the victim is willing to not file a report and urges him to have Okana apologize for her actions. In a separate but related confrontation, Nagisa angrily accosts a man, calling him a pervert and declaring she wants to file a report. Her friend and Tsukishita plead with her to stop. Meanwhile, back at the police station, the incident is being formally settled. An officer confirms the arrangement with the victim, who signs a form revealing his name to be Makoto Ishida as Okana watches him closely. Seeing the name confirms Okana's suspicions, and she erupts with a furious realization, exclaiming, "I fucking knew it!" Her outburst startles Tsukishita and catches Jimmy-sensei's attention. Jimmy-sensei, taking responsibility for the situation, bows deeply to Makoto Ishida. He apologizes profusely and promises to discuss the matter thoroughly with his student. After leaving the police station, Okana immediately confronts Tsukishita. She questions why Tsukishita chose to call their teachers for help instead of her own parents. And then bluntly asks if the man from the station was her sugar daddy. Okana theorizes that Tsukishita is involved in compensated dating and remains silent to prevent the police from contacting her parents about it. Jimmy-sensei formally addresses Tsukishita, informing her that the school is obligated to contact her home about the incident. He states that considering she assaulted a man, she is lucky to have gotten off so lightly. Overhearing this, Okana watches with a satisfied expression while Tsukishita feels her situation is the worst it could possibly be. Now in a school hallway, Okana confronts Tsukishita directly, telling her she is now prohibited from continuing her line of work. Tsukishita stares at the floor, overwhelmed with despair. Tsukishita finally breaks her silence, defending her actions. She insists her arrangement was consensual and that since she refused any sexual favors, it wasn't prostitution. To prove her point, she brings up another student, Momo Hananaka, who she claims is also earning money from an entertainment business. Jimmy-sensei coldly dismisses her argument, explaining that Hananaka works with the school's permission, something he doubts would be granted for an activity as illegal as compensated dating. Pushed to her limit, Tsukishita tells him to shut up and suddenly produces a knife and lunges at him, screaming that he's showing favoritism and calling him a dwarf. As Okana shouts her name in alarm, another student expresses her shock at the supposedly good girl's violent turn. Tsukishita then flees the scene, leaving the others stunned. The student asks Jimmy-sensei if he intends to pursue her. Instead of following, Jimmy-sensei turns to Tenjika-sensei. He reminds her that as Tsukishita's homeroom teacher, it is her duty to see the student home. He then admits that he is sure he cannot save Tsukishita by himself, placing the burden of responsibility on a flustered Tenjika-sensei. While Jimmy-sensei prepares to escort Okana home, Tenjika-sensei rushes to him, pleading for his help in chasing after Tsukishita. She feels that Tsukishita won't listen to her alone and that a male teacher would be more effective in this situation, despite her own confidence being shaken by Jimmy-sensei's competence during the attack. Jimmy-sensei calmly reminds Tenjiku that she is in charge of the class. Overwhelmed, she admits she doesn't know what to do, convinced that Tsukishita is engaged in compensated dating, feels no remorse, and will inevitably be expelled once the truth comes out. Tenjiko's frustration mounts as she accuses Jimmy-sensei of being perpetually apathetic, claiming he acts perfectly at his job but doesn't truly care about students in other classes. She brings up a past incident involving a student named Yabu-san as evidence of his detachment and questions if they are even colleagues. She demands that if he considers her a colleague, he should at least offer some advice. The scene then shifts, finding Tsukishita standing on a city street. Tsukishita meets with an older man, Mr. Orido, and apologizes for the earlier trouble. He reassures her it was no big deal but notes that her school will likely become very strict, making it difficult for them to see each other. He then directly asks if she still wants the money. And seeing her conflicted expression, he gently takes her arm and makes a proposition, "Let's go on one last date." Jimmy-sensei cuts the conversation short, reminding Tenjika-sensei that they are in front of a student. Flustered, she apologizes. He coldly affirms that they are merely colleagues, implying she should know what that means. He continues his lecture, stating that each teacher is assigned to their own students and must do their best for them. He dismisses her problems as her own, declaring that it is not his job to help her and questioning how long she intends to act like a student herself. And that he has no desire to work with someone who needlessly drags others down. Tenjiku-sensei is left stunned and speechless by his harsh words. As a final, crushing blow, Jimmy-sensei tells her that if she is going to cause him any more trouble, she should simply quit. Later that evening, Tenjiku-sensei, now with her hair up and being called Momo-chan, leaves what appears to be a photo shoot. An older man offers her a ride, and she internally reflects with bitter sarcasm on the advice she received from her colleague. Across the street, Tsukishita and a friend spot the pair. Tsukishita's friend recognizes the girl as Momo-chan, but Tsukishita is fixated on the school uniform she's wearing. As her friend wonders if the man is Momo-chan's father, a look of dawning horror crosses Tsukishita's face as she suspects something else entirely. Following from a distance, Tsukishita's suspicion turns to shock. The destination for her teacher and the older man is a love hotel, a place described as swirling with desire. She can only stare in disbelief, muttering, "Seriously?" Standing outside the love hotel, Tsukishita struggles to process what she has just witnessed. Her mind reels with disbelief, questioning if her teacher's actions with the older man constitute a crime. Elsewhere in the city, a young woman with blonde hair lectures her friend, Momo-chan, about the dangers of their surroundings. She warns Momo-chan, a celebrity and an underage high school student, to avoid getting involved in sordid affairs like love hotels and prostitution. Momo-chan retorts that she is well aware of the risks, and that is precisely why she is searching for someone. Her search concludes as she spots two figures in the distance, exclaiming that she has found them. Momo-chan and her friends suddenly appear, shouting for Jimmy-sensei and startling Tsukishita and the teacher she was observing. The teacher and Nagisa are mutually confused by each other's presence. Momo-chan grabs the teacher, urging him to hurry with her to a nearby love hotel that looks like a castle. As the teacher tries to understand the situation, Momo-chan explains that she came across a crime scene. She clarifies that she saw a girl in their school's uniform entering a love hotel with an older man, a sight she considered a definitively bad thing. Another teacher, Okana-san, arrives on the scene. Momo-chan continues her description of the student, mentioning she had long hair and was carrying a luxury brand bag. This description causes the teacher and Tsukishita to glance pointedly at Nagisa. As Tsukishita's other friend questions if the girl is Nagisa's acquaintance, Nagisa realizes she's been identified. In a panic, she bolts from the scene, and Momo-chan, now identified as Hananaka-san, immediately gives chase, leaving the teacher stunned by her speed. Tsukishita explains to him that once Nagisa perceives someone as an enemy, her strong temper is triggered, and she might beat the older man to a pulp. Tsukishita shouts that if Momo-chan gets involved in violence, the reputation of their famous school will suffer. Aoi-chan sensei acknowledges he is aware of the risk, recalling a previous violent outburst. Just then, a man in a suit intervenes, thanking Hananaka-san for her help but stating that this is no place for a child and that her own reputation could be tarnished. Aoi-chan sensei asserts his authority, telling the man that anything from this point on is a teacher's job. He asks the man to please take care of Ms. Hananaka. As the two walk away, Momo-chan is internally flustered, wondering why the teacher is acting so cool. Meanwhile, Okana-san arrives alone in front of the love hotel, feeling lost and wondering if she's in the right place. An aside reveals Momo-chan's manager teasing her about being a virgin who has never been to such an establishment, a fact Momo-chan vehemently denies knowing anything about. Inside a sterile-looking room, Okana-san wrestles with her next move. She considers calling the police but hesitates, worried about the possibility that Hananaka-san was mistaken and that she might cause a major incident. A painful memory surfaces of being told she's the type of person who unnecessarily drags others down. The memory intensifies, recalling a superior's harsh words, "If you're going to cause me any more trouble, then please quit." Overwhelmed by this past failure, tears well up in Okana-san's eyes as she wonders if she should indeed quit her job. Suddenly, Momo-chan's manager finds her, recognizing her as the teacher who was with Hananaka. He explains that he is Hananaka-san's manager and that she is waiting by the car. Momo-chan had told him that her homeroom teacher stopped her from following but promised he wouldn't leave until the situation was resolved. Momo-chan's manager offers to wait with Okana-san, noting that it's not safe for a woman to be alone. Okana-san, however, is lost in her own thoughts, reflecting on her feeling of being a teacher who can't do anything. She confesses to him that she feels pathetic, unable to achieve the high ideals of her amazing co-workers, and is considering quitting. The manager responds bluntly, telling her that if she wants to quit, she should just do it. He elaborates on his own perspective, explaining that many people work simply to live and don't have the luxury of quitting. He reveals he started as a part-timer and, despite the difficulties, now finds his role as Hananaka's manager rewarding. He tells Okana-san she's lucky to even have the option to quit. The manager's words about quitting trigger a powerful memory for Okana-san, transporting her back to a past conversation with one of her students. In the memory, the student explains her difficult circumstances, having been moved between orphanages and lacking money, which is why she plans to work immediately after graduation instead of pursuing higher education. The student then turns the conversation around, advising her teacher, Tenjiku-san, that one won't regret choices if they know what they truly want. She urges her not to lie to herself and asks the pivotal question that now haunts Okana-san in the present: does Tenjiku-san want to quit? Emerging from the depths of her painful memories, Okana-san's hand clenches her clothing with newfound resolve. The doubt that plagued her crystallizes into a single, defiant thought: I don't want to quit. Okana-san reflects on a memory from her school days, recalling a time she arrived late. The quiet campus felt like another world, and seeing her classmates dressed up and laughing together made her feel an intense sense of envy. Their everyday lives seemed to shine with a brilliance she lacked. Standing alone in the empty hallway, she remembers the profound misery of feeling completely left out and isolated from her peers. Back in the present, standing outside a hotel with Momo-chan's manager, Okana-san loudly repeats her newfound conviction: I don't want to quit. Her sudden declaration catches the manager completely by surprise. She recalls the pivotal moment just before her outburst. The manager had simply asked if she truly wanted to quit. The question triggered an epiphany for Okana-san. The thing she really wanted to quit was her lifelong habit of always giving up. Seeing the realization dawn on her face, the manager understood and told her that if that was the case, then she didn't have to quit her job. Internally, she knew he was right. Okana-san reflects on her past, acknowledging that even if she quit teaching, she would likely find another job. She thinks about how she doesn't get paid much for overtime and isn't sure if she's cut out for this job, but still, something has changed within her. Looking at scholarship applications and a note of encouragement, she realizes that for someone who always chose to give up, she doesn't want to quit. Tears of joy stream down her face as she feels happy with the choices she has made. The scene shifts to a love hotel, where a young woman named Luna-chan stands nervously. A man sitting on the bed notes that it's his first time in such a place and then asks her if she knows what to do to get money. As Luna-chan stammers, unsure how to respond, the man clarifies his request, telling her he wants her to take off her underwear and show him everything. He promises to give her more money than she's ever had before. With a look of resignation, Luna-chan begins to remove her clothing as the man watches. In another location, a dark-haired girl shows her phone to a boy with glasses, explaining that the man Tsukishita was talking to went by the name of Ryu Orido, but the police papers list his name as Ishida. At the reception of a love hotel, the girl and the boy with glasses learn that the security cameras are broken. The receptionist explains that since the upper floors were full, the high school girl they're looking for must be on the second floor. Frustrated, the girl declares they will check every room on that floor until they find her. As they argue with the staff, their teacher, Okana-san, suddenly appears behind them. The girl confronts the receptionist, accusing them of interfering with their business and pointing out the illegality of letting an underage person into the establishment. She threatens to call the police, just as she notices Okana-san, calling her by her nickname, Tenjiku. Okana-san attempts to take control of the situation, telling the girl that since she's under 18, she should go home while she handles the rest. The girl reacts with disbelief, angrily reminding her teacher of her recent admissions of helplessness and questioning why she would intervene now. Visibly distressed, Okana-san admits that she may not be able to help alone and might not know what to do, but tearfully declares that she doesn't want to quit being a teacher. Hearing this, the boy with glasses accepts her word and tells the girl they are leaving. The girl vehemently refuses to leave Okana-san alone, shouting that she's out of her mind. She states she won't go until she has confirmed the person they're looking for is safe. The boy calmly clarifies that his only objective was to take her home, a mission he has been following her to complete. The boy then thanks the girl, revealing he had been waiting for her to make that declaration. The perspective shifts to a phone screen, revealing a vulnerable-looking Luna-chan, wrapped only in a towel. The man holding the phone, the same one from before, taunts her, asking if she expects him to hold her. Inside the hotel room, the man coldly informs Luna-chan that he wouldn't pay for sexual favors from her, stating that she frankly isn't worth it. His internal monologue reveals his predatory grooming method, baiting girls with an initial 100,000 yen, then escalating the amounts to 200,000 and 300,000, making them feel special. He further ensnares them with expensive gifts like bags and large cash sums on anniversaries, causing their senses to go haywire as they become more dependent on the bait. He continues his psychological assault aloud, telling Luna-chan that while it's easy to get paid for simple dates, it's difficult for people to lower their value and return to a normal job once it has been artificially raised. He suggests she is convinced of her own tremendous value, especially when targeting older men. The man correctly guesses that she has not had an easy time finding a sugar daddy, claiming he could tell just by looking at her. He asks how it felt to hear that she would no longer be able to live without him, asserting that she isn't thinking about anything but money. As Luna-chan turns and walks away from him, seemingly towards the bathroom, the man sits back with a smug expression, admitting to himself that he finds it amusing to destroy a person's life. Suddenly, a voice from the hallway calls out, "Tsukishita-san." It is Okana-san, who identifies herself as a teacher looking for a student. The boy with glasses recognizes her as Tenjiku-sensei. Inside, Luna-chan hears her teacher's voice, while the man notes with confidence that the Love Hotel is a soundproofed building. The boy with glasses denies that the unfolding situation is his fault, explaining to an unseen person that he only came because Okana-san insisted. As the scene shifts to a hospital, he internally reflects that what is about to happen isn't his fault either. A flashback reveals the girl who accompanied the teacher is named Hitomi. She is visiting her mother in the hospital. Her mother, worried, asks what her father said, revealing he had cheated on her. Hitomi reassures her mother, saying she will talk to her dad herself and has found a part-time job to help with tuition. Hitomi's internal monologue reveals her feelings of isolation. She recalls arriving late to school after her morning job, feeling like she was in another world as she watched her carefree classmates laughing together. She envied how brightly they all shined. Because she felt she was the only one who was miserable and left out. This feeling is tied to a traumatic memory of standing undressed and vulnerable in a room with a man. The boy with glasses continues his internal justification, watching Hitomi walk ahead of him as he insists to himself that he is not at fault. He extends this denial of responsibility to the events currently unfolding inside a hotel room, where Luna-chan is in a compromising position, believing that what is about to happen isn't his fault either. Having made his decision, he walks down the hotel corridor with two other female students, following Hitomi, and decisively presses the fire alarm, triggering a building-wide evacuation that forces everyone out of the Love Hotel. One of his companions confronts the boy with glasses, demanding to know why he pulled the fire alarm. He calmly explains that it's faster than checking each room individually, noting that time is not on their side. He elaborates on his plan, stating that these types of alarms don't typically call the fire department directly. More importantly, he absolves himself of responsibility, declaring that a certain Tenjiku-sensei will take the blame, making it not his fault. Hitomi listens, disturbed by his cold logic. As the alarm continues to blare, Hitomi observes the boy's serene smile, wondering why he appears so pleased in such a chaotic situation. The plan works as intended. An older man and Luna-chan emerge from a room, shocked to see the students in the hallway. Realizing he's been caught, the man grabs Luna-chan and begins to flee. But the boy with glasses quickly moves to intercept them, tripping the man and sending him sprawling to the floor. He shouts that the man can't just run away and demands to know where Tsukishita is. The scene is laid bare. The man, identified as Nagisa-kun, is on the floor while Luna-chan, now called Tsukishita, stands in the doorway partially undressed. Seeing Hitomi's shocked expression, Tsukishita insists that Nagisa-kun did nothing, a claim he quickly echoes.
Nagisa-kun angrily demands proof of his wrongdoing, claiming he just happened to be there. As other students gather, drawn by the alarm, the boy with glasses calmly explains that he rang it because a student was in danger, adding that he knew the security cameras in the area weren't working. Cornered, Nagisa-kun accuses the boy of stalking him and violating his rights. He attempts to assert his authority, declaring himself a man of high social status who would never involve himself with what he calls a vulgar schoolgirl like Tsukishita. Hitomi cuts through his denials, asking the obvious question, why is Tsukishita undressed? Nagisa-kun fabricates a story on the spot, claiming Tsukishita barged in, undressed of her own accord, and was trying to sell herself to patrons for money. He continues his character assassination, pointing to Tsukishita's luxury brand items as evidence of her supposed promiscuity. Trying to discredit them all, he brings up the recent news about an attempted murder at their school, Suezen Gakuen, insinuating they are all delinquents. Suddenly, the boy with glasses holds up a smartphone. Nagisa-kun's composure shatters as he realizes it's his and frantically demands it back. The boy coolly asks why he is in such a hurry. The boy suggests that if Nagisa-kun is truly innocent, he should have no problem with the police examining his phone. As Tsukishita looks on in horror, he leans in and quietly reveals the truth to Hitomi. Nagisa-kun had been taking pictures. Tsukishita loudly announces to everyone present that Nagisa-kun was taking photos of her undressing. Cornered, Nagisa-kun stammers, attempting to justify his actions by claiming he was merely trying to teach an idiot like her about society. The boy with glasses presents the phone as proof, eliciting shocked and disgusted reactions from Hitomi and her male friend, who curses at Nagisa-kun in disbelief. Fueled by a mix of humiliation and rage at his pathetic excuse, Tsukishita lunges forward and strikes Nagisa-kun with a powerful punch, knocking him off his feet. As her friends look on in shock at her sudden violence, Tsukishita declares that if this is what it means to take responsibility for herself, then she will no longer pull any punches. While Nagisa-kun remains on the ground, the boy with glasses delivers a final, cutting remark, stating that a decent adult shouldn't play with minors and that if he truly wants to teach children, he should become a professional. As a man in a suit walks away from a school, internally insisting an incident was not his fault, the boy with glasses from the previous confrontation calls out for him to wait. And directly accuses him of being Yuriko Kurosaki's homeroom teacher. The boy angrily questions if the teacher has anything to say about the student who died, accusing him of running away from his responsibility. The scene shifts to a flashback, where the girl Nagisa had manipulated bows deeply to Hitomi, thanking her profusely. Hitomi deflects the praise, telling her to thank the others, including Nagisa-kun. The girl gushes about how celebrity Momo Hamanaka helped her and thanks Nagisa for his protection. As she does, Hitomi observes her, noting she doesn't seem traumatized. Internally, Hitomi coldly calculates how to use this new relationship to her advantage, seeing it as a more promising opportunity than a sugar daddy gig. Nagisa coldly clarifies her position to the grateful girl, stating that she should not get the wrong idea, helping her was never the intention. The girl apologizes, taken aback. Nagisa warns her not to try anything like that again before walking away, internally noting that the girl is from Class B. Nearby, a girl named Erika watches Nagisa and internally reflects on her friends, Momo-chan and Maki, whom she sees as bright, strong, and resilient. She muses that another person, Tsubaki-chan, would have simply dismissed them as stupid. While Nagisa's own thoughts reveal her true motivation. She recalls seeing adults preying on children and admits she couldn't just stand by and watch, as the sight fills her with overwhelming anger. Erika concludes her assessment, thinking that Nagisa is truly kind, strong, and fiercely protective. She contrasts this with Tsubaki, who always ran away, whereas Nagisa always stayed for them. This steadfastness has made Erika very curious. Erika approaches Nagisa, gently lifting her chin to meet her gaze. She directly asks her, "What's the reason for your kindness?" The female teacher, Tenjiku, expresses her profound gratitude to her colleague, whom she calls Jimmy-sensei. She is relieved that thanks to his intervention, she won't be blamed for the fire alarm. Nagisa, however, coldly dismisses her thanks, stating bluntly, "I didn't do it for you." He clarifies that his sole priority was his student, Tsukishita-san, who had become entangled in the mess with her sugar daddy. He asserts that this was the only reason for his actions. Despite his detached explanation, Tenjiku-sensei thanks him again, acknowledging that his actions still saved her from taking responsibility. As she speaks, Nagisa suddenly tosses a small object in her direction. She catches a USB drive, confused. Nagisa explains that after he got everyone out of the hotel, he made sure the coast was clear and returned to take new photos of the man involved with Tsukishita. During which he found a business card in the man's pocket, likely from his own company and under his real name. He tells Tenjiku that she can do something with this information, framing the task as part of her job. Nagisa elaborates on his strategy, explaining that simply breaking the phone wouldn't guarantee the data was gone. This new evidence, he reasons, is a permanent bargaining chip. He advises her to send the data anonymously, ensuring the man never has peace of mind, which will in turn protect Tsukishita and the school's honor. Nagisa tells Erika they must do their jobs perfectly. When she calls his plan simple blackmail, he coldly reframes it, not as a threat, but as mutually assured destruction, a situation where they are merely getting at each other's throats. He elaborates on his philosophy, explaining that by getting a handle on a person's major weakness, you can force them to coexist, regardless of their animosity. He admits it may sound like a twisted relationship, but insists that this is sometimes how secrets are kept. Visibly disturbed, Erika stands in the hallway and asks if what he's describing is also a teacher's job. She firmly states that she doesn't want to do this and that she didn't become a teacher for such things. Unfazed, Nagisa simply replies, "Is that so? Suit yourself, then." As Nagisa turns to leave for the day, Erika stops him, calling out his name. She presses him on a question she's asked before: why did he become a teacher? Annoyed, Nagisa mutters that she is a real pain in the ass. Erika declares she can't stand his attitude, questioning if he expects praise for having a hard time. She argues that a passionate teacher should be willing to take responsibility for their students, even if it means quitting on themselves, and she cannot reconcile this ideal with his actions. Nagisa's internal monologue continues, directed at the absent Erika. He thinks that her actions are the same as things he would have done, and considers it a shame that no one took responsibility for what happened. He concludes by wishing she would just quit. Because, as he reflects while seeing an image of his past self, she is just like he used to be. A memory surfaces of himself 10 years prior, standing outside a school as someone off-panel questioned him about a student who had died. He internally predicts that someday, Erika will break, just as he did. The scene shifts to a reporter watching a news program titled Weekly Sunset. He recognizes the teacher on screen, realizing with a start that it's Juin's homeroom teacher from that time. Sitting in his office amidst files, the reporter questions why Suezono High School would hire such a problematic individual. He resolves to pursue the story at all costs, revealing his personal connection as a reporter who covered the Juin bullying suicide case. The reporter reviews a document for the upcoming media information session at Suezono High School for girls, noting that the event is tomorrow. She informs her associate, a lawyer, that she has finished laying the groundwork. While her meeting with President Takayama Kanoko went well, she remains concerned about the homeroom teacher, Jimmy Taro. Inside the school, the lawyer, Mr. Sagano, approaches Nagisa. He states that while Nagisa has likely already heard from the president, he wants to personally discuss the Yabu Tsubaki case ahead of the media briefing tomorrow. Sagano attempts to put Nagisa at ease, assuring him that he is not an enemy. Nagisa internally reflects on being told by the president that he wouldn't need to attend the briefing. He understands the school's desire to avoid any mishaps that could damage their public image, recognizing that reporters would inevitably direct many questions at him. Sugano then clarifies Nagisa's purpose. He explains that the school's official position is that Yabu Tsubaki was not the kind of student who would cause an incident. Nagisa's role, he states, is to explain to the media that there are no problems at the school. A school administrator informs Nagisa that he will be absent from an upcoming meeting and firmly instructs him to refrain from divulging any unnecessary information. He then tells Nagisa to attend a different meeting, to which the teacher quietly agrees. The administrator then reveals that Ms. Tsubaki had requested to see him. Nagisa's response is immediate and firm, repeatedly stating, "I don't want to." The administrator dismisses his refusal, explaining that only lawyers are permitted to see her anyway.
Justifying the school's position, the administrator states that visiting a former student who is now a criminal is not within the scope of a teacher's duties. As Nagisa departs, he is observed by two students who remark on his seemingly weak appearance, though one muses that a skilled predator often conceals its true nature. Elsewhere, a group of students discusses the school's handling of the recent events. They astutely note that the administration seems to be actively trying to erase the history of conflict between Kase and Yabu, while also sweeping the case involving Dr. Gioni under the rug, creating a false narrative that there were never any problems at all. They reflect on how, despite the media frenzy, there is a lack of hard evidence. The conversation turns to a teacher, Tenjiku, who is uncharacteristically silent. Her peers find it suspicious that the school is making Nagisa face the press briefing alone, viewing it as an attempt by the administration to run away from its responsibility. The students confront the quiet Tenjiku, noting her usual outspokenness. One girl articulates their collective sentiment: while the attempted murder is a family matter, she would be lying if she claimed not to have noticed the underlying problems at the school, and she cannot agree with the narrative that the school is blameless. As she walks away, Tenjiku is consumed by thought, believing that if they are recklessly honest, the public criticism of Suzono will never end. She finds herself questioning what the right course of action truly is. She recalls Nagisa's words, how he saw his past self in her and warned that if she keeps struggling, she will eventually break. The thought lingers, and she wonders if she, too, is destined to break down one day.
Tenjiku's thoughts turn to Nagisa's past, specifically the events of 10 years ago.
She considers the contents of a scathing article that labeled a teacher a cold-blooded, murderous problem teacher, wondering what kind of person Jimmy-sensei was back then. Elsewhere, a man watches Nagisa from a distance, also pondering what kind of person he used to be. As Nagisa walks through the school grounds, the man prepares to approach him. The man intercepts Nagisa, introducing himself as Yasuaki Horikita from the weekly evening Sunday. Nagisa stops, his expression unreadable as he confirms that he remembers him. Nagisa's demeanor shifts as he confronts Horikita, identifying him as the reporter who recently tried to interview one of his students. More pointedly, he accuses Horikita of being the one who wrote a shitty article about him 10 years ago. Yasuaki Horikita justifies his actions, claiming he isn't being malicious but is simply telling the world the truth he believes Nagisa has worked so hard to hide.
He asserts that his article will expose the horrific bullying and irresponsible homeroom teachers at Juin Academy as the true reasons for Yumiko Kurosaki's suicide.
The reporter presents a draft of the article, a recap of the Juin bullying case, explaining it will be posted on their website the following night.
He states its purpose is to shed light on the current problem involving Yabu Tsubaki at Suezino High. Nagisa flatly rejects his premise.
Looking Horikita directly in the eyes, Nagisa states firmly that the contents of the article are not the truth, leaving the reporter momentarily surprised. Their confrontation is suddenly interrupted by a blonde man who introduces himself as Kano, a lawyer. He formally requests that Horikita refrain from any further communications with Suezino's school officials, causing the reporter to panic, before Kano casually clarifies that he is not a lawyer for the school and hails a taxi. Kano then turns his full attention to Nagisa, stating that it is now his turn to negotiate. He reveals that he has also written an article and, holding up his phone, offers to destroy Horikita's piece with a simple phone call before it can be published. He clarifies his position: he is not Nagisa's enemy, but that doesn't make him an ally either. Kano reveals that he works for the Yabu family and is the kind of person who will use any means necessary for his job, leaving Nagisa to contemplate the difficult question: now then, what will you do? Kano stands before Nagisa, pressing him for a decision on his offer by asking what the right answer is. Nagisa's mind races as he contemplates the consequences. He considers the ease of pretending everything is fine, but his thoughts drift to a shattered phone, to Yabu-san and her parents, and to the other person involved. He internally acknowledges that while proving an event happened is simple with evidence, proving a negative is far harder, and for those who know a wrong has been committed, true peace of mind is impossible. His thoughts drift to an empty office as he questions if the involved parties will be locked in conflict for the rest of their lives if the truth isn't revealed. Elsewhere, a determined woman looks at a phone screen, her expression shifting from concentration to triumphant realization as she finds what she was looking for, whispering, "Gotcha." She and Nagisa share an intimate kiss, a silent pact solidifying their shared resolve to see the matter through until the truth comes out.
Kano presses Nagisa for a decision, asking what he will do now. In response, Nagisa simply offers a confident, knowing smile, having already made his choice.
Sometime later at school, a student named Momo arrives, dismayed to find that Jimmy-sensei has already left for the day, even though she was only 6 minutes late. Her friends tease her, pointing out it's her own fault and that Nagisa didn't wait even though a super cute girl came to see him. Another student, Hananaka-san, appears, prompting a friend to ask if she came because she's worried about Jimmy-sensei. The friend mentions an upcoming briefing on the Tsubaki case and wonders if he will be okay, confirming Hananaka's unspoken concern. At school, Momo's friends tease her about her obvious feelings for Nagisa. Hananaka-san tries to stop them, but Momo is flustered, admitting to herself that she's thinking of him more than ever. Her friends wonder aloud if the upcoming briefing will be broadcast online, expecting it to be a major event. Elsewhere, Nagisa sits in a stark meeting room with an unidentified man, coming face to face with a former student, Yabu Tsubaki, who greets him with a serene smile.
Nagisa remains silent and cold.
He internally notes that she is only there because of her skilled lawyer and is wearing a pure white dress designed to project innocence, despite being allowed special privileges. He refuses to offer pleasantries, thinking about the crime she committed against her parents.
He finds the woman, Yabu Tsubaki, disgusting.
She, in turn, remarks that she had forgotten how cold and disgusting he could be. Yabu Tsubaki states that she called him there precisely because she appreciates his disgusting qualities.
She then gets straight to the point, making a shocking proposal: why don't we join hands? Jimmy Taro-sensei.
As Nagisa processes her offer, she reveals she is aware of his plan to skip the next day's briefing. She calls it a safe decision but warns him that it won't be the end of his problems.
Yabu Tsubaki challenges Nagisa, asking if he truly believed Class A would be peaceful just because she was gone.
She warns him that as long as a certain other girl remains in the class, another problem will soon arise. Tsubaki admits that she wasn't the only one whose hands were tied by this unnamed individual, even her parents were caught in a bind. She expresses a desperate need to understand the reason behind it all. She makes a direct offer: if Nagisa can help her, she will do anything in return, promising to use her influence to protect his teaching career.
Nagisa gives a blunt, one-word reply: I refuse.
Tsubaki tries to soften her request, clarifying that she isn't asking him to solve anything, but just to do a little probing. Nagisa remains firm, stating he has no intention of doing anything beyond his duties as a teacher and that he doesn't want any more connections with people than he has to. Internally, Nagisa reaffirms his core principle: he doesn't want to get too involved with anyone more than necessary, envisioning a lifetime with no one. A philosophy that extends to all relationships, including romantic, family, and friends. He believes he doesn't need to rely on human trust, connect with anyone, or depend on anyone at all. As Tsubaki watches, Nagisa internally resolves to never get involved again. His reasoning is rooted in a past trauma. He recalls that he has already lost everything once before. He turns to Tsubaki, telling her never to call for him again, and storms out of the room. A blonde-haired colleague witnesses the scene and calls out to Jimmy-sensei, asking if he has taken his medication. The colleague follows Nagisa, confronting him about his continued hospital visits. He notes that it has been 10 whole years and asks what is still tormenting him, but Nagisa remains silent. Left alone, Tsubaki reflects on her situation, likening her thoughts to the monologue of a caged bird. She believes Nagisa will inevitably find another person to fill her role, someone to be the next me. Elsewhere, a woman with short hair and athletic wear observes from a doorway. She seems aware of Tsubaki's search, confidently declaring that no matter who Tsubaki's next target is, she will be the one to know. As Yabu Tsubaki contemplates who will become the next me, her short-haired classmate watches, vowing that she will be the one to know who is chosen. In the staff room, Tsubaki describes her thoughts as the monologue of a caged bird. Nagisa finds her concept of a next you too abstract, interpreting her words to mean that as long as the known troublemakers are in Class A, problems will inevitably continue to arise. Visibly drained by the conversation, Nagisa abruptly declares, "I'm tired," and turns to leave the room as his blonde colleague and Tsubaki watch with concern.
Announcing that he has done his duty and is going home, Nagisa internally dismisses Tsubaki's hopes.
He reflects that she is no longer his student, especially now that she has committed a crime. From the doorway, Tsubaki observes his departure, realizing that nothing will stay the same and everything is about to change. In a separate, sterile room, a young woman with dark hair sits across from two men and calmly makes a shocking confession. She is the one who stabbed her parents, and the circumstances did not matter. Her only stated reason was that she was in pain. This exact phrase, "because I was in pain," is echoed in a memory of a meeting between Nagisa and several male students. In that meeting, a student with glasses, looking distressed, confesses directly to Nagisa.
He admits to assaulting a student named Kurosaki and acknowledges that his actions ultimately drove her to suicide.
He repeats the same justification for his actions: he did it because he was in pain. The scene shifts to official documents from the incident, which highlight that the homeroom teacher at the time, identified as Teacher J, was considered a very irresponsible person. The documents outline the tragic sequence of events. The victim, Kurosaki, was humiliated while Teacher J simply laughed and allowed the bullying to continue.
Kurosaki then took her own life, and the incident became public.
The school remained silent, seemingly to protect the perpetrators, who received minimal sanctions. Even the main culprit was released from juvenile detention after only 2 years. The narrative concludes that Teacher J likely faced no serious consequences either. In the present day, the former students and the teacher are all shown living their lives normally, having moved on without true accountability.
Nagisa reflects on how he and the others robbed Yuriko Kurosaki of her future.
He sits surrounded by medication, consumed by guilt and the weight of his inaction. Later, in a car cluttered with trash and pills, a disheveled Nagisa asks his colleague, Mr. Kano, for a lighter, intending to burn a newspaper article. Kano, alarmed, refuses to allow a fire in his car. Kano helps the staggering and unwell Nagisa to his front door, expressing concern and reminding him that the next day is important. Outside Nagisa's home, they are met by a group of his students.
Kano recognizes one of them as Hananaka Momo and, seeing an opportunity, declares their arrival to be perfect timing.
The scene shifts to the weekly Yuhi editorial department. The students, now outside the building, look up in confusion as a woman shouts from a window, pleading for help and complaining she is too busy to deal with a man inside. Inside the office, Editor-in-Chief Kawasaki is informed by a subordinate that the article has been lost due to an injunction from the top, who are ordering another cover-up. At the news agency, a colleague provides journalist Horikata with a profile on Tomonori Kano, the Yabu family's legal advisor. Horikata immediately recognizes him as the lawyer who was with Nagisa, also known as Jimmy Taro. His colleague confirms the connection, stating that Nagisa was Yabu Tsubaki's former homeroom teacher, but Horikata clarifies that he was implying a deeper, more conspiratorial link.
Horikata reflects on the current case. Yabu Tsubaki is a convicted felon, yet testimonials confirm she had no mental health issues.
He concludes that everyone involved simply wants to hide the truth of what happened, a situation that began with Jimmy Taro. The entire affair reminds him of a similar incident from the past. He voices his suspicion, comparing the current cover-up to the infamous Juin bullying suicide case from 10 years ago. His colleague recalls wanting to discuss that very case with him, and opens a file containing a photo of the victim. The colleague reveals a shocking connection that had bothered him since the lawyer's visit.
The current chancellor of Suzono High School for Girls, Kanoko Takayama, is the biological sister of Yuriko Kurosaki, the student who committed suicide in the Juin case. Horikata is stunned by the revelation.
His colleague continues, pointing out the most significant fact: it was Chancellor Takayama who hired Jimmy Taro. He posits that it's natural to assume they've made amends and that any further investigation would be tactless. Internally, however, Horikata firmly disagrees. Alone with his thoughts, Horikata becomes convinced there is something deeply wrong with the teacher. Recalling his colleague's comment about covering up scandals, he comes to a simple, chilling conclusion: wherever Jimmy Taro goes, he is involved in incidents that require a cover-up. A student, Momo, struggles to carry the unconscious Nagisa up a flight of stairs, wondering why she has to do this. An internal thought reflects on Nagisa's nature: he is just a teacher who gets himself caught up in common stories.
Inside a hallway, a blonde student, Yabu Tsubaki, confronts the man helping Nagisa. She demands to know who he is and when Nagisa started making friends. The man introduces himself as Yabu Tsubaki's defense attorney, Tomonori Kano. He explains that Nagisa has taken a large amount of his medication at once, but assures them it's not prescription and he should be fine. Arriving at Nagisa's apartment, Tsubaki is perplexed to find he has a large number of house keys, most of which are dummies. While the other students muse that this fits his meticulous personality, another student finds the real key and hands it to Tsubaki, who is excited to see inside her teacher's home. Tsubaki successfully unlocks the door and swings it open. The entire group at Tsubaki, Kano, and the other students peers inside, their expressions of anticipation quickly turning to wide-eyed shock as they are confronted with the reality of Nagisa's apartment. Contrary to all their expectations, the room is an absolute mess, with papers, books, and trash strewn across every available surface. Inside Nagisa's apartment, the students are taken aback by the mess. Yabu Tsubaki, contrasting the chaos with her perception of his meticulous personality, declares that his room is too messy and that they will all clean it up. Before the cleaning can begin, Tomonori Kano cheerfully announces he is taking his leave, entrusting Nagisa's care to the students. Despite Yabu's plea for him to at least help with the floor, the lawyer dashes out, leaving the girls surprised and alone with their unconscious teacher. Yabu fumes at the lawyer's irresponsibility, but Momo sees their unsupervised situation as a chance for discovery. She suggests that Nagisa's house must contain something interesting he doesn't want anyone to see, perhaps even adult material, and immediately begins rummaging through his things. Yabu dismisses Momo's search, stating that even if they found something erotic, it would be pointless because she believes Nagisa is impotent, a detail she claims to have seen on the news. Momo recalls an early, failed attempt to use a honey trap on him when he first became their teacher, which seems to support Yabu's assertion. Momo confesses to her friends that she has tried to seduce Nagisa twice. She recalls going with the flow, showing him her body, and even taking off her underwear, but states that he showed no physical response either time. Another student, Mari, listens intently. The other girls discuss the implications, with one exclaiming that she overlooked something vital. Driven by a sudden, intense curiosity after hearing Momo's story, Mari declares she also wants to see for herself and begins to climb onto Nagisa's bed as he sleeps. Mari reaches for Nagisa's pants, intending to check his condition directly. Yabu and Momo immediately protest, shouting that she shouldn't do that to someone who is unconscious from taking pills. Mari is momentarily swayed by their protests, but another friend encourages her to keep going. Their argument is abruptly cut short when the apartment door opens, revealing two male teachers, Sakid-sensei and Akashi-sensei, who look on in surprise. Sakid-sensei explains that they received a call from Yabu's lawyer and decided to visit since it was a male teacher's room. He whispers to Akashi that it seems like Class 1A has complicated circumstances and that it might be best to leave this to the female teachers. However, he then notices the state of the apartment and asks the girls if they made the mess, to which they vehemently deny doing anything. The teachers observe the untidy room, surprised that Nagisa, who is so orderly at school, would live like this. They find his medication and express concern, noting that he doesn't seem to be waking up despite the noise. They speculate that he might be burdened by the stress of the whole situation with Yabu. As the teachers take control of the situation, Mari becomes distraught, thinking that Nagisa's career is in jeopardy. She blurts out, "I don't want sensei to quit," while Yabu looks on with concern. Akashi-sensei cheerfully tries to de-escalate, telling the students not to worry and to head home. He assures them the school will hold a discussion the next day to prevent the situation from getting out of hand. Momo, however, is still visibly flustered by the ordeal. Sakid-sensei addresses Mari directly, telling her it's time to go home as well. He informs her that Momo's parents are on their way to pick her up, but Mari remains fixated on the unconscious Nagisa. When Sakid-sensei asks if her parents are coming, Mari admits she doesn't want to go home, confessing that she is too worried about her teacher. Her earnestness surprises Sakid-sensei, who concedes that her concern is reasonable. Mari explains that Nagisa's perpetually expressionless face, which she once found irritating, now bothers her for a different reason. Knowing that he is actually worn out all the time makes his stoic facade deeply unsettling to her as she gazes at him.
Listening to her, Sakid-sensei reflects on Nagisa's history. He recalls that Nagisa had problems at his previous school and that students like Momo have been a constant source of trouble. He concludes that Nagisa has likely been driven to the wall, just like two other teachers, Suzuki and Otani, who had also quit. In a flashback, Akashi-sensei explains the students' simplistic reasoning for harassing the teachers: they were simply angry. He reflects that all teachers are the same, and just like students, they also get hurt. He continues his musing, stating that teachers are just people who try their best to hide their flaws to function in society. In the present, Sakid-sensei remarks to Mari that Akashi-sensei is surprisingly good at discussing serious topics. Akashi-sensei dismisses the compliment, revealing to Mari that he is divorced and has a child for whom he pays support, making him more experienced than he appears. Seeing that she doesn't want to go home, he tells her to make sure she informs her parents she is staying and offers to call a female teacher to take over. Mari quietly thanks him. As Akashi-sensei leaves, he tells Sakid-sensei that Okina, Nagisa's real name, will likely be fine if he just acts normal. Sakid-sensei appears to be talking to himself as the door closes. Suddenly, Akashi-sensei reopens the door with a final warning for Mari. He tells her that another teacher, Tenjika-sensei, will be arriving soon and advises her not to do anything weird to Jimmy-sensei. The warning triggers a painful memory for Mari of Momo yelling that she made their stupid sensei sad. Flustered, Mari shouts for him to shut up and leave, slamming the door. Left alone with Nagisa, Mari contemplates the phrase weird stuff. She recalls that he had thrown up in the bathroom earlier. Worried he might vomit again in his sleep, she repositions him on the bed, but immediately feels that her actions might be going too far. While moving around the unconscious Nagisa, Mari suddenly loses her footing. Following her accidental fall, Momo Hananaka remains pressed against the unconscious Jimmy Taro, their lips connected. Meanwhile, Sakid-sensei is at a grocery store, thoughtfully considering what kind of food Jimmy might like. Back in the apartment, a flustered Momo pulls away from Jimmy, stammering a heartfelt apology for her actions. Jimmy suddenly jolts awake, not from the kiss but seemingly from a distressing dream, covering his face and shouting repeated apologies in a panic as a startled Momo tries to calm him. He then specifies his apology is for a Kurosaki-san, leaving Momo confused. Realizing his mistake, he asks who she is that he mistook her for, before striking himself in frustration. Still reeling from Nagisa calling her by another name, Momo grabs him and yells for him to take a closer look, demanding he recognize that the girl in front of him is the super cute Momo. Nagisa, flustered, tries to explain himself. He recalls that he had come to her apartment because he heard she was sick and wanted to take care of her, insisting that his actions in his sleep were an accident and not a deliberate attack. The overwhelming embarrassment and stress cause Nagisa to feel physically ill. Watching him, Momo realizes with dawning horror and disgust that the kiss was his first. She internally seethes, vowing never to forgive the disgusting glasses virgin for it. Elsewhere, a student named Bando-san appears visibly dejected. Her friends ask what's wrong, and she expresses her worry over whether Jimmy-sensei, Nagisa's teacher persona, will be alright, mentioning that he, Hananaka-san, and Akashi-sensei are involved in a difficult situation. Bando explains that they were contacted by the lawyer of someone named Yabu-san. She has been told she can return to school, and while she feels she should be grateful that keeping quiet will restore her life, she internally questions why she should feel any gratitude toward Yabu-san, the person who ruined her life. She thinks about the upcoming press conference, viewing the lawyer as a twisted individual for defending his client. Elsewhere, Bando-san discusses Nagisa with another student. The student asks what would happen if Nagisa were the one being pressured, but Bando-san cynically remarks that one doesn't always get what they want, even between friends. Bando-san's internal thoughts reveal her profound disappointment. She concludes that Nagisa never trusts anyone, and because of that, she cannot bring herself to trust him either. Meanwhile, Nagisa is violently ill in a school bathroom, retching into a sink. A blonde student with pigtails finds him and expresses concern, asking if he's okay. She observes his unsteadiness and wonders aloud if he's off his medication. Suddenly, Nagisa's demeanor shifts entirely. He slams his hand against the wall above the girl's head, trapping her and causing her to cry out in shock. And with an intense, cold expression, he puts on his glasses and demands she give him her phone immediately. After taking the device, Nagisa attempts to unlock it with Face ID, threatening to break it if she doesn't cooperate. The student is furious, insisting he can't look through her things and that Momo would never do something like record him. He finds no new recordings but remains suspicious, asking if she has another device, refusing to believe her. His paranoia peaking, Nagisa confronts the blonde student, shouting that he doesn't know whether he should believe her or not. She flinches back, terrified by his sudden intensity. Just as quickly, Nagisa's aggression subsides, and he offers a quiet apology. The student, recovering from the shock, asks if his behavior is related to the Kurosaki girl he had mentioned before. She recalls his story about Kurosaki Yuriko and an abnormal situation between a teacher and a student, wondering aloud if it's all connected. Identifying herself, she insists, Momo wants to know. Nagisa turns away, chiding her for her lack of sensibility regarding such a private matter. Unfazed, Momo Hananaka simply reiterates that she wants to know the story. He states plainly that he cannot tell her, explaining that it is similar to a promise and that she won't get anything from him. Momo asks if his refusal stems from a lack of trust in her. Cutting her off, Nagisa declares that he won't tell her anything else from his past. A memory flashes through his mind of a day 10 years ago, showing him as a boy in a hospital bed with a woman at his side. His harsh finality brings tears to Momo's eyes. Despite Nagisa's harsh rejection, Momo Hananaka tearfully confesses that she is worried about him and desperately wants to understand him better. Nagisa is momentarily stunned into silence by her earnest plea. Momo, realizing her own forwardness, internally panics. Their tense standoff is suddenly interrupted by the cheerful arrival of another teacher. She apologizes for being late, explaining she heard Nagisa was sick and brought supplies. She looks on in confusion, wondering who Momo is and what is happening in the messy room. The teacher, Tenjika-sensei, reassures Nagisa that she's fine now and asks him to take Momo home. Before he can protest, she steps inside and slams the door shut, leaving a bewildered Momo locked out in the hallway. The narrative shifts, showing Momo being confronted by her friends, who pointedly ask what she was doing with Jimmy-sensei. Elsewhere, Nagisa appears lost in his own troubled thoughts. In the memory, Momo vehemently denies any wrongdoing, exclaiming, Momo would never do such a thing. Her thoughts then drift to the source of his distance, wondering aloud if his behavior is because of the Kurosaki girl he mentioned. The narrative shifts to a flashback from Tenjika-sensei's past at Shiritsujo Academy, focusing on a third-year student named Kurosaki Yuriko. He recalls her as an outstanding individual, even more so than the well-known celebrity student, Momo Hananaka. From his perspective as a new teacher, Yuriko appeared beautiful, perfect, and kind. He believed she was a person he would remember for the rest of his life. However, his final, stark memory of her, accompanied by a sinister smile, is that she was a demon. The incident in question occurred 6 years ago. Newspaper clippings from the time detail the Shiritsujo Academy suicide bullying case, identifying the victim as a third-year high school student, Yuriko Kurosaki. Publicly, the blame was placed on the criminal and the teacher who failed to stop the bullying. In the present, another teacher confronts the man he calls Jimmy-sensei, asking if they can just leave the matter be. Jimmy-sensei refuses, stating that he is simply trying to do his job as a teacher. Jimmy-sensei, whose full name is Jimmy Teru, begins to explain his perspective to prevent any misunderstanding. He states plainly that he hated the student named Yuriko Kurosaki, professing a resentment for her stronger than for anyone else in the world. He reflects on his own past, recalling how he was a student himself until recently and found teaching to be a difficult profession. While struggling to find a job, he held on to a dream, wondering how he could possibly teach others. His thoughts are interrupted by a memory of someone calling his name, congratulating him on getting a job. Jimmy Teru's narration shifts to a memory of his college days. He recalls his senior, Kanako Kurosaki, a woman he had a crush on. During a conversation, she lamented her difficult job search, noting that her desperation had made her aggressive, a sentiment with which Jimmy shyly agreed. While looking at a pamphlet, Kanako pointed out a sudden teaching vacancy at Shiritsujo Private School. She remarked that it was a good school and then revealed a personal connection: it was the school her younger sister attended.
Surprised, Jimmy asked about her sister.
After a brief, telling pause, Kanako confirmed and stated that her sister's attendance was the reason she didn't apply for the job there. From the present, Jimmy reflects that, in hindsight, he should have recognized this as a warning sign. He remembers the uncomfortable feeling he had when he, a complete newcomer with no experience, was hired for that very position and immediately assigned to a third-year class preparing for entrance exams. This was the first time he had heard Kanako's story about her sister, and the memory fills him with a recurring sense of dread. The memory darkens, showing a bloodied and injured Jimmy sitting on the floor, having contemplated suicide. A separate image shows Kanako looking on with a grave expression, linking her to this moment of his despair. The flashback culminates in what appears to be a hospital room. As Kanako visits him, Jimmy, recovering in bed, confronts her directly. He asks if she was aware of the kind of person her sister truly was, his tone and expression confirming his own terrible realization. Jimmy Teru recalls the aftermath of his suicide attempt. His body was battered, and the heavy medication he was prescribed interfered with his work. Despite being pushed to his limit and feeling broken, he reflects that he should have quit his teaching job but didn't. Lying in a hospital bed, he introduces himself as Jimmy Teru and questions the events that led to Yuriko's death and the bullying she faced. He remembers feeling afraid and wishing the world would learn the truth, lamenting how everyone else treated the incident as if it were someone else's problem.
During his recovery, Kanako Kurosaki visited him.
She informed him that she was quitting her job to marry a man named Suzono, who owned a school.
Jimmy was shocked, internally seething that his senior was getting engaged while he was suffering.
He then confronted Kanako directly, stating his belief that she knew her sister, Yuriko, was not just a victim. He implied that if this truth were to be revealed, her marriage would be called off.
Kanako feigned confusion, denying his accusation.
Jimmy pressed on, explaining that the school was advising them to keep silent, which resulted in him being branded a murderer while receiving no compensation for his suffering. He then laid out his conditions. In exchange for his silence, she was to hire him at her fiancé's school. He stated his intention to make various demands for his own convenience in the future, causing Kanako to realize with horror that she was being blackmailed. Kanako Kurosaki confronts Jimmy Teru, accusing him of planning to socially destroy her if she doesn't comply with his demands.
He feigns confusion, asking what she means.
Internally, however, Jimmy dismisses her concern with a chilling thought, "I'm already socially dead." The narrative reflects on the past. Yuriko was the one who broke him, but now the evidence that holds the key to both his and Kanako's fates is a shared burden, always within reach of them both. Later, while at her desk, Kanako's phone vibrates.
It's a call from Jimmy Teru, which she reluctantly answers.
He immediately questions her about meeting with someone named Yabu-san. Kanako retorts that she isn't looking for a partner and is only working with him because she is being blackmailed, but Jimmy coldly reminds her that he didn't choose to team up with her either. Jimmy then reveals the true reason for his call: a reporter has been investigating the case from 10 years ago. He instructs Kanako, the face of the school, to protect him at all costs during tomorrow's press conference, implying he will leak the incriminating information if she fails. On the phone with Kanako, Jimmy Teru reflects on their mutually destructive relationship, wondering which of them is truly harassing the other. He internally admits that being a homeroom teacher for Class 1A is exhausting. His thoughts drift to the past, recalling that his current struggles are minor compared to Yuriko Kurosaki's troubled childhood. He remembers a specific USB drive, marked with the initials SA, and how he once had to ask Yuriko for it back, stressing its importance to him. In the present, sitting alone in his room, Jimmy plugs that same USB drive into his laptop, accessing the files stored within. The contents trigger a flood of memories, starting with Yuriko taunting him. She mockingly reminds him of a photo of them kissing and threatens that if he doesn't comply with her wishes, she, a minor, could easily report him to the police and have him branded a criminal. He then recalls the relentless torment from his students, who would openly mock him, threaten him with violence, and dismiss him as a weak failure of a man.
The flashback culminates in the horrifying memory of Yuriko laughing with pure sadistic glee at his suffering, while an unseen person warns her that she might kill him if she pushes too far.
The memory of her cruelty leaves Jimmy visibly shaken. Jimmy Teru collapses onto his bed, the traumatic memories overwhelming him.
In his mind, Kanako Kurosaki's recent words of concern, "I'm worried about you."
I'm concerned, and want to help you, echo menacingly, mirroring the manipulative patterns of her sister, Yuriko. The weight of his past trauma crushes him, leaving him feeling utterly isolated in a dark, oppressive space. He curls into himself, coming to a devastating internal conclusion about his own nature: I am
someone that nobody would believe.
He sees himself as a person defined by the deep scars carved into both his body and mind, as evidenced by the marks visible on his arm. At night, a young woman named Momo reminisces about a recent intimate moment with Jimmy Teru. As she soaks in a bath, her thoughts drift back to their encounters, causing her to blush. Her memory focuses on a moment of panic in her apartment building where she cried out, not knowing what to do. Jimmy's concerned expression from that time is recalled, leaving Momo flustered in the present. The following day at school, two of Jimmy's colleagues discuss a press conference that was apparently scheduled for that day. They approach Jimmy's desk, expressing their surprise that he is still able to work under such circumstances.
Jimmy's colleagues watch him, concerned that his stoic attitude is just a front.
They notice he isn't working but is instead playing a game on his computer, which they interpret as a sign of his rattled state.
One of them approaches his desk, offering help if he needs anything.
Another colleague, Sakid-sensei, steps forward with a cheerful demeanor, offering his unconditional support and reminding Jimmy that he and others visited his home the previous night. Internally, however, Sakid revels in the feeling of talking down to Jimmy.
Jimmy remains silent, completely focused on his computer screen as Sakid continues to speak. Sakid notes with amusement that he's being ignored.
A moment later, Jimmy loses the game, gets up from his desk, and walks away without a word. In the hallway, Sakid catches up to Jimmy with a wave. Another colleague approaches, informing Jimmy that the press conference is scheduled for after school and that media cameras are already present. She adds that she has a message for him from a Miss Tsubaki.
The colleague relays Miss Tsubaki's message, "Good luck." Jimmy finds the sentiment strange coming from her.
Sakid then probes him, asking if he's anxious or has forgotten his medication. Jimmy admits that he's struggling to keep his thoughts under control. Feeling the weight of the situation, Jimmy apologizes for all the trouble he's caused and resolves to think about how to use his abilities going forward. Seeing his distress, a different colleague quietly asks him why he feels the need to go to such lengths just to be a teacher. Jimmy Teru listens with a deadpan expression as Sakid-sensei continues his disingenuous advice, suggesting that given Jimmy's condition, he should take time off or find a better job.
In response, Jimmy forces a wide, unsettling smile. As Jimmy walks away, a bewildered Sakid is left wondering if that was a genuine laugh and if Jimmy is truly okay. He worries about the state of Jimmy's homeroom class, hoping that the current situation is the worst of their problems. Sometime later, Jimmy stands before his class, resuming his teaching duties. The students, including a girl with blonde twin tails, watch him attentively. The scene shifts to the school's exterior before focusing on a door labeled Media Briefing Room, where Jimmy, Sakid, and others are gathered, waiting to face the press. Inside, the press conference begins under the glare of camera flashes. A young woman and Sakid-sensei stand at the podium, and they both bow deeply to the assembled media. Sakid addresses the reporters, stating his desire to avoid trouble and noting that the student journalists seem calm. He internally remarks that this will be over sooner than expected. Beside him stands the student council president, Takayama Kanoko, who thinks to herself that a student should be on their best behavior. She observes that it is her duty to see the darkness inside the young lady, concluding that she has not one bit of trust for the teacher. During the press conference, a reporter raises their hand to ask a question. They point out that the teacher in charge of the incident is absent and ask for his opinion on the matter. Jimmy-sensei observes Takayama Kanoko, thinking to himself that she is a genius for how she is handling the situation, acting as if nothing happened while knowing exactly what she's thinking. Sakid-sensei fields the question, stating that the teacher in charge is very saddened by the subject. Internally, Takayama Kanoko recognizes this as a pose meant to shut down uncomfortable questions. Sakid-sensei continues, explaining that the incident has impacted everyone involved and that they should all support the teacher. She then concludes the briefing, stating that due to time limitations, they will respond to further questions at a later time. Jimmy-sensei watches her intently. After the press conference, a group of students discusses the outcome. One expresses relief that it ended without incident, while another remarks that the reporters were only calm because everyone is scared of Yabu-san, referring to Takayama. Jimmy-sensei stands apart, his expression dark and troubled. Later, in the teacher's lounge, a colleague tries to cheer Jimmy-sensei up, suggesting they all go out for drinks to calm down. Jimmy-sensei dismisses the idea as boring, his mind focused on a more pressing question: what happened with the teacher in charge of the late Kurosaki Yuriko-san? His thoughts trigger a vivid memory of the absent teacher, who was distraught and sweating profusely. The teacher had frantically accused him, questioning why he was laughing during the incident and suggesting he might have been an accomplice, before pleading with him, "Jimmy-sensei, can you leave things as they were?" Jimmy-sensei's mind flashes back to the absent teacher's words, who had once declared that a teacher's job required such sacrifices. The memory causes him visible distress, the word teacher echoing in his thoughts with a heavy weight. In the present, Sakid-sensei observes Jimmy-sensei's turmoil and asks if teaching is a job that truly requires one to go to such extremes. The question only deepens Jimmy-sensei's anxiety, and he lets out a choked sound, unable to respond. Overwhelmed, he retreats to a stairwell, trying to convince himself not to panic while desperately searching for his pills. As his distress intensifies, a hand suddenly extends toward him. He looks up to see a female student, who identifies him as Jimmy-sensei. With a look of concern, she asks, "Are you okay?" The text notes that Erika has arrived. Kneeling on the floor in the throes of a panic attack, Jimmy-sensei looks up to see his student, Erika, who has found him and asks if he is all right. As Jimmy-sensei struggles to his feet, another student, Tsutsuji, asks what the matter is. Seeing him clutching his collar, Erika steps forward, offering to loosen his tie if it's too tight. But he recoils from her touch. Jimmy-sensei insists that everything is fine and that he can manage on his own, before turning and walking away, leaving his concerned students watching him go. As Jimmy-sensei stands silently, Erika speculates that perhaps he is uncomfortable exposing his skin, noting that he always wears thick clothes. She closes her eyes, seemingly in understanding. Opening her eyes with a gentle smile, Erika offers a simple explanation, stating that she is also sensitive to the cold. Still tense, Jimmy-sensei clutches his tie, insists he is fine, and thanks her for her concern before turning away. Erika's thoughts reveal her true understanding of the situation. She recalls investigating Jimmy-sensei's past, uncovering a scandal at his former school that involved an attempted suicide. She correctly deduces that he wears thick clothing not because of the cold, but to hide the wounds on his wrist. And she wonders if his entire habit of hiding is a remnant of a painful memory he has to conceal. With a knowing look, she internally asks him, "What do you think?" Later, as Erika stands alone by the railing outside classroom 1A, a student with short dark hair, Nagisa, calls out to her from the top of a nearby staircase. Erika appears drained, stretching as her friends approach. One of them, Momo, asks what's wrong, commenting that she's acting weird. Another friend cheerfully interjects that Erika is always weird. Nagisa and Momo ask Erika if she's still worried about the press conference, noting her weird behavior. Internally, Erika is simply glad she can continue being Jimmy-sensei's student now that he doesn't have to quit. However, the mere mention of his name causes her to blush intensely, making her feel as though her ears are ringing. Nagisa notices Erika's reaction, asking if her ears are ringing just from hearing their teacher's name. Before Erika can respond, Nagisa shows her a photo on her phone of Jimmy-sensei sleeping, commenting on how cute he looks. The sight of the photograph triggers disorienting, unpleasant memories for Erika. In a sudden panic, she lunges at Nagisa, shouting for her to delete the photo immediately, shocking both of her friends. Trying to explain her outburst, Erika claims it's because Jimmy-sensei hates having his picture taken. She struggles to elaborate, vaguely stating that they have been through a lot of things together and that he specifically told her not to take pictures. As Erika continues to fumble for an explanation, another memory flashes through her mind. Her vagueness leads Nagisa to a scandalous conclusion, who asks if something crazy happened between Erika and the teacher. Nagisa grabs Erika, directly demanding to know what is going on between her and Sensei.
Overwhelmed, Erika shouts that nothing is happening and flees down the hallway, leaving her friends convinced that something did, in fact, occur. As Momo flees down the hallway, her mind races. She internally questions why she's running as if something significant happened, recalling that her first kiss was an accident with her teacher. To her own surprise, she realizes the thought of it doesn't bother her in the slightest. Consumed by a silent, panicked scream, Momo rounds a corner and stops dead in her tracks, coming face to face with the very person occupying her thoughts, Jimmy-sensei. Jimmy-sensei tells her she scared him, remarking that he should be the one saying that since she appeared so suddenly. He asks why she hasn't gone home yet, noting that his work hours are over and the media has dispersed, so it's time for her to leave as well.
Flustered, Momo tries to speak, stammering his name and attempting to bring up the events of the previous day.
She blurts out that she isn't going to wait, struggling to find the right words. Jimmy-sensei cuts her off, asking what she is talking about and asserting that nothing happened yesterday or today. He tells her to stop saying strange things, formally addresses her as Hananaka Momo-san, notes her attendance, and walks away, leaving her speechless. Elsewhere, another female teacher stretches at her desk, wondering aloud about Tenjika-sensei's strange way of speaking. She then picks up a can of coffee, offering it to him as a reward for his hard work. In the faculty room, the teachers are exhausted but relieved as they wrap up their work. Hiragi-sensei thanks a colleague for their help. Elsewhere, a teacher notes that the elusive Jimmy-sensei has already slipped out the back door, while others lament the mountain of homework they now have to grade. Hiragi-sensei discusses the recent crisis with a senior teacher, admitting that while it was resolved well, she can't feel at ease with reporters still lingering outside. He agrees, acknowledging the tense atmosphere and unresolved problems, but expresses hope that they can slowly return to normal school life. The senior teacher continues, reflecting on the relentless nature of their job, especially with third-year exams looming. Hearing this, a younger, blonde-haired teacher chimes in, assuming that this year's major school event will have to be cancelled given the circumstances. However, the senior teacher corrects him, revealing that the annual Kien's Culture Festival is scheduled to happen very soon. The announcement catches the other teachers by surprise. A school mascot character appears, voicing the collective thought about the difficulty of holding a festival amidst all the recent commotion. Inside Classroom 1A, preparations for the cultural festival are underway. Tsubaki finds her friend Momo and asks if she has changed into her costume yet. Momo, looking downcast, confirms that she has. Momo complains that her traditional maid outfit, borrowed from the theater club, is far too plain. She would have preferred something brightly colored. Tsubaki tries to reassure her that it looks pretty, but another friend bluntly explains Momo's role isn't to serve customers but to act as a panda to attract them to their class cafe. The main attraction, another student named Odamaki declares, will be her new and improved cupcakes, which she claims are original creations inspired by popular designs. Her friends quietly express skepticism at her methods. Watching the commotion, Momo wonders why everyone is so excited about the festival. The reason for the subdued atmosphere becomes clear. A notice specifies that this year's festival is closed to outsiders, and no social media posting is allowed. This news crushes Momo's motivation, as she laments being unable to show the world her cute appearance. Seeing her friend's disappointment, Tsubaki offers new motivational information she overheard. The class that wins first prize in the vote will receive a special reward. At a meeting for the 58th Kien Girls High School Culture Festival, the teachers review an announcement from the executive committee. The class voted number 1 will receive a surprise from their homeroom teacher. One teacher, Toshiya Hiragi, immediately questions the sanity of the idea. He argues that recent incidents have created distrust, making the teacher-student relationship tense. A blonde female colleague counters, insisting the festival is a crucial opportunity to reconnect with students and that he must face them. Another teacher with spiky hair suggests that a simple word of praise would be enough, but Hiragi internally scoffs, believing modern high school girls wouldn't be happy with something so simple. While another teacher shares an anecdote about a student asking him on a date, the blonde teacher asks what kind of surprise is expected. Cutting through the discussion, Hiragi declares with sudden resolve that he will do it, accepting it as part of a teacher's job. As Hiragi walks away, he states that he will take the students' reactions into account and respond accordingly. His colleagues are left stunned by his abrupt commitment, with one noting it's been a while since she heard him say life goes on.
They now look forward to seeing what Jimmy-sensei's surprise will be. Elsewhere in the school, a student named Tsutsuji approaches her classmate, Nagisa, on the stairs.
She calls out to him, observing the unpleasant look on his face and mentioning that he's back after being absent from club activities for a while. Tsutsuji presses further, reminding Nagisa that he was a great volleyball player in middle school and questioning why he's now lazing around. Nagisa coldly dismisses her, telling her it's none of her business and to stop talking to him. As he walks away, Tsutsuji changes the subject to the cultural festival, informing him their class is doing a cafe with maid outfits and asking if he's sure he won't participate.
Tsutsuji continues her attempt to engage Nagisa, suggesting he wear a maid outfit for the cultural festival.
Nagisa reacts with confusion, while another male classmate questions the idea, calling it stupid. A new girl defends the idea, stating it's not stupid because she thought Nagisa would like that sort of thing. She explains that the girl who has been following Nagisa, who was his middle school classmate, showed her a photo of him from that time, noting how different he looks now. The girl begins to explain that if she had known sooner, she would have understood why Nagisa was hanging out with someone named Yabu Tsubaki. Before she can finish her thought, Nagisa forcefully shouts at her to stop, startling her. Visibly upset, Nagisa confronts the girl, questioning her persistence and her motives, asking if she's even his friend. Unfazed, she retorts that if they aren't friends, they should become friends right now, leaving Nagisa at a loss for words. Tsutsuji steps in, defending the girl as a good person who loves her friends, despite being a bit harsh. She then turns to Nagisa and directly states that if he's friends with this girl, she would like to be his friend too. Nagisa is left blushing and flustered by the directness of her request as another student, Erika, arrives. The girl from before greets the newcomer as Erika. She then introduces herself to Tsutsuji as Hitomi Tsukishita from Class B. Tsutsuji recognizes Erika, confirming she's seen her with Hitomi before. Hitomi explains to Tsutsuji that she knows her because she is famous for being the daughter of the Tsuji conglomerate and for being friends with Yabu Tsubaki. She casually refers to Tsubaki as an attempted murderer, shocking Tsutsuji, before quickly dismissing it as a joke.
Hitomi clarifies that she and Tsubaki have known each other since elementary school and that she regrets the incident.
She continues, claiming she acted to prevent Tsubaki from doing something rash and has since wondered if there was more she could have done.
Believing her sincerity, Tsutsuji tells Hitomi that she is a kind person.
As she and Erika depart, Hitomi wishes Tsutsuji and Nagisa well, hoping they can continue to be good friends. However, her internal monologue reveals her true feelings, venomously thinking, even from here, you can hear her barking.
What a bitch! Just when I thought you were alone. After Hitomi leaves, another girl approaches Tsutsuji. Tsutsuji recognizes her from the volleyball club, and the girl confirms she knows Tsutsuji is a friend of Tsubaki's. Before formally introducing herself as Nagisa Okina, a student from the class next door and Nagisa's classmate. A flashback begins, showing a young Nagisa sitting with her father. She cheerfully tells him that when she grows up, she is going to marry him. The flashback moves forward to Nagisa's middle school years. She complains to her friends that her parents are annoying, specifically how her father embarrasses her by bringing up childhood promises. Her friends, however, think her father's doting is sweet and comment on how handsome and kind he is. As her friends continue to praise him, Nagisa's father arrives to pick her up. Nagisa internally reflects that while she wasn't the type of person who received compliments from others, her father's constant praise had always made her feel pretty. She recalls her pride in her perfect family life, where her kind mother was happy and doted on by her father. Nagisa remembers envying how he treated her mother like a princess, a stark contrast to a friend's strict father. This warm memory is abruptly cut short by her present-day realization that she can no longer remember her father's kind face. The scene returns to the present day, inside the classroom. Tsutsuji is surprised to learn she has to dress up for the cultural festival.
Her classmates enthusiastically pressure her to try on a costume, insisting she will look great and be like a princess at the event. In the classroom, a group of girls discusses the cultural festival. One of them, Okina, is approached about wearing a costume. Her classmates note that more people are gathering around Tsutsuji lately, joking that it's because the intimidating Yabu-san has disappeared. When they suggest a costume for Okina, she flatly refuses, internally repeating, "I'm not gonna do it." Despite their insistence that she is beautiful and would look good, Okina shouts her refusal.
Okina stands and walks away, stating firmly that she dislikes that type of stuff. As she leaves, her classmates wonder if she will be the next target of the mysterious Yabutsubaki.
Okina reflects on the recent period of peace, which now feels threatened. The thought triggers a memory for Okina, taking her back to a day when she was out shopping. She recalls seeing Tsutsuji looking at a dress in a shop window, overhearing someone comment that Tsutsuji looked like a princess, and was surprised when Tsutsuji turned the compliment on her, suggesting the dress would look good on Okina. Flustered by the sudden attention, Okina questioned why Tsutsuji was even there, but Tsutsuji calmly explained it was a coincidence, as she passed by the shop from time to time. Tsutsuji then astutely pointed out that she recognized Okina's feminine taste, noting her pretty hair and belongings. As Okina blushed and denied liking cute things, Tsutsuji simply smiled and called her cute. Okina remembers thinking that only her parents would say something so kind to her. While others praised Tsutsuji for being tall and model-like, this personal and gentle compliment solidified Okina's feelings. In her heart, she knew, Arika Tsutsuji was my hero.
Okina's reflection continues, delving deeper into her past.
She recalls her childhood, a time when she confidently demanded a matching dress with her friend, Arika. Her mother questioned if Arika was a new friend, and Okina explained that they both loved the same expensive brand. Her father readily agreed to the purchase, which cost around 30,000 yen, justifying it by praising Okina's excellent grades and her status as the ace of the volleyball team. Her mother commented that he was spoiling her, but Okina was simply pleased, thinking to herself that her father was telling the truth and she deserved it. The memory shifts to her school days. Okina admits that she was initially afraid to associate with Tsubaki, who was always surrounded by bad rumors. This fear extended to Arika, who was with Tsubaki and possessed the intimidating aura of a cool beauty. Despite the rumors and her initial fear, Okina found herself part of a trio with Tsubaki and Arika, the two most prominent students in school. For the first 2 years of their friendship, she felt a sense of pride, viewing their group as a happy family where Tsubaki never caused any trouble. Looking back, however, Okina begins to question the nature of their relationship. She wonders if perhaps Arika had been controlling everything all along, comparing the feeling to being a new pet kept from escaping as a specific memory of wearing a frilly dress surfaces. In the recalled memory, Okina is in a dressing room. She watches as Arika compliments another girl, Nagisa, who looks beautiful in a similar dress. The sight fills Okina with a sense of inadequacy, making her feel that Nagisa is the real princess and she herself shouldn't be dressed so finely. Her internal conflict is interrupted when Arika casually reveals she also bought a jacket, a statement that leaves Okina confused.
Okina's flashback continues in the dress shop.
She recalls her younger self being impressed by the wealth of adults, remembering how she proudly told the cashier her father would pay the 70,000 yen for her companion's item.
In the present, Okina reflects that she can no longer remember her father's face, the memory now a blur.
But she does vaguely recall his big, kind smile from that time. He was happy to praise both her and her friend, calling them pretty and beautiful. The happy memory fades, replaced by the image of a cold, empty kitchen and what appears to be official separation or divorce papers on the table, signaling the end of that family life. Following this collapse, a young Okina, having impulsively cut her long hair short, sits alone and despondent on her bed. She remembers this idyllic period lasting only until a specific, pivotal event occurred a day she left behind her pretty side and her father. She wonders what exactly happened that also changed Nagisa. A man, appearing troubled, sends a text message confirming a payment and asking the recipient to tell his daughter, Madoka, that he will be supporting her on sports day next week. After sending it, he collapses onto a staircase, letting out a cry of anguish. In a classroom, students explain to their teacher, Jimmy-sensei, that they are having trouble finding volunteers for the festival performance. While the idea came up spontaneously, most students prefer to work behind the scenes, leaving them short on participants for the maid roles. The students feel disheartened, noting how beautiful the current participants, Kamoi Miru and Doirira, look in their outfits. One girl, Momo, internally worries that wearing the same clothes and being compared to them would negatively affect her mental health. As the students lament the heavy workload for a small group, a blonde girl named Mari suggests that Momo should participate. Momo is taken aback, thinking to herself that while she likes daring clothes, wearing them herself would be a bother because looking good in them is a different matter. Mari directly challenges Momo's self-doubt, asking who decided it would be a bother and telling her to wear it if she likes it. She then declares that no matter what, Momo is the prettiest. Flustered and unsure how to respond, Momo turns to Jimmy-sensei for help. Jimmy-sensei internally calculates that if Banri, Momo, wears the costume, preparations will proceed efficiently, allowing him to go home on time. Mari encourages Momo to try the costume on, citing Jimmy-sensei's approval. To Mari's surprise, Momo instantly agrees with great enthusiasm, declaring she'll wear it if her teacher says so. Glad that a decision has been made, Jimmy-sensei stutters an excuse and quickly escapes the room. Mari observes that Momo conveniently interpreted the teacher's words to suit her own desires. She then playfully suggests that Momo should take this opportunity to have another student, Maki, teach her how to apply fake makeup, but Momo dismisses the idea as silly. A blonde girl in a maid costume, Erika, observes the group's interaction with a smile. She remarks on how close the three of them are and apologizes for finding it funny. She notes that she was just looking after another girl, Tsubaki, and feels that Maki-chan, Momo, is able to speak more clearly now. Tsubaki apologizes, but Erika reassures her not to worry, stating it's nice to see her having fun after all she's been through. Despite her reassuring words, Erika's expression becomes pensive as she watches her friend. Later, Erika speaks privately with another student, Nagisa. Erika confides that she doesn't think things will be the same as they were before, noting that Nagisa seems to be having a difficult time. She reminds Nagisa that they are both students in Class A, questioning if they can truly get along. The scene shifts to the teacher's lounge, where a female teacher thanks Akashi-sensei, who smiles in return. Nearby, another teacher looks up from his phone and abruptly asks Akashi-sensei, "Who is Madoka?" In the faculty room, another teacher confronts Akashi-sensei, revealing he saw him repeatedly typing and deleting a text. He correctly deduces that Akashi was torn between addressing the recipient as Madoka or Dad. Following a student, Akashi-sensei quietly admits he doesn't think he's trying to be a father, which reminds his colleague that Akashi is divorced. When asked if it's okay to inquire further, Akashi-sensei collapses onto his desk in despair and confesses the truth: he had an affair with a coworker, and his ex-wife found out. His colleague is stunned by the revelation, realizing this is why Akashi won't get custody. Akashi explains the deep rift his actions caused, stating that his daughter, Madoka, now hates him. He believes that from her perspective, even his support for her sports festival must seem disgusting. He adds that her situation is worse because her classmates and volleyball club members, unaware of the full story, treat her like a repulsive person. His colleague advises that even if it feels disgusting to his daughter, acting as a responsible father is what he must do. Overwhelmed, Akashi-sensei sincerely apologizes, acknowledging that it's his fault and the consequences of his actions will never disappear. He accepts that he can't help it if his family hates him. His colleague listens, thinking to himself that it must be hell to keep paying child support while being seen as a jerk. Despite the pain, Akashi finds a sliver of reassurance in the thought that child support is the only bond he has left with Madoka. Nearby, a bespectacled student who has been listening to the entire conversation thinks to himself that it's not a good idea to cheat on one's wife and that he dislikes being lectured by Sakid-sensei. The student is then shown looking at a laptop displaying the confidential student file for Nagisa Okina. He observes several key details: she is on a partial tuition exemption for a sports scholarship, and her only listed parent, guardian, and emergency contact is her mother. Continuing his review of Nagisa Okina's file, the bespectacled student notes that despite her tuition exemption at a prestigious high school, she exhibits a strong rebellious streak specifically towards men. He wonders if, like another student, Hitomi Tsukishita, she is receiving financial support from the institute due to her parents' divorce, and begins searching for patterns in her records. His investigation is revealed to be far more extensive than a simple file review. He stands before a massive board covered in documents, photos, and maps, all interconnected by a web of strings. He theorizes that Nagisa's behavior could be a form of repulsion stemming from her father's actions during a divorce, similar to the situation with Akashi-sensei's daughter. He classifies this as a specific type of adolescent behavior the school must address. The full scope of his obsessive research is shown, with papers and a laptop scattered across the floor of a room dominated by the investigation board. He reflects on the concept of lots of regret and seems to make a decision, telling himself, "Then don't do it, there's nothing wrong with that." Later, looking exhausted, he rests his head on his desk amidst spilled water, empty pill packets, and stacks of research. His thoughts drift to Akashi-sensei's daughter, Akira, and he wonders what bad thing happened to her. He internally cycles through the potential reasons for a daughter's resentment after a divorce, the affair itself, a poorly handled apology, alimony disputes, parental brainwashing, or even the father's lack of courage to reach out. He questions if it was one specific reason or all of them combined. His analysis broadens as he considers the diversity of human situations, concluding that for every 100 people, there are 10 different types. His focus then shifts to 3 other girls, identifying them as Momo Hananaka, Mari, and Maki Oda, implying they are also subjects of his investigation. When teacher Jimmy is assigned to the notoriously difficult Class 1A, his mission to educate the high school girls begins. He internally questions how deeply he can understand the personal circumstances of students like Nagisa Okina and Tsubaki Yabu. His focus then shifts to another name on his list, Arika Tsutsuji. Surrounded by a chaotic spread of student files, teacher Jimmy feels the weight of his responsibilities, wondering if his students are deliberately testing him. He reflects that he is merely a teacher, not a Superman. When a smiling colleague asks if he's irritated, Jimmy quietly concedes that the task is indeed a bother. However, despite the overwhelming pile of work and his own feelings of frustration, he reaffirms his professional duty. He acknowledges that this is his job, demonstrating a resolve that persists even in moments of weakness. During preparations for the school festival, a student named Mari is dressed in a maid outfit, earning praise from her friends for her beauty. Arika Tsutsuji observes them silently from the side. In a flashback, Arika is stunned to find her father has prepared an extravagant spread of desserts. He explains it's a surprise to welcome her friend, Nagisa Okina, to their home. Embarrassed but touched by his indulgence, Arika reflects that for her, pretty was a magic word. Arika recalls feeling her father's love and believing she was getting closer to being the girl of her dreams. Back in the present, as they walk through a hallway, Nagisa unexpectedly asks Arika if she likes her father, catching her off guard. Arika confesses that although she often rebels against him, she is honestly proud of her father. As Nagisa processes this, Arika's attention is suddenly caught by something ahead, and she lets out a sharp gasp. She realizes her father left his belongings in the hallway and remembers accidentally kicking his laptop. She and Nagisa look closer, and to Arika's profound embarrassment, they see the screen is on, displaying an old childhood photo of her. The narrative shifts to a flashback, prompted by Nagisa's comment about Arika's father. Arika recalls a past moment of vague discomfort regarding her father's doting nature, which spurred her to investigate his laptop. She wondered what his password could be, guessing it might be her birthday. After successfully guessing the password, Arika was initially taken aback to find folders filled with suggestive images of young women in school uniforms. Though disappointed to learn of this side of him, she tried to rationalize it as something to be expected of a man. Her casual disappointment turned to sickening dread when she found a folder containing numerous photos specifically of Nagisa. She realized with horror that her father had been secretly taking pictures of her friend. Arika reflects that in exchange for this discovery, she lost something irreplaceable. The memory of a heated argument between her parents surfaces. Her mother furiously confronts her father about the pictures of Nagisa's friends, but he defensively dismisses them as just photos, telling her she's acting like he's a criminal. The confrontation intensifies as her mother reveals she knows he got Nagisa's phone number, contacted her often, and even waited for her. Hidden from view, Arika overheard the entire fight, culminating in her mother screaming at her father, "You're disgusting." The memory ends with Arika weeping alone in her room, utterly devastated. She thinks about how quickly something precious can be shattered in a single moment. The ultimate consequence of her discovery is revealed: her parents' official divorce record. After her parents' divorce, Erika reflects that her surname never changed because Okina was originally her mother's. The man who was her father repeatedly tried to contact her, but she never answered. With each attempt he made, her ignorance of him grew, and so did her hatred. The love she once felt for the man who called her his pretty little one has completely transformed into disgust. Holding a photograph of him with his face scratched out, she thinks to herself, "You are a disgusting bastard." Sometime later at school, Nagisa approaches Erika, who has cut her hair short.
Nagisa compliments the new look, saying it suits her and calling her pretty.
The word triggers a painful memory for Erika, who coldly tells Nagisa never to call her pretty again. Erika explains that she has gotten rid of all that, referring to her old self. Nagisa attempts to empathize, saying she understands Erika's feelings of pain, but Erika furiously rejects her sympathy, shouting that there is no way Nagisa could possibly understand. Erika's outburst continues as she accuses Nagisa of having a happy life with a big family and no disgusting father. The perspective then shifts, revealing Nagisa's point of view. She has just received a document from a girl named Tsubaki, recalling how Erika had complained about her persistent ex-father.
Nagisa reveals that Tsubaki had a lawyer intervene.
It is now legally impossible to remove the title of father, but they have a written agreement for him to pay support in school expenses. Nagisa reflects that Tsubaki is a very good friend to Erika, having also helped her when she was bullied. Nagisa continues to speak to Erika, suggesting that with her athletic ability, she could get a sports scholarship and they could attend the same high school. She then empathizes with Erika, acknowledging the pain of having to hate something you like. Sensing a deeper meaning, Erika asks Nagisa if she knows something more. Nagisa hesitates before deciding to reveal the truth. Nagisa's memory flashes back to a past school festival, where she found Erika dressed in a maid outfit and confronted her about not participating in the class preparations. Erika, unconcerned, told her not to worry, assuring her that the others would manage.
Nagisa recalls questioning Erika's carefree attitude.
She internally admits that while she was never particularly interested in Tsubaki, she still considered her a friend and felt she owed her something, often letting Erika get her way even when she went too far. Concluding her memory, Nagisa recalls telling Erika that while she knew Tsubaki was a precious friend to her, the actions Nagisa took were ultimately for Erika's own good, a statement which shocks Erika in the present.
Erika smiles, telling Nagisa she says funny things.
Internally, however, she processes the revelation, wondering if Nagisa has been protecting her all this time. She concludes that Tsubaki and Nagisa are the same before asking aloud if this makes her more pitiful than Nagisa. Nagisa confronts Erika, demanding to know how far she must go for Erika to stop feeling sorry for her. She accuses Erika of disrespect, questioning why she would let Tsubaki act as she did. As Erika tries to protest, Nagisa reveals that she genuinely liked Tsubaki a lot. This confession triggers a profound realization in Erika. She envisions Nagisa falling into the same metaphorical abyss she once did, understanding that Nagisa was a true friend to Tsubaki who fell into the same situation. With this new comprehension, Erika looks at Nagisa and quietly says, "It's a shame." Erika's expression shifts to one of deep sadness. She reflects on her own hope that she could have become a true friend to Nagisa, lamenting the gap that has formed between them. An entry pass for the Suezan Girls High School's 58th Cultural Festival arrives for Tsubaki Yabu. Her butler notes that due to recent incidents, entry is by invitation only, and wonders who could have sent it. Tsubaki, however, states that she is already aware of this development. And though the sender is unknown, she believes there is only one person capable of sending such an invitation with contempt. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a teacher explains the rules for the upcoming festival. Each student will receive 3 guest passes, and while photos are permitted, posting them to social media is strictly forbidden. A student, Oda-san, raises her hand with a question, asking what the consequences would be if a photo were uploaded by mistake. The teacher coldly replies that he cannot say for certain, but they would have to consider the most appropriate punishment, unsettling the class. After class, students gossip about the teacher's recent cold demeanor, calling him scary and on edge. One girl, Momo, recounts how he completely ignored her that morning, with her friends agreeing it was impossible for him not to have heard her. As they wonder what could have happened to him, their conversation shifts to another person who has also been upset lately.
At that exact moment, the classroom door slides open forcefully, revealing a distressed Erika Tsutsuji. In the gym, other students gossip about a girl from the volleyball club, Okina. They note her recent strange behavior and frequent absences from practice, attributing it to her closeness with Yabu-san. One teammate expresses frustration, saying that if Okina doesn't want to play, she should just leave. Overhearing this, Okina reflects on her friendship with Yabu, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. She had believed they were real friends and had planned to always support Yabu, recalling how much Yabu and another friend had helped her in the past. Her resentment deepens as she thinks about her circumstances. She only started playing volleyball at her father's request and hates attending the expensive Suezino High. She harbors a particular disgust for advisor Akashi, whose divorce she knows was due to his own fault, and an even stronger hatred for her homeroom teacher, Jimmy Teru. Feeling overwhelmed and unable to be herself, Okina withdraws to the showers. She wishes she could get rid of everything weighing her down, feeling as though her entire world has gone dark. Her thoughts spiral, visualizing all the things she used to love, cute trinkets, school, club activities, and friends, as lost. In contrast, everything she hates feels like it's accumulating precariously, like a tower of blocks about to collapse. Her solitude is suddenly interrupted by a voice calling her name. A girl named Maki has entered the showers, looking for her. Okina recognizes the voice, and Maki confirms her identity, expressing relief at having found her. Okina angrily tells Maki to shut up and asks why she cares. Maki retorts that while she doesn't know why Okina is upset, her mood is ruining things for the class and asks if she is aware of what she is eroding. Maki's internal thoughts reveal her true motivation. She has made a bet on the cultural festival to regain her lost popularity. She plans to get Okina to work hard so that others will see Maki as reliable and praise her. Presenting a maid costume, Maki suggests they work together to leverage Okina's previous popularity. When Okina flatly refuses, Maki criticizes her for always saying she can't or doesn't want to do things. Maki's accusations escalate. She berates Okina for failing to report a crime, slacking on volleyball despite her scholarship, and being uncooperative. She finishes by cruelly suggesting Okina is incapable of doing anything now that Tsubaki isn't there to help her. Declaring that she is very different from Okina, Maki grabs her own bag and turns to leave, leaving the other bag containing the maid costume behind. Okina, now wrapped in a towel, calls out Maki's name in disbelief before noticing the abandoned outfit on the floor. Alone in the showers, Okina realizes with dawning horror that her bag, clothes, underwear, and even her smartphone are all gone. The only item left for her is the maid costume. Panicked, she considers that if it's early enough, some professors might still be on campus to help her. Hearing a noise, she wonders if someone is still outside. She dismisses the possibility of it being Jimmy-sensei, reasoning that his shift should be over. Deciding to risk it, she wraps a towel around herself and calls out for help, and is shocked to hear a man's voice respond from the other side of the door. She is confused as to why a man would be in this area at such a late hour. The door opens to reveal the very person she had just dismissed, Jimmy-sensei, standing silently in the doorway. Elsewhere, in a quiet, traditional-style home, a young woman named Erika reflects on a letter she has just sent, feeling a mix of nervousness and satisfaction. She thinks excitedly about the upcoming school festival. It is revealed that she has sent invitations for the 58th Cultural Festival to 3 specific people, Ikeda Taichi, Arai Takayuki, and Suzuki Gaku. Trapped in the women's locker room, Okina is mortified. Of all the people who could have responded to her call for help, it was Jimmy-sensei, the very person she least wanted to be saved by. She panics, wondering what to do in this deeply embarrassing situation. Jimmy-sensei scans the empty locker room and asks if anyone is there. Hearing him, Okina remains silent, clinging to the hope that if no one was around, it would be fine. Her hope is dashed when he calmly addresses her by name, asking if she is Okina-san. Shocked, she asks how he knew. He matter-of-factly states that this is the locker room for the volleyball club, and deduces that her choice to call for help without showing herself meant she either didn't want to run into a male teacher, or specifically didn't want to run into him. Okina flinches, realizing he is correct on both counts.
Jimmy-sensei cuts to the point, asking why she called for him, noting that a late meeting has already put him off the clock.
Okina hesitates, wondering if asking would even matter.
He clarifies that whether he helps or not depends entirely on what her business is.
Cornered in the locker room, Okina hesitantly confesses to Jimmy-sensei that she is not wearing any clothes, leaving him momentarily speechless.
She quickly explains that while she was showering, her friend Maki took all of her clothes and underwear. Jimmy-sensei logically points out that this means she has nothing to wear, but then reminds her that she still has the maid outfit for the cultural festival.
Considering the problem solved, Jimmy-sensei attempts to leave.
Okina frantically stops him, insisting she cannot go home in that outfit and must borrow clothes, reminding him that he lent a jersey and jacket to Hanamika in the past.
Jimmy-sensei explains that he unfortunately doesn't have his jersey with him today. He briefly considers his school jersey as an option before recalling that he took it home. Okina's frustration mounts, accusing him of messing with her. He calmly asks why she is so against the maid outfit, noting her strong opposition during the festival preparations. With tears welling in her eyes, Okina passionately declares, "I hate them," and begs him for help. To which Jimmy-sensei, with a serious expression, unexpectedly replies, "I'm against it as well." Okina looks up, surprised by his sudden solidarity. As Jimmy-sensei prepares to leave, Okina panics.
Wrapped only in a towel, she shouts his name and questions his integrity as a teacher, reminding him that she has no clothes. Unfazed, he simply tells her to put some on. He then turns to face her, his demeanor shifting from empathetic to cold. He asks if she has forgotten her past actions, specifically recalling a time she kicked him in the abdomen, stepped on his head, and insulted him, noting that she has never once apologized. And when a stunned Okina asks if he's holding a grudge, he confirms with chilling certainty, "Of course I do." Jimmy-sensei continues his verbal assault, pointing out that she normally makes fun of people and only calls him a teacher when it's convenient for her. He sarcastically commends her for having the nerve to ask for help with such an attitude, leaving Okina speechless. Despite his clear resentment, he takes off his jacket and offers it to her, stating that she'll get cold. He informs her that he will call someone for her, but the rest is her problem to solve.
Okina is taken aback by the unexpected act of assistance. As he walks away, Jimmy-sensei explains his motivation.
He states that no matter how much he hates her, he is an adult and will therefore do the minimum necessary. He tells Okina to be glad she's a kid, implying the outcome would be different if she were an adult. Still in the school hallway, Jimmy-sensei makes a phone call to someone named Tenjiku Aoi. He reflects that under normal circumstances, he would have cast Okina aside, but tells Tenjiku-sensei he wants to return the favor regarding the USB drive. And as he continues the conversation, he internally admits to himself that the day's events have left him in a pretty rotten mood.
Following Jimmy-sensei's call, Tenjiku Aoi arrives at the school at night. She is flustered and confused, wondering why he summoned her so suddenly and instructed her to change clothes in the volleyball clubroom. Upon entering the clubroom, Aoi is shocked to find her classmate, Okina, wearing nothing but Jimmy-sensei's coat. Okina explains that she lost her clothes in the shower and that Jimmy-sensei told her to ask Aoi for help, vehemently denying that anything improper happened between them. Aoi is incredulous that Jimmy-sensei would simply leave Okina in such a state and go home.
However, Okina's internal thoughts contrast this view. She believes that if he were a typical adult, he would have cast her aside completely. This situation triggers a memory for Okina. She recalls seeing Jimmy-sensei outside the school building with another female student, who was clinging to him. At the time, Okina felt a pang of frustration, thinking, "Drats." The memory provides more context. Another student, Oda-san, asked Jimmy-sensei about the girl, Nagisa-chan. A teacher then commented on Nagisa being isolated in class recently, expressing hope that Jimmy-sensei's involvement wouldn't stir up trouble before the cultural festival.
In the flashback, Nagisa-chan confronts Jimmy-sensei, questioning why he left another student with Tenjiki-sensei.
She brazenly suggests he got flustered after seeing the student naked and handed things off impulsively. She continues her accusation, asking if he thought it would be amusing to force Okina, who dislikes maid outfits, to wear one. Jimmy-sensei calmly states that he hasn't learned anything, explaining his action was a punishment for Nagisa-chan's own disruptive behavior in class. He then reveals his insight into her character, correctly deducing that during her suspension, her thoughts were consumed with how to escape her situation, become popular again, and prove herself superior to those who had made fun of her. Jimmy-sensei concedes that such forward thinking has some merit but pivots the conversation to the actual reasons for her suspension. He reminds her of her history of opposing teachers, not taking classes seriously, and a specific, serious event referred to as the hydrochloric acid incident. He looks at her intently and asks if she has ever truly reflected on her past wrongdoings. Nagisa-chan's flustered and sweating expression suggests that she has not, as he correctly infers. Addressing her as Oda-san, Jimmy-sensei concludes the lesson with his core philosophy: people do not change when they are forced. He believes that unless they try to change from the bottom of their heart, they will remain the same for the rest of their lives. The flashback continues with Jimmy-sensei explaining to a student, Oda-san, that any attempt to reform Okina will only succeed if Okina herself wants to change. He states that it's not a matter of what Oda-san does, grimly adding that some people commit crimes and die without ever acknowledging them. Jimmy-sensei dismisses Oda-san's actions as nothing more than vigilantism. Stunned, Oda-san protests, asking why she is the one being singled out. He cuts her off, stating that the current situation also has to do with her. He continues his lecture, asserting that beating a criminal makes one a criminal in turn, as this is a fundamental rule of society. Overwhelmed, Oda-san tearfully asks him what she should do to get Nagisa-chan to forgive her for what happened. Jimmy-sensei's advice is direct and uncompromising. He tells her she must properly reflect on everything and sincerely apologize, acknowledging that her wrongdoings won't simply disappear and that some things can never be taken back. As a memory flashes of a younger Jimmy-sensei collapsed on the floor, a victim of a past assault. He internally concludes that one must repent with all their might, even if being forgiven is impossible. The flashback ends, returning to the present moment with Jimmy-sensei and Oda-san standing in the school hallway. Jimmy-sensei's voiceover concludes his thoughts from the previous conversation, musing that with true repentance, it might be possible for the victims to drop the issue. The scene shifts to the present day, where a young man named Ikeda Daichi is approached by his mother. She informs him that an envelope has arrived from Suezono All-Girls High School, containing an invitation ticket to their 58th cultural festival. Elsewhere, in a hospital room, a nurse delivers a similar letter to a patient, Suzuki Gaku. The nurse recognizes the school's name, recalling that it's where Suzuki-san used to work as a teacher and had some kind of problem. Another man, Arai Takayuki, is also shown to have received the same invitation to the Suezono festival. Speaking with a woman, Arai confirms the invitation is from Suezono. He then reveals the personal significance of this: his daughter, Nagisa, is a student there. A young woman in a maid outfit internally berates herself, feeling she has troubled Nagisa-chan and owes an apology. She struggles to find the right words, dismissing a simple "my bad" as too shallow and wondering how one is supposed to properly apologize. Despite it being the day of the cultural festival, she feels completely depressed by her unresolved conflict. The chapter title reads, "Teacher, what is apologizing?" In the staff room, a teacher announces the start of the cultural festival, instructing her colleagues to guide and watch over the students. She notices Tenjika-sensei dressed as a ghost, questioning her outfit. Tenjika-sensei explains that her class, Class B, is running a haunted house. The head teacher then observes other staff members in various costumes before her gaze falls on Jimmy-sensei, who is in his usual suit. She lightly chides him for not showing more festival spirit, though he replies that his job is simply to observe. Jimmy-sensei notes that Year 1, Class A is already bustling with activity before the grand opening. He looks on in surprise at a massive crowd of students clamoring to get into the classroom, pushing and shouting to get in line. Inside, the source of the commotion is revealed to be a student named Momo, who effortlessly poses for a flurry of photos. Nagisa-chan watches the scene, remarking to another classmate that things are going well and acknowledging that Momo's celebrity status is drawing the large crowd. At the Class 1A maid cafe, Momo-chan revels in her popularity, noting that everyone wants her picture even without social media posts. She jokes to a classmate that she should continue being a zoo attraction for the main event as well. Nearby, Nagisa-chan expresses relief that they are already popular, hoping it will lead to a successful festival despite the limited entry. Nagisa is fired up, declaring that at this rate, they will surely win Jimmy-sensei's surprise prize. However, some of her classmates are already feeling tired. One of them remarks that it's rare for another student, Maki-chan, to only be a little mad.
Nagisa's thoughts turn to another worry. She hasn't seen a student named Okina all morning and wonders if she's ditching. She recalls telling Okina she could work in the back if the front was too much. Another student asks if Nagisa is worried the class was too cheerful for Okina, but Nagisa dismisses the idea, wondering what Okina could be doing if not helping. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room, a student named Maki finds a note simply reading "sorry" attached to her bag. Inside a nearby paper bag, she discovers the coat she had given to Jimmy-sensei has been returned. She sighs, wondering what she should do with it. Maki is overwhelmed by the thought of apologizing, realizing she can't remember ever doing so before. She acknowledges to herself that she was violent with him and needs to apologize more properly, feeling as though her head might burst from the stress. Suddenly, Tenjiku-sensei appears in her ghost costume, startling Maki. Tenjiku explains that everyone has been looking for Maki and she thought she might be in the clubroom. Seeing Maki's distress, Tenjiku-sensei's expression turns serious as she asks directly if something happened with Jimmy-sensei the previous day. Continuing her conversation with Tenjiku-sensei, Maki admits that she kicked Jimmy-sensei in the past. Tenjiku offers to return his coat for her, but Maki is consumed with the thought that he must be holding a grudge. Tenjiku tries to reassure her, suggesting that it can't be helped since teachers are human too. Maki wonders aloud what would be a good way to apologize. Seeing her distress, Tenjiku asks if she truly wants to apologize, and Maki confirms that she knows she should. Tenjiku then reveals a piece of her own past, recalling a time when she felt all teachers were annoying, especially male ones who lectured her without understanding her situation. A flashback shows a classroom with insults like "Suzuki-sensei is gross" written on the board. She turns to Maki, calling her Okina-san, and asks if she has a problem with men. Before Maki can fully process the question, Tenjiku clarifies that her past feelings weren't anger at men, but rather misdirected anger with no outlet. Their serious conversation is suddenly interrupted by an energetic girl in a cat-themed outfit, Tsukishita-san, who bursts into the hallway calling for Aoi-chan and then Nagisa-kun. Tsukishita excitedly shows off her catgirl costume, explaining that Class B is doing a haunted house and that Tenjiku-sensei told her where to find Nagisa. While Tsukishita beams with pride, Tenjiku's expression darkens, and she abruptly announces she has to leave. Tenjiku rushes away, leaving a confused Maki and a stunned Tsukishita behind. As she flees, Tenjiku's thoughts reveal the source of her distress. She has been getting endless calls from the person who used to be my dad. Left in the hallway, Tsukishita comically worries that Tenjiku's departure means her outfit isn't cute. The focus shifts to Nagisa-chan, who is alone and reflecting on a past encounter with Jimmy-sensei. She internally debates his motives, guessing he wanted to make excuses or apologize, but concludes that given the weight of what he did, she has no intention of forgiving him. Her thoughts drift back to that specific moment, recalling a tense confrontation with Jimmy-sensei in the school hallway. In the flashback, Jimmy-sensei stammers an apology, asking Nagisa to forgive him for his actions the previous day. The memory is cut short as a new student in a maid outfit, Erika, cheerfully greets Nagisa, glad she could make it to the festival preparations. Erika presents Nagisa with an apron for the cafe they are working at for the festival. However, her internal thoughts reveal a hidden resentment. She muses on Jimmy-sensei's kindness towards the hostile Nagisa and, with a placid smile, contemptuously throws the apron into a bin labeled burnable waste. Turning to Jimmy-sensei, who is now present, Erika puts on a sweet facade and asks what kind of compassion he will show her next. With this undercurrent of tension established, the 58th Suzono All-Girls High School Cultural Festival begins. A young man with light-colored hair arrives at the Suezono All-Girls High School's 50th Cultural Festival, looking on with a contemplative expression. Inside a bustling maid cafe, a girl named Momo feels overwhelmed by the crowd and pleads for a break. Her co-workers observe the chaos, remarking that it's Momo's own fault for being so cute and inviting someone from work, which has forced her to maintain her professional demeanor.
One of the maids, Oda, excitedly asks another, Maki, to introduce her to a showbiz personality Momo supposedly invited. The conversation then shifts, and Maki is asked who she invited.
She nervously mentions someone named Tsubaki.
The other maids are shocked by the name, questioning why Maki would invite Tsubaki, whom they refer to as a criminal.
Maki admits she was likely just egging her on. Elsewhere on the festival grounds, Maki approaches Tenjiku-sensei, offering him a container of yakisoba.
She explains that she bought it thinking they could eat together during his break, but he bluntly rejects the offer. Taken aback, Maki quickly tries to reassure him that the food is safe, explaining that she watched the second-year students make it themselves. In a separate encounter, Maki approaches Jimmy-sensei, explaining that she was worried about his seemingly unbalanced diet. Flustered but grateful, he accepts the food she offers. Later, Tenjiku-sensei finds her brother, Jimmy-sensei, and asks if Maki, whom she refers to as Okina-san, managed to talk to him. She reveals she saw Maki hesitating and was curious about the outcome. Overcome with guilt, Tenjiku-sensei walks away, berating herself for interfering when Maki was finally making an effort on her own. She finds a secluded bench to sit and reflect on her actions. As she sits alone, Jimmy-sensei, having changed into casual clothes, wanders through the festival grounds and is surprised to spot his sister sitting by herself on the bench.
In a different time or place, a blonde young man approaches Jimmy-sensei in a school hallway, introducing himself as Suzuki-sensei and asking if Jimmy-sensei is also a teacher.
A man in a suit, holding an entry ticket, arrives at the school wondering where to find classroom 1A. He is stopped by Jimmy-sensei, who asks if he is a guardian. The man confirms he was invited by his daughter and is given directions to the third floor. Jimmy-sensei introduces himself as the teacher in charge of Class A and asks for the man's daughter's name. The man reveals his daughter is Okina Nagisa. As Jimmy-sensei processes that he is speaking with Okina-san's father, Tenjiku-sensei bursts into the hallway, shouting for Jimmy-sensei. She urgently exclaims that there is trouble, declaring she saw something with her own eyes.
Elsewhere, the former teacher, Gakko Suzuki-sensei, walks through the school corridors.
He looks at the festival decorations and wonders what the students are planning.
He reflects on receiving an anonymous invitation to the 58th Cultural Festival.
He questions who would go to the trouble of looking up his address to send it. Having recently felt better, weaned off medication, and received his doctor's approval to go outside, he still feels unable to enjoy the atmosphere. Suzuki-sensei's unease intensifies when he sees a poster for the Class 1A maid cafe, featuring a student named Hananaka Momo. The sight triggers a painful memory of a confrontation where she called him gross and a violent teacher, threatening to sue him. Suzuki-sensei reflects on his reason for attending the festival. He believed that coming here would help him cool his head and set his mind straight, allowing him to face his past trauma, get discharged from the hospital, and start a new life. However, as he spots Hananaka Momo in the distance, he immediately feels that this was a mistake. He sees Momo smiling and chatting with two other girls in maid outfits near the 2A class's rice ball stand. The sight leaves him momentarily speechless. His thoughts begin to spiral as he watches her. He notes that because of Momo, another student, Bonrimari, no longer has to spend her days in the infirmary. The idea that Momo is nonchalantly enjoying herself after pushing him to a corner fills him with resentment. He contrasts her apparent happiness with his own suffering, quitting his job and fighting to recover, all while dreaming of returning to society. The simple act of walking around is still a big deal for him, and he cannot comprehend why she is not unhappy. A dark realization dawns on him: he has only been pretending to be an adult. Deep down, he admits to himself that he came here wanting to see the person who made him unhappy suffering just as he had. As Momo seems to notice his intense stare, her smile vanishes, replaced by a look of shock and fear. Suzuki-sensei's internal monologue culminates in a single, furious question directed at her expression: "What's with that face?" Consumed by his own sense of injustice, Suzuki-sensei internally seethes at Hananaka Momo's fearful expression. He questions why she looks at him like a monster when he believes himself to be the true victim. In the present, a student asks Suzuki-sensei for a knife to open a cardboard box. He retrieves a box cutter from the reception desk and silently extends the blade.
Suzuki-sensei approaches Momo's group. A dark-haired girl in a maid outfit, Oda, notices him and tries to warn Momo.
Banri Mari, also present, asks if he and Momo have met before. Momo, however, does not recognize him and asks who he is. Mistaking him for a fan, Momo politely explains that she is on break. As Oda desperately tries to get her attention, Suzuki-sensei lunges forward with the box cutter, and a frantic voice screams, "Look out!" As Suzuki-sensei lunges, Oda-san screams a desperate warning for Momo to watch out. Before the blade can connect, another student suddenly appears and shoves Momo out of the way. Mari looks on in confusion as the intervening student, Nagisa, seems surprised by her own reflexive action. Momo, now safely on the ground with her friends, asks if Nagisa is the one who saved her. Nagisa, flustered, explains that she just happened to be passing by and her body moved on its own, denying that she was the one who truly saved Momo. The full scene reveals that while Nagisa pushed Momo, a blonde man in a suit simultaneously caught Suzuki-sensei's wrist, stopping the box cutter just inches from its target. The weapon clatters to the floor. As another man, a teacher with glasses whom Momo recognizes as Jimmy-sensei, steps in and takes the weapon. He firmly questions Suzuki Gaku, demanding to know how he entered the festival, which should be limited to ticket holders. While being restrained, Suzuki-sensei asks if anyone is injured, clarifying that Hananaka Momo wasn't his target but rather the one who took his place. Jimmy-sensei introduces himself as the Class 1A teacher. Suzuki-sensei scoffs, remarking that Jimmy-sensei seems to get along well with the students, whom he labels as problem children. His resentment boils over as he internally fumes about the students, calling them rotten brats who use their status as kids to bully and harass teachers into quitting. He reveals that this time was no different, as he received an anonymous letter at his hospital, which contained a ticket to the festival, an act he perceived as a cruel taunt. He furiously demands to know who sent it, directly accusing Banri Mari. Jimmy-sensei calmly interrupts, informing Suzuki-sensei that he must not have seen the news. A student named Yabu Tsubaki caused an incident and was expelled, meaning she no longer has any connection to the school. The news leaves Suzuki-sensei momentarily stunned. His shock quickly turns into manic glee. He begins to laugh, declaring Yabu's expulsion to be wonderful news. He thanks whoever sent the ticket, glad that it brought him here to witness this outcome, leaving the students horrified by his reaction. As Suzuki-sensei is led away, he remains unrepentant, his final thought a spiteful declaration, "Serves you right, you brats." Hananaka Momo informs him that someone from the hospital is coming to pick him up. Later, Jimmy-sensei explains the school's decision regarding the incident. To avoid drawing more attention and to ensure the cultural festival isn't cancelled, they will not be filing a police report. Hananaka quietly wonders who the true victim was in the whole affair. Hananaka apologizes for speaking ill of a teacher, but Jimmy-sensei cuts her off, stating firmly, he's not a teacher anymore. Nearby, Oda-san's father, Arai Takayuki, listens to their conversation. Hananaka thanks Arai for his timely intervention, noting that his strong sense of justice is just like his daughter's. Arai, however, seems preoccupied and announces his intention to head home for the day. As Arai prepares to leave, Jimmy-sensei asks if the incident with Suzuki soured his mood. He then brings up the anonymous invitation ticket Arai received, sent in the school's name with no sender listed, addressed to Mr. Arai Takayuki, which is identical in nature to the one that triggered Suzuki-sensei. Arai explains that due to a recent divorce, he has had no communication with his daughter, Nagisa. He initially thought the ticket might be a prank or that Nagisa was simply too embarrassed to send it herself, but he now strongly suspects that is not the case. As Arai Takayuki leaves the school, he reflects on his daughter's animosity towards him. Despite the circumstances, he feels a sense of relief, glad just to have been able to see Nagisa's face. Nearby, a student named Tsukishita stands outside the classroom. Tsukishita approaches Nagisa, asking if she is alright after hearing a strange man had appeared. Nagisa confirms it was their former teacher, Suzuki-sensei, whose disheveled appearance is a far cry from how he used to be. She quietly admits to Tsukishita that they were the ones who made him that way. A new student with short, dark hair, Banri, approaches the group as Suzuki-sensei is escorted past. She addresses him directly, stating that for many reasons, she is glad to have seen him after so long, leaving Hananaka Momo confused by the sudden interaction. Watching Suzuki-sensei walk away, Banri's internal thoughts reveal a cold disdain. She believes he was the type of person who would leech off anyone, and it didn't matter who. Banri then turns her attention to Hananaka, advising her that now is the time to pretend to be cheerful. She offers a chilling prayer that Hananaka won't be discarded by her new teacher, Jimmy. Because otherwise, that teacher will become the next victim. Banri's warning hangs in the air, leaving Hananaka standing alone and stunned in the school's entryway. At the Kuzumori Medical Corporation's Akaba Hospital, a man identified as Nagisa's father takes his leave. He thanks a young man for his help as a girl in a maid outfit. Momo watches them from a doorway. Later, during a lunch break at what appears to be a school festival cafe, a teacher remarks that the break ended before she could eat. The young man, a teacher named Jimmy, is with her. Momo approaches and offers Jimmy a warm drink, but other students nearby comment on how bland it looks. Another student, Erica, arrives with a group, asking if everyone is alright after hearing that something awful went down. Momo confirms this. Seizing an opportunity, Erica announces that she was told to have someone fetch new cups from the storage room. Erica specifically asks a shy, dark-haired girl named Mari to go with Jimmy, noting that it might be a bother since there are a lot of cups. Mari is visibly shocked and flustered by the request, recalling a past prayer that she wouldn't be discarded by that new teacher Jimmy. When Momo starts to question why she can't go, Erica quickly redirects her, claiming she's needed to help Hananaka-san and is better suited for attracting guests anyway. As Mari and Jimmy are left to go, Jimmy turns to Erica and pointedly asks if she did something to Mari, to which Erica feigns ignorance. While other students praise her for her hard work, Nagisa internally expresses annoyance that she has to handle errands for other classes. She maintains a pleasant smile, calling her work an important job. A dark-haired girl, Tsubaki, confronts Nagisa, asking why she is there. Nagisa calmly reveals that Tsubaki's father had been present but has since left. Tsubaki is visibly upset, stating she has no desire to see him. Tsubaki angrily questions how her father had the nerve to even come. Nagisa, however, speculates that he was likely troubled over the decision, implying he did want to see his daughter. With a serene smile, Nagisa makes a stunning confession: "I'm the one who invited your father." Tsubaki is left speechless and shocked by the revelation. Nagisa explains her reasoning, stating she wants to witness something the Yabu family would never permit Tsubaki to do. She condescendingly refers to Tsubaki and her friends as princesses who grew up in a sheltered, happy environment. A flashback reveals Nagisa's true, deeply personal motivation. A younger Nagisa speaks with a woman named Banri-san about her father and people who have committed grave mistakes. She desperately wants to see them apologize without running away, believing that if she can witness such an act, even I will be saved just a bit. Tsubaki realizes with dawning horror that the second festival ticket Nagisa held was for her father, Suzuki. Nagisa confirms this with a serene smile, internally acknowledging the sense of danger she is creating. Later, in a storeroom overflowing with trash bags, a boy with glasses named Hananaka-san finds Nagisa. He looks at her and dryly comments that she has become quite clever. As they assess the mess, Hananaka-san stops Nagisa from casually tossing a container of food into the trash. He questions why she would throw it away just because it's cold, and she explains it was a gift from Tenjika-sensei. Hananaka-san explains his personal rule: he doesn't trust things he receives from people. He clarifies that he will only eat such items if it's for work, but the act still makes him deeply uncomfortable due to the potential danger. Nagisa confirms that the trash is from their class. As she speaks, Hananaka-san spots a familiar piece of clothing mixed in with the garbage bags and asks her to wait. He pulls out his own coat, now soiled. The sight triggers a memory of a female classmate warning him that another problem would soon occur. With Hananaka-san's coat in hand, Nagisa refers to him as Jimmy-sensei and poses a cryptic question, asking who he thinks the last person involved is. Later, another classmate expresses her excitement for the upcoming event, which prompts Nagisa to reflect on the invited guest. She recalls this person once insisting, "I'm not at fault," and internally questions who truly owes an apology. Hananaka-san overhears the mention of an invited guest, looking puzzled. Nagisa's thoughts take a dark turn as she considers the possibility that this person may no longer be alive, her mind conjuring the image of a ghostly schoolgirl.
Elsewhere, a man holds an envelope addressed to Mr. Ikeda Daichi.
He stands in a familiar high school hallway, overcome with nostalgia, confirming he is the guest who has been summoned. In a past memory, a young student bows deeply before a teacher, identified as Jimmy-sensei. The student tearfully apologizes, promising to never show their face again and expressing immense gratitude. Back in the present, Ikeda Daichi stands in the hallway of the all-girls school, confused as to why someone with no connections to the place would be invited. Just as he ponders this, a voice from behind calls out his name. The man who called to him, a calm individual in a suit, leads him to a bench outside.
He introduces himself as Sugano Tomonori, a lawyer, and presents his business card,
prompting a flustered Ikeda to explain the bizarre situation. He tells Sugano about the mysterious ticket and admits that being confronted by a lawyer he doesn't know makes him feel like he's been caught in a trap.
Ikeda Daichi immediately concludes the situation is a trap. He defensively asks if this is about the incident with Kurosaki Yuriko, insisting that he has already atoned for it and the case should be closed. He then wonders if Sugano is referring to a different case entirely. Sugano clarifies that he only knows of Ikeda by coincidence.
He then reveals the true reason for his visit: his client also received a mysterious invitation ticket, just like Ikeda did. The sender's intentions are unknown, leaving them at a loss. Sugano explains that he came on his client's behalf to investigate and happened to run into Ikeda.
He presents his client's invitation, noting that while he can't show it in full for privacy reasons, the sealing method and address are completely different from Ikeda's. This leads Ikeda to realize the senders are likely different, a conclusion Sugano confirms by drawing attention to a memo on the back of Ikeda's ticket.
The scene shifts to a cluttered room at the school, marked as Class 1A. A young woman in a maid outfit, Hananaka Momo, finds a teacher hunched over and asks if he is alright, calling him Jimmy-sensei. Momo cheerfully teases the teacher, telling him he'll never move on if he gets shocked by every little thing, adding that it's because he's gross. The teacher, annoyed, tells her to be quiet. As she protests that she was trying to cheer him up, he turns away from her. Jimmy-sensei holds up 2 tickets for the Suezwan All-Girls High School 50th Cultural Festival. He explains that they are from Okina-san's father and Suzuki-san, both of whom received them from an unknown sender. He is now holding onto them for investigation, revealing a parallel mystery to the one involving Ikeda. Elsewhere, Jimmy-sensei examines 2 cultural festival tickets, both designated for Class 1A. He wonders if this means someone from that specific class sent them, as Hananaka Momo looks on inquisitively. Meanwhile, sitting on a bench at the festival, an exhausted Ikeda Daichi decides to directly question the lawyer, Sugano Tomonori. Ikeda asks how Sugano knows him, pointing out that photos of his face were never made public during a past incident. Citing professional confidentiality, Sugano states that as a lawyer, he is unable to answer the question. To overcome this obstacle, Sugano deftly produces a legal contract. He explains that if Ikeda becomes his client, their conversation will be protected by privilege, and he offers the initial service for free, much to Ikeda's surprise at his preparedness. With the legal framework established, Sugano reveals his true motive: to discuss another case. He asks Ikeda if this separate matter is related to a person named Jimmy Teru, a question that stuns Ikeda into silence. Reading Ikeda's shocked expression, Sugano confirms that he knows Jimmy-sensei. He confesses that he has likely reached the limit of what he can accomplish alone, and, taking a breath, prepares to explain everything from the beginning. Bowing low to the floor before Ikeda, Sugano begins his explanation. He states that the story he is about to tell took place about 10 years ago and concerns the hidden truth behind an event he calls Kurosaki's incident. Sugano Tomonori begins his explanation, stating that the story he is about to tell happened 10 years ago and concerns the hidden truth behind Kurosaki's incident. Ikeda, confused, asks what Sugano means by the hidden truth. He recounts the official story. In the Juin Academy bullying suicide case, Kurosaki Yuriko was the victim who took her own life after being bullied by peers and cast aside by her teacher, Jimmy-sensei. Sugano confirms this is the common understanding but states the truth is different. Sugano delivers a shocking revelation: while Kurosaki was the victim, she was also the perpetrator at the same time. He remarks that, as someone who knows everything, he finds it strange that she is only portrayed as the victim. His story, he says, began with something small. The narrative shifts to a flashback. Sugano recalls being in the same class as Kurosaki for the first time during their third year of school. At the time, he thought of her as nothing more than a pretty girl he would occasionally see. This memory is juxtaposed with him and a friend smoking in a secluded area. During one such time, while he and his friend were smoking behind the school, Kurosaki discovered them. Believing her to be a serious student, Sugano was certain he was in trouble and that she would report them. However, instead of raising an alarm, Kurosaki simply took out her phone and snapped a picture of them. Continuing his flashback, Sugano explains that Kurosaki Yuriko used the photograph of him smoking as a tool for blackmail. He tells Ikeda that this was her standard method of control. Sugano admits that at first, their actions were minor pranks born from a high schooler's desire to show off, like messing with desks or breaking school equipment. However, under Kurosaki's influence, their bad deeds escalated into more serious crimes, including violence and theft. The reason they couldn't refuse her was that Kurosaki held incriminating evidence on all of them. Before long, a whole group of students was in the same situation, forced to present a facade of friendship while being secretly controlled by her. Ikeda grimly summarizes the dynamic as that of a princess and her slaves, a conclusion Sugano confirms. Sugano explains that none of them could consult their parents, as they were only a year from graduation and feared the consequences. However, Sugano reveals that an adult did realize something was amiss. It was the teacher in charge of Juwon's class 3-1 at the time, the person who held the position before Jimmy Teru. This teacher was a young, cheerful woman who was quite popular with the students. Her perceptiveness in noticing the change among them, however, drew the intense and silent wrath of Kurosaki. Sugano continues his story, explaining that the harassment against the female teacher began with childish but awful acts, such as graffiti on her desk. He states that after about a month of this bullying, she quit because she fell off her chair, a detail that confuses Ikeda. Ikeda questions if a simple fall was enough to make her quit, but Sugano reveals the shocking truth: the teacher was pregnant. In a flashback, Kurosaki is shown manipulating the situation by asking the teacher to stand on a chair to retrieve something, then coldly ordering Sugano to kick it. The truth was that the teacher was originally scheduled to take maternity leave, but the incident forced her to quit entirely, causing significant misfortune. The other teachers were aware of the students' behavior but had no evidence, and consequently, no one was willing to take over as their homeroom teacher. The narrative reveals that the new teacher who eventually arrived to take her place was none other than Jimmy-sensei, shocking the students listening in the present day. The scene shifts to a present-day conversation where a student accuses Jimmy-sensei of laughing when Momo was splashed with juice. Jimmy-sensei deflects, but the accuser reveals that it was actually Maki who threw the juice, much to Momo's embarrassment. Maki then attempts to apologize for a different matter, vaguely explaining that she had intended to return something but left it somewhere and it was mistaken for trash. Jimmy-sensei cuts through her stammering, directly asking if this is her apology for his coat being thrown away, leaving Maki stunned. Maki, flustered by the confrontation, attempts to brush it off with a dismissive apology, asking if saying sorry is enough to make things fine. Internally, he admits to himself that he was getting ahead of himself and is truly sorry, but his outward demeanor is petulant and defensive. Jimmy-sensei stares at him coldly and demands, "Do it again." Maki reacts with disbelief and anger, questioning why the teacher is making such a big deal out of it, but Jimmy-sensei calmly asserts that he is the one who gets to decide if an apology is sufficient. He explains that an apology is for the benefit of the offended party, not the one giving it. A brief flashback shows a younger, distressed Jimmy-sensei looking at his phone. In the present, other students begin to whisper amongst themselves, noting that Maki is being scolded. One of the students in a maid outfit approaches, suggesting that the public scolding is ruining the festival's mood and should be handled later. Jimmy-sensei counters that it is meaningful precisely because he is addressing it now, leaving Maki confused. The scene shifts to a flashback of Sugano and Ikeda sitting on a bench. Ikeda asks what kind of person Jimmy Teru was in the past. Sugano reveals that his investigation yielded little information, but the one thing he found was that during the Kurosaki Yuriko incident, Jimmy-sensei ran. Sugano elaborates, stating that to put it in one word, the younger Jimmy-sensei was a bit of an idiot. He describes him as a new, weak-willed teacher who couldn't do his work properly and always laughed awkwardly, painting a picture of a completely different, incompetent man.
Sugano continues his recollection, admitting that he found the younger Jimmy-sensei's pride irritating and even hated him for it. Ikeda finds this description hard to reconcile with the teacher he knows now. Sugano, revealing his long absence from the teacher's life, asks if Jimmy-sensei is still working at the school. Sugano explains that it would be meaningless for him to seek out the teacher now, as he made a solemn promise. A vow shared by everyone involved in what he calls Kurosaki's incident to never meet Jimmy-sensei again. He reveals the grim reason for this pact: they had collectively pushed their teacher into a corner and ultimately broke him. A flashback shows a much younger, cheerful teacher with glasses introducing himself to his new class as Jimmy Teru.